All right. Oh, pause it. All right. We're on. All right. Today's gonna be a fun one. We're gonna talk about absolutely nothing that we talked about before. Well, actually, there's some parts, but because we keep on going back to it. Um, I want to start this out with a video. It's a short video, but I know a lot of people are like, well, what the hell's the deal with this? But when you see how this actually like fits, it's pretty damn magical. It's all I can say. This is so what we have is um I was just talking to Strack about it. So remember those like little clips I would do, right? Well, they were last night. It's just like 52 or 54 minutes. But the depth of it speaks volumes. Because when you really see what this actually has to do with, people gonna shit bricks. So we're gonna start this off with a very short video about the takeover of an Alabama radio station. I know we've seen this on the news and everything like that, but there's something big here. And don't know why, but I mean, even the timing of the video is 2:41. So we're going to watch this real quick.
The mysterious takeover of an Alabama radio station. Welcome back to the Yodman Simon Show, news across the diaspora. I'm Yodman Simon's AI host, and today we're diving into a bizarre and intriguing story that has captured the attention of many. The supposed mysterious takeover of a radio station in Alabama. Let's get into the details of what happened and what it might mean. Apparently, on December 22, 2024, listeners of Alt 101.7 in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, were in for a shock. The station, known for its alternative music, suddenly began broadcasting a loop of Taylor Swift songs in Russian, followed by messages insinuating that the station had been hacked by Russia. This strange occurrence quickly went viral on social media, with many people sharing their confusion and concern. Just as most, we are curious if this is real or not. It has been said that the station, operated by Town Square Media, initially played a loop of Taylor Swift songs in Russian, which was later replaced by Michael Jackson tracks. The stunt led to widespread speculation and even some conspiracy theories, especially given the recent surge in drone sightings in the area. Some listeners wondered if there was a connection between the two events. While the exact details of how the station was hacked remain unclear, the incident has raised questions about the security of broadcast systems and the potential for foreign interference. The local authorities and the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC, are reportedly investigating the matter to determine the source of the hack and prevent future occurrences. This isn't the first time a radio station has faced unusual disruptions. Just earlier this year, another Alabama radio station was left baffled after thieves managed to steal a 200-foot radio tower, significantly impacting the station's AM signal. These incidents highlight the vulnerabilities in our communication infrastructure and the need for robust security measures. As the investigation continues, it's important to stay informed and vigilant. The mysterious takeover of Alt 101.7 serves as a reminder of the ever-evolving challenges in the digital age. We'll keep you updated as more information becomes available. That's all for today's episode of the Yodman Simon Show.
All right, so on this 101.7, you know what? I'll just let the audio play because man, I just yeah, this gets interesting. Okay, let me know if you can hear it. All right, so in continuation with the last set, right? So the whole Okay, the Vladimir and all the Merry Christmas, Christmas Eve, and all that shit on that video. Well, thing is, I was like, okay, well, I want to look into this because I was like, well, fucking Tuscaloosa. Why was it exclusively in Tuscaloosa, right? So, of course, looking at the whole Tuscaloosa, I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be something here. I mean, what the hell, And it said in late 1890s, the construction of a system of locks and dams on the Black Warrior River by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers improved navigation to such extent that Tuscaloosa was effectively connected to the Gulf Coast seaport of Mobile. Kids out of there, right? But University of Alabama is there. Now, if everybody knows the whole University of Alabama and the machine, right? What they call the machine. What if they're the witches? Because, when you see how this all pans out, I'll show you in the show, but yeah, this is damn good. So, here is one thing that I was, Alright, now, the city of Tuscaloosa celebrated its 200th birthday on December 13th, 2019, with city officials holding various dedications and commemorative events throughout the city, including the displaying of a bicentennial quilt and the fireworks display found in the 44th annual West Alabama Christmas Parade, which was dedicated to the city's birthday. The University of Alabama gave 2 sculptures to the city, one of a 30-foot tall, 9,500-pound statue of the Roman goddess Minerva, and a sculpture known as the Walkway. According to Tuscaloosa200.com website, Walkway is a replica of the route of the Black Warrior River from Demopolis. Demon, city of demons. It says it traces milestones in our city's existence and survival, but it twists and turns, ebbs and flows have mirrored our city's past. It was created by a sculptor and architect, Craig R. Witherspoon. So, the city's existence is like twists and turns, ebbs and flows. Well, I mean, like, in how big a ways? But then, it said a hermetically sealed time capsule was buried under a large boulder near the boathouse near Manderson Landing. The time capsule is intended to capture, quote-unquote, what was life like in Tuscaloosa during the year 2019, and is set to be opened on December 13, 2069, the city's 250th birthday. Huh. Isn't that funny, huh? A big Minerva statue. You guys know what the Minerva statue is, right? It's an owl. Like the whole cremation of Care, Bohemian Grove? That's the Minerva owl. So then I thought, I'm like, well, shit. I mean, that caught my eye. I was like, it's just fucking. That alone was just. But but you know what? And it. Hold on a second. What is it? Okay. So, the 11/11, right? What if... Oh... Now... Alabama... They were admitted into the Union December 14th, 1819, right? Well, that's June 14th if you cut it in half, right? That's Trump's birthday. But it's a 22nd state. Now, here's the question I have this, is that could the 1111 be Tuscaloosa and Birmingham? Because if we know anything from Birmingham, we would know that there's a specific statue in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, no.
Like the Vulcan statue. Right? But there's something else. In Birmingham, there's a thing called the Red Mountain. It's a long ridge running southwest to northeast and dividing Jones Valley from Shades Valley south of Birmingham, Alabama. It is part of the Ridge and Valley region of the Appalachian Mountains. The Red Mountain Formation of hard Silurian rock strata lies exposed in several long crests and was named Red Mountain because of the rust-stained rock faces and prominent seams of red hematite iron ore. So, right then and there, I knew everything got fucked up halfway through that. Silurian. How do we know Silurian? Well, I mean, on the Y-Files, right? The Silurian hypothesis. It's the reptilian hypothesis, guys. But the Silurians, right? In Birmingham, Alabama, and having the Vulcan statue, I mean, there's nothing bad can happen with that, right? But no, wait, there's more. Because in 1938, the giant cast iron statue of the Roman god of the forge, Vulcan, which represented Birmingham in the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, was put on display atop a sandstone tower built by the Works Progress Administration. This is the world's largest cast iron statue. Cast iron. But Red Mountain, now remember, we had Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, right? Red Mountain serves as a natural promontory, tippy-tip-top, for Birmingham's radio and television broadcast stations, and a setting for noteworthy private restaurant, The Club. Like, I don't know, like maybe The Good Club? If it's a private restaurant, I mean, a private restaurant on Red Mountain, and also with Birmingham. Well, no shit. How about this one? From its founding through the end of the 1960s, Birmingham was primarily industrial center of the South. The pace of Birmingham's growth during the period from 1881 through 1920 earned it nicknames the Magic City and the Pittsburgh of the South. Pittsburgh, where the Three Rivers Stadium goes down this portal to hell. So yeah, another portal to hell. No problem, just fucking Red Mountain. So watch the water, you got the Three Rivers Stadium, and then watch the, the mountain, stone, red mountain. I mean, shit, it really doesn't, Found out June 1st, 1871. There's that magical number again. I mean, think about the Magic City. I mean, would it surprise you? What, I mean, let's see. I wonder if this surprises you. Nope. There's a Vulcan statue. I know that. Something else in here that kind of threw me off. This one. No, I think it's Tuscaloosa. All right, also, there's one spot in Tuscaloosa I forgot to mention. There's a Druid hospital. Druid. Just throwing that out there. So, sorry about all the ruffling of the pages and all that, but there's a lot of information in this, so. Wait, no. Hold on a second. Nope. And also, right? Why, red, right? I mean, oh my God. Covfefe, right? There's a double iron in it, right? Well, Red Mountain, I mean, Mountain was the site of several mines that supplied iron ore to Birmingham's iron furnaces. But also, there is a... Let's see... Oh, here it is. Okay, the mountain developed a symbolic place as the source of wealth in the region, hence the club, and was even portrayed as a character in pageants sponsored by the steel companies in their company towns. Now, pageants, I was like, don't even tell me they're throwing that shit with pedophiles already. No. A pageant is a procession. Organized body of people walking in formal or ceremonial manner. Well, I mean, would you be surprised that processions play their prominent part in the great festivals of Greece, where they're always religious in character? The games are either opened or accompanied by more or less elaborate processions and sacrifices. Hello. While processions from the earliest times formed part of the worship of the old nature gods, as those connected with the cult of Dionysus and the phallic processions. It's all about the dicks, guys. Now, also, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is also known as the Druid City because of the numerous water oaks planted in its downtown streets since the 1840s. The Druid City. Anybody picking up on this witchcraft shit? Yep.
There it is.
We even have the Bible of cock. I mean, shit. What the fuck? I mean, they're all faggots. That's it. They have to have that masculine energy. That's why they rape little boys. They need that power. The girls are the ones they probably torture, and then, well, you know, Chris, I don't know fucking goodness, but when you look at this, like, they even talk about, like, the Christian Easter Passion Procession. It's like, so, what's, it's just the same fucking story over and over and over again. And then you think about the Catholic ones. Oh boy, they're swanky out there now. Processions, right? Here is the funniest thing about a procession. A procession is on all this pottery. Right? It's blue and white pottery. From Greek caves. Well, there were always like a bunch of people like walking behind something. Right? That's a pageant. That's a procession. Those are crisis actors. That's where they get the crisis actors from. People that didn't have anybody to go to their funerals, they would actually pay people to actually follow them to their final resting place because they didn't want to get the bad juju of burying them by themselves. So they would pay people. Those are crisis actors. This is exactly where crisis acting came from. I mean, shit, the world's a stage on every level. But I mean, all these, it's like you look at some of these and these processions that they have, it's like, it's fucking nutso. You know, it's just... I mean, hell. And then you got... Let's see. If you're doing processions, right? Well, there's something else too. I'll get it. Okay. There are many neighborhoods that are located along the 33 miles of Red Mountain that stretches from Sparks Gap on the southwest of Trustville in the northeast. Huh. Trustville. Man. I mean, somebody's just like, it was home to Birmingham's early bankers and iron and steel industrialists. Of course. Oh, and there's St. Rose Academy. You know. I mean... St. Rose Academy, I mean, satanic ritual abuse. It's a Catholic parochial school run by Dominican sisters. You know, the mission ones. Just want to point that out. Let's see. Archaeologists once employed at Red Mountain Museum, either as paid staff or as volunteers, include the first curator, Whitman Cross, Gordon Bell Jr., James Lamb, Winston Lancaster. I mean, come on. You gotta be kidding me. Fantasy writer and paleontologist Caitlin Kiernan used Red Mountain, particularly the area west of U.S. Route 31 and the Red Mountain Cut as a setting of four of her novels: Silk, Threshold, Little Red Moon, and Murder of Angels. Wow. Yeah. I love that. It's fucking keeping it real. That's what I say. You know, and then you look at the bird is the word. Mm-hmm. The state bird of fucking Alabama, the Yellowhammers. Fucking dumb faggots. I love it. But then there's something about this thing that just. I don't know what it does to me. Right? It is screen sharing. Is it not playing or? Yeah, this was recorded last night. That's all it is. No, it's not intercepted. It's me from last night. That's all it is. I mean, there's no video, no nothing. It was just an audio. So it's all audio because I sat here with Dino last night. I want to just get it all out instead of writing it all out because there's so much to write out. I would have never had it done. Never. There's no picture to it. When they talk about markers, right? When you go to the state of Alabama on Wikipedia, state route marker 3. When you click out, that's it. But the thing is, 11. Huh? You got the 22nd state. You got that. Then you have what the fuck was it? Oh my God. Oh. This just took a fucking crazy ass turn and that linked another thing to this to one of the companies. Wild Turkey. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
Because when you see how Turkey and how the name from the bird here came from a shipping company.
Oh, great.
Yeah. But then, also look at this. The insect, state insect. It's a monarch butterfly.
Oh.
Tree, longleaf pine. Horse bead, racking horse. Cathedral Caverns in Marshall County. Okay. You know there's tunnels underneath all these, so you ain't gotta worry about that. Temple B'nai Shalom, established in 1876. Oh, the synagogue building continues use in the state. Fucking great. But there is something else here that really caught my fucking mind. What the fuck is this? Oh. What? Oh, here we go. Sorry. It's the state seal, right? Now, I find it funny that this. Oh, shit. Why I think they're witches? Well, here's why. Because when you look at their state seal, you might notice something funny about it. Maybe the color scheme.
Yeah.
Because the yellow in as a state, that is on one of the points of the upside down star. Then you have the red. Florida, Mississippi, that's red. You have blue, which you have Tennessee and the Gulf of Mexico. I will be showing this on the screen when we're done with this. I'll show what we're talking about here with Alabama and everything, because I think it's real necessary for us to hone in on Alabama right now, because Alabama and Georgia both, there's something tying them both to all these companies, and you'll see why. And this, I don't know. And all you need is white now. The white is the background of the Great Seal. And why would you have 6 stars on here? It's the Order of the Eastern Star. It's the Broad Freemasons. That's who it is. They're the witches. They're all up in this shit. Fucking nuts. Ding. Oh no. Oh God, I mean, guys, this gets fucking nuts. I mean, when you see all these shipping companies, it was all, humans, kids, and opium. That's it. And the thing is that all these Gilded Age, all these big time families, like Vanderbilt and all them, they all made their money on fucking opium shipping. All of them did. That's why they all had shipping companies. Now when you look at the shipping companies, that's all been, well, they just don't go away. Well, then where are they? Well, that could be answered, just maybe possibly just a minute. Define exchange. These people are sick, right? They're the stock exchanges. There's 10 of them in the world. And the funny thing is that, they're like in some pretty hot spots of some of these older companies like Austin Company and all these companies because, well, when they had to consolidate, who did they become? Well, you got BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. I mean, especially BlackRock and Vanguard. I mean, it was in a show that we were watching that, I might have taken a picture of it, of the screen. But they had BlackRock and Vanguard, and their symbol above it were the old-time frigates. So it's like right there. You could have the fucking Dutch East India Company and the Dutch West India Company. I mean, a lot of these companies, they just rebranded themselves. That's all they did. And we're the commodities that they're trading. Because if you think about it, they're charging us on every goddamn thing we do. When now they're coming out and saying, wow, they can harness the ether and shit like that. It's like, mind blown a little bit today. So it's like, it's just, I guess it's good, but then it gets even deeper. So, but we'll talk more about this. Bye. I want to go back to this whole Alabama thing, right? This shield of theirs, state shield. Well, the funny thing is that when you look at their shield, its symbolism is to be their downfall, right? The funny thing is that when you look at the shield, they have the eagles there, right? But the eagle's wings are down. That's odd because with the wings of the eagle up in these crests, that means protection. The thing is also is that they're looking up at a ship. You're like one of those on the BlackRock and Vanguard shit, yeah. But what if? I'm just saying, what if seeing that ship and then seeing it on BlackRock or Vanguard, both of them, either one. Now, when you take this shield, right? I print it out, and when you turn it sideways, right? I was like, holy shit. I'm starting to put the pieces together now. When you look at the shield, and you look at they have the Union Jack. When you look at it straight on, the Union Jack is on the bottom left-hand side, and the Confederate flag is on the bottom right-hand side. I guess nobody thought that was racist, right? Funny. But if you turn it clockwise, 90 degrees, and you look at it again, you see the East India Company flag. Because they put a shield, a United States shield in the middle with just a blue background. But the stripes are facing downward. But if you spin it 90 degrees, it tells you right there. And right above the Inga one, there's 3 fleur de sels, right? Fleur de lis or whatever. Yeah, fleur de lis. Fleur de sels assault. Sorry. That's that high-end bougie living. But no, those fleur de lis, well, who can that be? I don't know. What about the French East India Company? Because on their company flag, they have the same exact setup of the fleur de lis as on the center of their flag and on the fucking state of Alabama shield. right there. Then you go over, then you can pick apart the houses. Now you can find out what house owns this shit. Because it's split up into 4 quadrants, right? So in the upper left-hand corner and bottom right-hand corner, you have a gold castle with a red background, right? That could be red castle, but it's gold too. But the other ones are the lions. Like you see them, like the red lions on it. Now, I'll have to look back and see which prick has that. But I know for a fact that's on one of them. So when you start seeing these and how these companies, they never went away, they just got bigger. Like the machine, because they were even talking about it, like down at the Alabama games. There's actually videos on YouTube. I even pull up about them talking about the machine the machine chooses everything at the University of Alabama. And it's like a high-end place, right? But also these stock exchanges, right? Because when you look at where these stock exchanges are, well, they have one in Shenzhen. You know what the funny thing about that is? They showed us that very stock exchange in the pictures in the Q drops. They showed us these stock exchange, these exchange houses. They're fine exchange, these people are sick. I mean, the New York Stock Exchange, right? Market capitalization, July 2024, in billions of dollars. 25,241. That's not like, you know, that's a lot of money. Because that's not just 25 billion. That's if $1 was, you know, that's. I was all kind of backed up, but that's 25,000 billion. $25,000 billion in a year. Like billions is like starts at 1, and then they're talking 25 fucking trillion dollars market cap. What the hell would cause that kind of market cap? Well, when you think about it, I mean, it's all run a corporation. That's why we need a businessman to come in and fucking knock all this shit out. Because the politicians, they're just like the director of the corporation, of this company. We talk about this corporation, we're talking about like these East India companies. They all combined, they went from companies into corporations, so then they could just start, all these companies the same way. They had all these charters that they go and start stealing land and everything, and a lot of these, they're sitting there and partake. Also, I noticed somebody mentioned Crimson Tide. Don't forget, Crimson Tide was also a submarine movie with Denzel Washington. Also remember that. That could be a Red October as well. Making it for the Catholics to bring missionary work. So they could baptize all these Native Americans and then they could enslave them and they fucking massacre them and shit like that and rape them. And I mean, where does it end? So everybody wants to guilt the white man into this shit, but the funny thing is that it's the fucking Catholics and the Jews the whole goddamn entire time. I'm not talking about the Catholic, the believer Catholics. I'm talking about the fucking churches. Them. That's the thing. Because the lower Catholic people, they don't partake in that upper shit. That Freemasonic shit. You got the 33rd degree fucking Masons. Look, I mean, everything. I mean, even Red Mountain is 33 miles long. I mean, shit. I mean, even the Portuguese East India Company, they're, I mean, fuck, that could even be a part of it too. Because now when you look at the Portuguese East India Company, there's the what is it? The fucking that that hat, the papal hat, the Dagon, the fish hat. It's got that, and then below it, it has a wheel, right? But it looks like a water wheel, but it's not. It's a Catherine wheel. It's a torture device. And then there's a fucking rook below that, like the piece of the puzzle. I mean, piece of for chess, and it's all on a red background. It's all international trade founded August 1628, defunct May 1633. Why defunct? They talk about tea. You sure it was tea that they were dumping in the harbor? Or was it heroin? Or opium? And they were fucking sick and tired of this shit. But they just called it tea. I mean, that's all they did. All these companies, I mean, you look at them, it's fucking slavery. It's all fucking mission work. And they all had cartels. I mean, this shit's so damn deep. I mean, when you even think sexually, the missionary position, it's a submissive position. The missions were just created to make everybody submit. That's all it was. Missions, submissions, submission. Look, who really is it? And, oh my God. And there was a break in one of them. I have to find it. So there was a break. There was like a 6-year break in like this East. I think let's see. Is this one? Let's see. No. But the East India Company is that's where the company developed the lobby. I mean, they did the first short sell. And you look at Trump, how they short sold his stock and shit. I mean, it gets so deep. It's like, what the hell? It's like, I mean, even the Boston Bram, that also 1111, or the Boston Elite, right? Those are like the golden age, like Anglicanism and all that. And traditional British American customers, they were considered the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Oh, damn. The funny thing is that, like you said, that's how they got all their money. They were all even John Jacob Astor, because they all started with the fur trades. But the problem is that a lot of these fur traders. They were making certain marine wildlife disappear. They're called seals. They're wonderful creatures. I know somebody said that before. But yeah. So when they over slaughtered, and then they went whaling and shit. And then when when they pretty much wiped out the population of that, what else are you going to start trading? I mean, think about it. East India Company. I mean, hello, communism. Where do you think Kamala Harris's mother's from? East India. I mean, this. And then you look at this shit. It's like. With Greenland and Denmark and all that bullshit, and the Jews, it's all fucking just. It's. Oh, you what? I know what it is. Hold up. It's this one right here. Pragmatic Simpson. Oh, which one was it? Let's see. That's not it. Muscovy. Don't know if this is it. Oh, yeah, then there's this Muscovy company that this chancellor that made the journey of over 600 miles to Moscow through snow and ice-covered country. He found Moscow large, much larger than London, and primitively built, almost all being made out of wood only. However, the palace of the Tsar was very luxurious, as were dinners he offered Chancellor. Hello, Tartaria. Oh shit, huh? Wow. And guess who ran all these companies? Das Juden. They always are the way in. You know, the New Christians and the Catholics. The Catholics started taking all these Jews in because they know they were fucking hustling the money. Because it's like, the Jews can hustle all they want. You can't fucking out-hustle the hustlers. Also, I want to mention one more thing because this is... But the Muslim Brotherhood are the fucking Jews. The Muslim Brotherhood are the Turkish Jews that never fucking submitted. They're the Sabbatean Frankish Jews. That's the Muslim Brotherhood. That's why there's two. But also, now, there's a lot more to this that we're going to go over. But I know it's all audio right now. There's 16 minutes left. But this is why I want to put this out there, because it's an audio, and I was explaining. I didn't know it was gonna be this long. I just started talking. Dino's sitting right here, and I just bounce all ideas off her. I'm like, you know what, might as well record this and then go over it again. But I'm like, might as well just play it for everyone, and then we'll go from here and we'll start breaking it all apart. You know, I mean, when it comes down to banking or fucking religion, what do you think people's gonna fucking jump onto? All right, know your fucking role, right? How about this? We don't squash you. You fucking help us. You give us fucking 30%, or you give us second. You give us 60. You take fucking 40. And we want fucking this many kids. You know, these guys don't care. Nope. And so, the Muscovy Company had a monopoly on trade between England and Russia until 1698, and it survived as a trading company. Think about trading companies, think about stock exchanges, until the Russian Revolution. Since 1917, the Red Revolution, Bolsheviks, the company has operated as a charity, now working within Russia. Where in Russia? That's what we need to find out. Because if he made a trip for over 600 miles, you think this motherfucker's from Ukraine? I mean, right there. This company's right to free trade navigation down the Volga was revoked. I mean, shit, that's one of the rivers right there. Yeah, I mean, hell, they said, shit. This is hard to read because it's all fucking ancient shit. Ancient town of Astrakhan, and so the manifold mouths of Volga. And from thence also by ship over the Caspian Sea in the Media. They call it Media. And further than that, also with camels unto Georgia, Armenia, Hyrcania, Gillan, and the chiefest cities of the Empire of Persia. They're all joint stock companies. I mean, whaling grounds, a whale number 555. Company helped provide churches and Anglican ministers at various times in Arkhangelsk
Archangelus, Arkhangelsk, almost like Archangel. Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Kronstadt. Now, it says right here, until the Russian Revolution since 1917, the company has operated as a charity not working within Russia. When you read the end, it says, the company continued in existence until the Russian Revolution of 1917, and it has since operated mainly as a charity. So is it a charity or is it an activist group? I mean, because the thing is that, oh my God, you know why? Because all these companies, they all had a monopoly on shit. So also,
Now, if they're all monopolies, think about what they found in Luigi's backpack. Monopoly money. Kind of crazy, isn't it?
so remember, Alabama's state bird is the yellowhammer and the wild turkey. So, the Levant Company.
Oh no.
Remember ISIS, ISIL, and Levant? Right?
Yeah.
English Chartered Company formed 1592. England, Elizabeth I of England approved its initial charter on September 11th, 1592, when the Venice Company and the Turkey Company merged.
So technically, it's the Venetians and the Ottoman Empire merging. No, it's not a loop. It's the same one.
So it's all within the Ottoman Empire. And its initial charter was good for 7 years. Oh. Isn't that funny that every 7 years you can file bankruptcy? 7 years this, 7 years that. It's always this. But now, Levant Company lay in Italian trade with Constantinople in the wars in Turks and Hungary. Every one of these companies were always involved in wars.
Also, I just want to point this out. It's Constantinople, right? Remember the song, Istanbul's Constantinople. Constantinople in the Roman Empire. So they're saying that the Roman Empire was still alive and well then.
Either they're going places where they shouldn't be fucking even going, because I don't know anywhere in the free world that would say, hey, I really want some fucking cinnamon, and if I don't get some, I'm gonna go to this fucking third world country and I'm gonna slaughter all these fucking natives, or I'm gonna enslave them in the fucking Catholic faith and baptize them and make them harvest
Cinnamon.
my cinnamon. Well, cinnamon comes on trees anyways, but I mean, like nutmeg. Nutmeg's one of them. Nutmeg and cloves and all that. It's like, I'm sure that,
Now, just listen to that. This is where it gets twisted. Right? So, the Jews and the Catholics work together, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. What it entails is the Catholics kept on seeing a pattern in these Jews, right? They're sacrificing a lot. Thing is, guess who needed sacrifices too? Good old Vatican, right? Because they want to start taking land. And they knew that these lands were heavily populated. So, but they didn't have an army that was ruthless enough and conniving enough to infiltrate these people and start making them submit. So what they did is that they would take these Jews with them on these mission trips, right? They would encounter a tribe and they'd be like, okay, submit or else, right? So the Jews went in there and started fucking, cracking skulls and shit like that. Then they turn around and passed off their Catholics. Well, the Catholics took the land, and in return, what was the energy exchange with the Jews? Well, once they're baptized, doesn't that make them Christian? So now, with the Jews and all their little fucked up ways, they like to slaughter Christians, right? As long as they're baptized, they're enslaved, they can't go anywhere. You literally have everything in there. And them being Native American and darker skin, that means that their quote unquote adrenochrome and melanin count was sky high. And then what they did is that once they were done slaughtering these people, well, what do you do with the bodies? Think catacombs. Now it all makes sense. Because under all these big churches, there's catacombs with all these bones. What if they're all the Native Americans that they slaughtered, and then they started bleaching bones, and then they made all these little things that, like, yeah, this was their land, but fuck them, right? You know, because we took over. Because colonialization. All right, 10 more minutes, guys, sorry.
You really sure that, like, these weren't just code words? Because a lot of talk about pepper.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny that, you know, when you look at everything now, that they talk about children with food?
Yeah.
Makes you think, doesn't it?
The code words and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then, you got a little piracy. And all these companies, that's all they did. But here's the thing. Here's a big one, right? This Levant Company. By charter of King Charles II in 1661, the company was erected in a body politic capable of making laws under the title of the Company of Merchants of England, trading to the seas of the Levant. The number of members was not limited, but averaged about 300. I mean, right here's your committee of 300. It's a company. They're all corporations. They have to be run by corporations. Be who pulls the strings at the top. You know, Church, Vatican, all shit. I mean, isn't it funny that in the Bible it says that usury is forbidden, yet the Jews want to jump on board and say, oh, the Bible says this. Well, the Bible says fucking usury is forbidden too, motherfucker. If you want that land, you gotta hey. You want that land? Banking system goes. Once the banking system goes, you fucking go too. So there's no halfway this.
I like that.
That's it. Both you, out.
Done.
Stay out. Now, this is raw silk. And it's all silk, right? Remember Silk Road? Well, what do we know about Silk Road? Right? Why would people be taking a land route through all the area when they had ships coming in and you could just go to a port? So, I mean, what were they hustling? Because when you talk about the other Silk Road, you know, on the dark web, what was their big thing? Kids, drugs, hitmen, shit like that. So what's the difference? There is none. You know, and then you lose like this whole the company, commerce of the company, Smyrna, Constantinople, and Iskandron. I mean, you're talking about the old fucking Roman Empire. But it's accepting. It doesn't have anything in Cartagena and like Genoa, Palermo, Marseille, Malta. I mean, no, they've been Alice and Thomas, and Alice Thomas as ships for Levantine shipping, Ascension as a ship, Anne Frank, Charity, Cherubim, Christ, Concord. Diamond, Dragon, Eagle, Emmanuel, Gift of God, Golden Noble. Yeah, just imagine, yeah, you're pulling up with the Gift of God, hauling off slaves and shit. Real good. See, Harry Bonaventure, Greenfield, Great Phoenix, Hercules, Husband, the Jane, Jesus. So they had Christ, now they have Jesus. Jewel, because you can't say Jew, but Jewel. Job, John, because they wouldn't put Jew, because, I mean, who's running it? Let's see. Lewis, Little George, London, Margaret. Let's see. Phoenix, Prosperous, Red Lion, Royal Exchange, Royal Merchant, Samson, Seven. But there's a name in here. Here it is. Hold on. It's this one right here. So, at Aleppo, right? Now remember, Aleppo is in Syria. Aleppo, that's where all those Turkish bathhouses are, where they had all the, that's where all the color, that Epstein got all his island colors from. The blue and white, they're all in the buildings there. Right? Aleppo in Syria, right? In Aleppo, it went from 1597 to 1597, right? Was the last consuls. It was Richard Colthurst, okay? Then, it was vacant until 1606, right? Thing is, 1606, it's like you have two sixes, and there's a 9-year difference. That could be an inverted as a 6. Because they had an acting vice consul as James Hawardi, but, which is a 1, 0, 8, right? 10 plus 8 is 18, right? Divided by 3s, everything power 3, 666. Because from 1606 to 1610, the guy's name was Paul Pindar. So now when you look at this, it's like they talk about all these resets, right? Well, I think what happened, because I don't think they had the technology, technically, like cell phones and like maybe back then, but like in this whole group, right? I don't think they had like cell phones and shit like that, but that like go like way in these off like, you know, distant continents, right? What if these resets were rolling resets? Right? So now when you start seeing all these wars where they're happening, it's like everything's destroying everything. Like now it's America's turn to be destroyed. Right? And then they'll have their great reset. Yay! But that's not it. They're all rolling resets. And it's all these corporations. Like now you look at, you know, the UN. Which corporation is that? It's like all these, you can have two big corporations combined into one, or, I mean, you got all of it. And you look at, like, the Austrian East India Company. I mean, how, oh, man, what was it? They were, shit. Yeah, the Ostenders. And even the Cleopatra's Barge, it was a boat. Made by the Crown and Shield family. I mean, we're going to go into that too, but it's like this. It's just, I mean, Swedish South Company, Swedish West India Company, Swedish East India Company. Why would that be so big? Because it's funny you say that. I didn't say anything, but there is a specific name for a piece of shit that says, now, they all talk about blockades, right? There's all blockades in this. But how the Swedish South Company comes into play, they're the fucking Jews too. Because where are they all from? The Wallenbergs, right? So they're from the Duchy of Berg, within the Weimar Republic. Because now, with that company, was it the West Inc. or something like that? But number 17, that list, but we'll go over this. But the company had the right to defend itself, to oppose force with force. Right? Funny thing is, I mean, this. It says, even after the company went public, it still retained secrecy regarding the business. The management deliberately withheld information from the shareholders and lied about how profitable parts of the business were. I mean, it was all extortion. I mean, they're fixing the markets. I mean, right here. The mercantile expansion of the SOIC, which is Swedish India company, they're in the third octroi, which is a big ship out, providing a setting for Jacob Wallenberg's comic My Son on the Galley, written during the 18-month round trip to Canton in 1769-1771. Among his other joking and casual racism, Wallenberg parodies the serious accounts published by traveling naturalists in the wide web of Carl Linnaeus's correspondence. Jacob Wallenberg, wow, you don't say. So the Wallenbergs are one of those upper families too in Sweden, you know. And then you got Finland, fucking Finland pulling their shit. But I think that's enough for this one. But wherever this one picks up, drops off, I'll pick up. But yeah, you look at these. I mean, that's why all the Jews, they all have last name like Berg and all that shit. It's when they were telling us about the last names and everything, where they got their names from. It's each of where they're from. It's like they're from duchies. I mean, duchy, Dutch, Danish, Denmark. Hello, Greenland of Denmark. They're taking down Denmark. Fuck them. You know, they're all down too. So, yeah. Every more though. So, all right. Bye.
Okay, so there was that, right? This is where it gets completely bonkers. And you think it's like there's no way it can get any more bonkers, right? Oh, you know what? You would be sadly mistaken. Let's see. Oh, sorry guys, just oh God, did we find some fun shit last night? Oh my God, this is just okay. Just to prove a point here that Das Juden are the main cause of all of these quote unquote resets is other revolutions. 1917 and 1923, right? A lot of revolutions happened, right? The November Revolution, communist revolutions in Europe, communist, you don't say. But it gets bigger, right? Because there was this one, right? Finland. The Finnish Civil War, right? Civil War in Finland. Now listen, civilian buildings destroyed during the Battle of Tampere. Yeah, just going in and storming and busting up the place. Can't seize it, break it. If it's anything good of value, torch it, take the valuables, get out, right? Now, yeah, the Finnish whites and the Finnish reds. The whites and the reds. Now, there's just something about this. Look at this. It was Civil War is the term increasingly employed by reconstituted social democrats after their defeat in the war. Now, when you think about Civil War here, right? A Grand Duchy, right? Start looking at these duchies, right? Like the Duchy of Berg. Now you see why, like Pittsburgh Harrisburg. But this one, where's that? Oh shit. Um, what's it? Oh, oh, God damn it. Oh, it's down here more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So now this is the Finnish Civil War, correct? And I just want to go back to the top. I just want to get the dates right, right? 1918. All right. 1918. There was none of this. None of this. None of this yet, right? 1918. So, can anybody tell me, like October Revolution, full independence of Finland, anything about NATO? Right? Why are they just joining NATO? Look at the insignia of the Finnish Air Force from 1918 and 1945. Who the fuck are the Nazis now? Anyone? They want to sit here and they want to bash everybody and say the insignia for the Finnish Air Force, right? But then it gets better than that, right? So let me make sure it's down here more. I'm sorry, I'm skipping through this, guys, because it's just there's so much to go through. It's shit. Right here. Finnish Civil War prison camps, 1918, right? Think about the Holocaust, right? Who really perpetrated it, guys? I bet it was Finland. Because if they were pulling this shit and you look at the insignia on the armbands, right? Hitler wasn't in Finland. Hitler was in World War One. I mean, relapsing fever, pneumonia, dysentery, smallpox, Spanish flu spread through Finland in July. Yeah, of course. Guards administrators had a revenge mentality. Huh. A death rate that's never seen before, and nothing like that could have happened even during the times of Tsarist Russia. No, because it was the Jews. This happened at the same exact time as the Bolshevik Revolution. All these revolutions happened at the same time. They're funded by the same fucking Jew bankers to go ahead and start upending shit because Rome was like, hey, go ahead, we need more, and we'll give you more. So who's really giving the Jews the power? It's the Vatican and it's Satan. That's how this is all their exchange. But yet everybody's like, oh no, the Jews are good. No, you can't. People can't sit here and say that. Oh, there's some good ones. No, it's the whole religion. Because there's a shit ton more we have over this stuff. Now, there was a. Sorry, guys. Oh. I mean, oh my gosh. There's so much to go through today, guys, and videos and talking and everything. It's just like so much came out in the past day and a half and videos and this and that. But what I want to do is I want to go back to this. Now, all right, now. Okay, so back to that radio call, the whole call signal thing, right? Now, why that is so important to me is there is something big with it. Now, I have to find a video, but remember they're playing Michael Jackson and Taylor Swift on loop, right? So, in fear of ST, right? That's Swift Taylor, right? If you reverse it. But also, who else were they playing? Michael Jackson, right? You put Jackson Michael. That's 113. Start. So now we go to the audio. Now it's this heavy Russian guy and all this, and he's speaking. He's like, Christmas Eve, 12 o'clock noon. And he mentions, he mentions Vladimir, named Vladimir, and then there's all this like deep Russian talking. And then he says, let the revolution begin. Now, why is that so big? This is why. On January 19th, 2018, remember this day, right? 17 posts. So I always have to go back to these. We go to post 566. Make sure to learn Russian. Need a few red pills for family, friends, and others? Read the hashtag memo. Which memo? Because if everything is being done twice, what about that Immaculate Constellation memo? Release coming. Oh, it's coming. Final clearance underway. Starting to see shit, aren't you? But now, we look at all the drops in this, right? Remember this day, because this is where it just gets off the wall, right? Now, like this, right? Starts at 553 and 17 posts, goes to 569. Now, you would think, well, okay, so if timing is everything, this is gonna be fucking deep. Now, it's not so much chicken scratch, but there's just a lot of colors and just I had to trying to separate just to do it like this. So, what we did was we took the timestamp on all of the 17 drops, right? We did all the numbers, right? 17 drops, January 19. Now, the ID 00000, those are all in the blue, 37, 38, 39, and it goes from 37 to 46, but there's gaps, right? Mind the gap, all this. So, what we did is that we checked the time and everything and the difference between all the times. So, between 553, 554, there is a 16-minute, 20-second delta, right? So, we put a 9 up there, just add them together. Then we go down to 556, right? It has a post within a post. So, we just calculated the times, right? So, it's 151, 1 minute, 51 seconds, or 111 seconds, because I wanted to deduce it, because when you see how we did it, the math just maths. So then we went to the next one, 557. That's a 17, has a double 1 in it, right? Then you look at the time difference between it. It's a 113. Just must be just coincidence, right? Then you look at 558 to 565. So it's everything between the double 17s, which 557 and 566. It's 39 to 46 from Delta standpoint, right? It's a 16-hour, 45-minute, 37-second time difference, which 1 plus 6 is 7, 4 plus 5 is 9, and then you have 3 plus 7 is 10. 7 plus 9 plus 1 is? There's your 17 right there. Thank you very much, guys. But then also, when you calculate the whole time from the first one they did at 553 to 565, you get that same time. What is it? Oh no, the 17, right? The difference between that is 17, right? Well, 1 plus 7 is 8. Well, you take the 8 and you combine it with the 2 times they had up there. It's a 9. There's a 17 right there. This shit is angelic. This shit is not being done by humans at all. None of it is. This is like it's a psyop on all of humanity. This is the best part because it's all mathematically impossible to be a coincidence. So now you go to 566, right? It's just a single one. It doesn't have that, but it's a break, right? You already have the 17 built into it. Then you go to the next ones, 567. Boom, as a double, and boom, 18, right? Well, 18 is a 666, but also look at the difference. It's a 119. 911, 119. Now you go to 568, the different time difference is 222, and that's 142 seconds. You have 79 seconds, 142 seconds. Then below it, you have 116, which is 76 seconds, right? Now, you go from 5:44:43, right? Which is from 5:67, it's the first drop in it. You go from that time to the final time, 5:69 at 5:50:33. You deduce it, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. There's a 5:5. These guys are fucking out of control. Then you take the 2:17s, post 5:57 and 5:66, right? Then you go the time difference, right? Because that one was 12:42:02, and then the other one was 5:42:56, right? Which 5:66 right there, right? The difference is 17 hours and 54 seconds, which is another 17. But now there's more, because we go to the 1620 that's up there, you deduce it into seconds, it's 980 seconds, which is another 17. Then you go to the 2410 difference right up there, right below the 1620. You deduce that down, you get 1450 seconds, which is a 10, which is 1. But then you go down to the 16:45:37, you deduce it into minutes, it's 1005 minutes, 37 seconds, which is a 16, which is also a 7. Then you combine it, you deduce it all down to seconds, you have 60,337 seconds, which it adds up to a 19, which is a 1. So it's a 7 and a 1, or a 1 and a 7, right? But when you add the 16 and 19, you get 35. Then the 17:00:54, I mean, you have 17 and then a break, and then the 45 is inverted. So that's that. Now, oh, there's more. There's more. You know what? I'm gonna take. Oh, and by the way, that was taped last night. I was not eating or anything. Just I was ruffling all the papers. So, but I just want to get the audio of it because I knew it was gonna be a lot, and I'm like, I didn't want to forget it. It's the last thing you want to do. But play something here like lighthearted a little bit. Give me 1 second. Oh shit. All right. So after all that, we'll get a little lighthearted.
The Jews and the bishop have drawn up a list. Let me tell you about this publication. It's made up of words you might use anytime in your everyday conversation. It's also got words that aren't quite so common, but nevertheless we all use. But I think the bishop is sending a warning: don't ever find fault with the Jews. The list was drawn up a few years ago by the American Jewish Committee. And it seems if I use these words or these phrases, I'm probably being anti-Semitic. You must check it out. You can't be too careful, that way you might not be accused. But if you think about it, the list is a warning: don't ever find fault with the Jews. Don't find fault with the Jews, they just get offended. Don't find fault with the Jews, they'll have you suspended. Don't find fault with the Jews, don't dare criticize them. Don't find fault with the Jews, you'll just antagonize them. Don't find fault with the Jews, 'cause it might be a sin, but bishop has said, so can't argue with him. Better ask your confessor if you're feeling confused. In the meantime, don't find fault with the Jews. The bishop in question is named Joseph Bambera. He's the bishop of Scranton, PA. He wants the support of the whole bishops' conference, of the whole of the US of A. He says that a Catholic should use this collection to find out what words not to use. But take it from me, what the bishop is saying, don't ever find fault with the Jews. The glossary's full of themes, memes, and phrases, all of them anti-Semitic. Cartoons and lampoons and wild allegations and conspiracies, theoretic. What's a man supposed to do when he looks at the world and he wants to discuss the day's news? Well, take it from me, the message is simple. Don't ever find fault with the Jews. Don't find fault with the Jews. They just get offended. Don't find fault with the Jews. They'll have you suspended. Don't find fault with the Jews. Don't dare criticize. Don't find fault with the Jews. You'll just antagonize. Don't find fault with the Jews. 'Cause it might be a sin. The bishop has said, so can't argue with him. Better ask your confessor if you're feeling confused. But in the meantime, don't find fault with the Jews. Here's the list, it's not too long, but there's some huge omissions. So let me try to make that right by making some additions. There's Holocaust and deicide, but what about extortion? Where's gay pride and genocide? Pornography, abortion. There's Jewing down and kosher tax. Cowardice and creatures. I don't want to go to hell. Oh heck, I just said features. Don't say lobby, don't say kite. Don't say Illuminati, smiling scapegoat slavery. For God's sake, don't say Nazi, cosmopolitan elite. Manhattan Great Replacement, from the river to the sea. That's barefaced Jew debasement, blood libel, clannish and control. Global intifada, communism makes them mad. Rothschild makes them matter, don't say Soros is a Jew. Don't you know that's hating? Don't say protocols of Zion or synagogue of Satan. There's Holocaust and deicide, but what about extortion? Where's gay pride and genocide? Pornography, abortion. Jewish lightning is no joke. New world order's awful. Never knew deadly exchange was morally unlawful. Dual loyalty's not nice, seems it's really Jewish. Don't you mention poisoned wells, makes you wonder if it's true-ish. Don't say Jews are not real Jews, that's downright defamation. Don't mention merchants smirking, or settler colonization. Don't say greed or the guy of note, don't talk about gaslighting. Don't say Jews ain't Semites, or you could face indictment. There's Holocaust and deicide, but what about extortion? Where's gay pride and genocide? Pornography, abortion. Jewish greed and Jewish coup is defamation flagrant. hollow hoax and QAnon. Don't whisper the word agent. Don't name your canine Pepe. I know that sounds surprising. I'm not sure what this word means, but don't say tokenizing. Now I ain't saying hate the Jews. I love them, I'm a Christian. I want what's really good for them. I hope the Jews are listening. I'd never want to harm a Jew. I pray for their conversion. But when it comes to genocide or to moral subversion, I have a duty to stand up. That's what the Lord commanded. So Bishop Joe, please help me out. I just can't understand it. Translate hate's just gotta go. It's a weapon to enslave us. So I'm begging all our bishops, we're calling you to save us. We gotta call out the Jews. Sure, they'll get offended. Gotta call out the Jews. We might get suspended. Gotta call out the Jews. We've got no excuses. Gotta call out the Jews. They might persecute us. Gotta call out the Jews. We must criticize them. Gotta call out the Jews. Sure, that may antagonize them. To deny my dear Savior, that would be a sin. He stood for the truth. I stand right beside him. He died for the truth. I'll never deny him. I'll ask my confessor if I'm feeling confused. But in the meantime, gonna call out the Jews. 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 In the meantime, gonna call out the Jews.
That's the song we can get behind right there. Hell yeah. Now, we got to go back. Because we ain't done with that radio transmission just yet. Oh, shit. Nope. 1 second. Oh, photos. All right. So, now, here's where critical thinking has to kick in. All right. So, he said Christmas Eve at noon, right? But what if it wasn't the... 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. There's, yep, there's that. Yep, there's that. Yep. Hold on 1 second, guys. Not gonna lie, whoever invented Post-its, brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, here it is. 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 All right, so the thing is that what if this is a tell? Because when you think holidays, right? What's the Christians' highest holiday? It'd be Christmas, right? What's Satan's high holy day? It's Halloween, right? So we just throw those in there, right? But there's a problem with this. Remember, he was speaking in Russian. That means he's Orthodox. You have to flip the script. You have to think of Christmas Eve as being on January 6th, which is on a Monday, right? Now remember, they said that a certain somebody was going to get arrested between 7:45 and 8:30 a.m. the Monday morning on October 30th, right? Which is Christmas Eve. It's All Hallows Eve, right? So the Mondays line up there. Now, here's where it gets really, really, really important. So, what we did was we decided to go from October 30th, but not including Tuesday, January 7th, right? So it's still January 6th, right? So it's 2,626 days, which split up, it's an 88, but also it's a 16, which is 7, right? 7 years, 2 months, 8 days. Do the math. Cute, huh? Here's the 24. That's a triple eight for everybody scoring at home. Christ number. But then you get down here. It's 719.45% of a common year. A year, think about it, right? 719, there's a 17, which deduces down to 8. 45, there's your 9. 8 plus 9 is 17. It all figures out. But it's just 375 weeks in one day. There's another one. It's a year. A year, think about it, right? Well, a year is 365 days, right? So you have to deduce 10 weeks from this date, which is 70 days. When you take 70 days, second. Oh, 1 second. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. So when you go from 1/6/2025 and you take away 70 days, you get Monday, October 28th, 2024, the 7-year delta of the Q drops. Now, when we go back to corporations, right? This is where it gets amusing. Because on January 19th, right? Remember this day, right? Why is that? That's on the what calendar would that be on? The Gregorian, right? On the Julian calendar, it's the 6th. Remember the whole January 6th, they want to keep on January 6th, right? How do you counteract that? You have the fucking big arrest. Because now when you look at the difference, right? It is, oh shit, I just had this written down too. You son of a bitch. Let me see, here, right here. Damn it. Because the times, damn it, is weird. It's, uh, it is from noon, from 7:45 in the morning. That is what, 4 hours and 4 hours 15 minutes. 4:15, right? But then it's also from 8:30 to there. It's 3 hours and 30 minutes. 33. But let's see. What's it at? Okay, state secrets. What's the one I was looking for? Shit. A second. Now, think about this, right? Like, also, you, the people, have the power, right? You, the people. But then it was Russian. Which one is it? Okay, just like this, like the whole war games, right? Play a game, nice game of chess, right? It's like the rookery, seals, goes right back to that. But then when it comes to the corporations, right? Now, with Canada, right? Remember, everything's a corporation. The British Crown, they made all corporations because they had to be controlled by it's a corporatocracy, right? That's what it is. Right here. Okay. So D. It's also could be a marker as well. Twitter percent owned, other ownership stakes in the US. What happens if seized? Who controls? Who controls the controllers? The executive order. Now, when you think about that executive order, why is it so big? It's that human trafficking and drug trafficking aspect of it. These companies never went away. They're still shipping the heroin. That's why there's a massive drug problem. That's why he's like China. They're getting fentanyl from China, right? Well, when you think about China and you think about all these flags, right? Well, there's two parts on a flag. There's a Union and a Canton. When you think Canton, you think Canton, Ohio. Oh, it's cute, Football Hall of Fame. What about Canton, China, which is also Guangzhou, which is close to Macau, because that's where these guys would go for the Russia America Company. So if that EO, new puppet master, right? Direction, not deal. Hostage, no choice. Think others. It's what you don't know. Who's the new puppet master? It would be Trump. He signed an executive order. But also, who is the real puppet master in this? Larry Fink, right? But they took it away from him. Now he's controlling it. That's why BlackRock is seizing all these places, because once that's done, there was no deal. He's a hostage. That's it. They're taking everything. Because remember, when you look at people like, oh, they're friends, they're friends, they're friends. There's a lot of people in life that you call a friend, and they're all acquaintances. You always have to remember that. Friends are few and far between. Acquaintances, they're a dime a dozen. You'll run into people like that your whole life. You'll bump into them and you're like, hey, what's going on? You haven't seen you in years. It's like, is that a friend or is it acquaintance? That's all it is. Buddy, whatever. But no choice, think others, right? Think others, the other companies, right? It's what you don't know. The companies, the corporations, it's all shipping. It's all maritime. Then when you look at all, the BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard and all that shit, why do they have boats? The old 1700 ships and everything. Because they consolidated all these East India and British East India companies and Swedish East India. Why is everything out of India? Kamala's out of India. And then when you think about the birth certificate scam, what if Kamala's birth certificate's fake too? But they had to have it addended to make it legit. Because when they did it the first time, they fucked up. They didn't put her middle name in caps. That's how they're going to catch her. November 5th, November 5th. Look at the date that it was amended. November 5th. It's on the birth certificate. I mean, this gets nutso.
Also, sir, when you talk about that area too, remember we were talking about the House of Breakspear. So,
Yep, McCaw.
Yes.
And that's the thing. It's like, tip of the spear.
yes, sir.
It's like all these, they were all based there.
Sure.
But they just kept on changing the names. That's why Trump's like, I wish you guys would just keep your same name, because then we would know who we're dealing with. But if they keep on changing names, changing definitions, and we're going to get more into that, because when you see this part, you're going to be like, holy shit. It's like, this is great. But I do have a video real quick. Hold on a second. All right, now this video is very important. Now, this guy, this Matt Kim, how he only has 76,000 subscribers is beyond me. I mean, these guys, a couple Korean guys, but I'm gonna start this at like the 8-minute mark and to be the 37-minute mark. But the more and more I'm watching his podcast, the more and more these are brothers from another mother. But when you hear the shit in here, everything that we have been talking about has just been verified in this video. This one and another one we have. Because the other one, it's even beyond this one. So, but I'll go ahead and, let's see. Okay. Put the closed caption on too.
One of the topics I wanted to talk about today, and it was actually in a comment that got me thinking about it. And I've been thinking about it for the last maybe a couple months. But someone said, you need to talk about this in the comments. And I was like, we actually do.
Oh, okay.
The idea of usury.
Usury, yes. I know things about usury.
Yes.
That I'll end up sharing here, but it's going to be really disappointing for all of you. Let's just say Gentiles out there.
Well, the concept of usury, if people aren't familiar with the term, is the idea of loaning with interest.
Yes.
And the reality is that biblically, it says don't loan with interest.
Yeah.
It's something that early Christians did not do.
Yeah.
Actually, it was banned and outlawed to loan money with interest.
Yes.
And the Jews, in their
The Talmud.
they say that you cannot lend money to other Jews with interest.
Yep.
You can only lend it to Gentiles.
Yes, or the Goyim.
Or the Goyim. And this was a problem in society for thousands of years. It was outlawed. You couldn't do it even in early Roman days. You couldn't do it. Even in Christ's time, you couldn't do it. Actually, when Jesus goes into the temple and he overthrows the tables, it was people trying to loan money for offering with interest.
Yeah, and that was people might miss that, but that was the real point. Is Jesus went into the temple and said, "You've made my temple a den of thieves and vipers, and you're charging interest." That was the issue. Is that they're making money on money off of other people.
It was not necessarily the commerce. It was more of the interest.
Yes,
Because it was very predatory.
very predatory.
And at some point in the last 500, 400 years, the Christian church, led by, I believe I looked this up, John Calvin, started normalizing the idea of interest on loans, saying that it was necessary for economy, it was necessary for capitalism and growth. And somehow, even the church itself is in this position where they will loan money to build their churches.
Yes.
So now we've been normalized to the idea, because if we see the church and the church leaders deal in interest, we as the congregation are now normalized and okay with interest.
Yes.
But the reality of the world is that is the interest given to you by the banks that is controlling the way that you think, the way that you live your life, and that if we removed usury from the system, although it may be a little bit more difficult for the sake of commerce, it would actually save us a lot of problems.
I think there's a lot to unpack here.
Yes, I just wanted to.
No, this is a great topic. So I think the first thing that I would like for us to baseline and establish a shared understanding is we've defined what usury is. It's the charging of interest on loans, on money. The second question I think that is fundamental to our conversation is it bad? What do you think? Is usury, objectively, as it stands, is it a bad thing?
Well, in the United States, what they did was it used to be highly regulated, meaning that you could only charge so much interest. But the thing about interest and banks and greed is that over time, we get into these credit card type of interest, 25% APR, which is crazy, by the way. You can loan money on a car based on a car you don't own. You can loan money. Dude, you can loan money to buy rims for your car now.
So what you're essentially saying is because of this opportunity, this model of usury, we as humans have figured out how to create abstractions of this in so many ways that usury and loaning and earning interest on money to do things is everywhere, is what you're saying.
All the poorest neighborhoods in the country have title loans. The car title loan places.
Yep. Cash for loans.
They're everywhere.
Yep.
And what it does is keeps the bottom of society pushed down, it locks them into a situation where they can never get out of their debt. You are basically these indentured serfs that can never escape. And I don't know how.
So that's the question. Is it a bad thing?
I think it's a bad thing. I'm not a debt guy. I don't do debt. There are these financial advisors on the internet, and they'll say, "Yo, everything I have is debt." Robert Kiyosaki's of the world.
He's a big debt guy. Yes.
Everything is debt. That's just how the economy works. And why would you ever own anything? I just want to be in debt only. I don't want to own anything because when you have debt, you don't pay tax.
Right.
I don't like that idea.
Well, there's the guys on the other side of that. What's his name?
Dave Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey. He's like no debt, right? He's all about the debt snowball, reducing your debt over
Correct.
time. Right. And so there's both sides of this coin. I think you and I both know, and I could come up with names that you and I would both know in the car world of individuals who I don't know how they sleep at night. They have probably close to $50,000 of loan to pay off every month to manage their house, their cars. It's like $50,000 a month is coming out of your butt. Now, they make good YouTube videos and they make good money so they can afford it, but it's just like, how are you doing this? But I also know individuals who are just like maybe like yourself, cash up front. I know one guy, I never forget what he told me years ago. He said this: if I can't buy it twice in cash, then I don't deserve to own it. It's like, okay, so you're saying you want to buy a Lamborghini, you have to have $600,000 in cash so you can spend $300,000 on it. And he's like, yes, this is the way. So I'm never a slave to the system is the whole idea.
I will do zero interest loans.
Well, that makes sense. It's free money.
So if, when I bought my car, they said, if you do a 3-year loan on it, at the time I bought it, they said, if you do a 3-year loan on it, then you don't have to pay interest. It's 0% interest. Cool.
Yeah.
Give it to me for 3 years.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that. I don't want to pay it up front. I can do something else with that money. At the same time, I don't want to pay interest. So 3 years of term, great. I'll do it for 3 years. If it is, you can do 5 years and you lower your payment, but you have to pay 8%. Like, dude.
So I'm going to qualify, and some of you internet Netsians might get mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to say that usury is okay, objectively. And just like you brought up earlier, there needs to be constraints on it. That's it, right? When usury and the interest rates are above 5%, even 6%, my stomach starts to churn. It's like now you're just making money off me, right? You see these credit cards that are 12.5%. You see these car loans at over 20%, payday loans close to 30%. Can you imagine paying 30% on a payday loan on a $1,700 like ticket? It's like, dude, you
gotta pay your 30% tax.
You're for that. I need that $1,700 now, bro. But you're gonna be paying $4,000 for that. Like over the time period. It's crazy. So I think usury for me, you just used to say it's not a good thing. I think usury is okay objectively within constraints, meaning that this cannot be a mechanism where I can get filthy rich off you, number one. And number two, you can't get so far in a hole that you can't dig yourself out.
But the problem with a lot of the institutional lending is that the banks loan you money and they actually don't have the cash to loan it to you.
Well, that's the fractional reserve banking that we live under, yeah.
They loan you money they don't have.
Yeah.
They are taking your money to loan me money.
Yeah.
But they still owe you that money because it's your money.
Yes.
So they are generating money out of thin air.
Yes.
And they are loaning it to you, collecting interest on it. They don't have it. That system itself seems extremely broken and corrupt.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
If you have $10, how do you loan out 11?
It's usually a factor of 100x.
Yeah.
Meaning, you give them $100, they actually only need to have $1 in capital to be able to be able to fulfill that loan agreement, right? So they'll take that. You say, I need $100. They'll give you $100 of fake. It's not even real. It's just money that they transfer. They sell that loan to another bank. They sell that loan within a bundle to another institution. So now you're 3 abstractions away from the original loan, but none of it's real. They're just saying, hey, will you take on this loan? Yeah. Will you take on this loan bundle? Yeah. Will you take on this loan bundle in a portfolio? Yeah. And so suddenly your $100 loan that they gave to you, they're actually multiplying into the hundreds of thousands of dollars of value for them. And I mean, that's the problem with bank runs. If everybody came to a bank in one day and said, hey, I want my money back, the bank would be screwed. But since we don't have bank runs, they're able to, within the law, they're able to abstract from your $100 loan $100,000 of value. It's crazy, Matt.
And when the
crazy.
banks make a mistake, like they did in 2008,
Yep.
and they write a bunch of bad mortgages,
Oh, yeah.
and they lose $1 trillion,
Mortgage default swaps.
then the United States government says, oh, do you know what? We'll just bail you out. We'll just give you the money so that you don't go under. I'm like, wait a second, what?
And we don't want you to not get your Christmas bonus.
You get your bonus. God forbid, the CEO of a bank who makes $20 million a year,
$200 million at a zero.
$200 million a year,
Come on, bro.
who lost the bank's money, God forbid they don't get a $20 million Christmas bonus.
Little Jimmy doesn't need charcoal in his stocking, Matthew. He needs a new car. He needs a new BMW.
And then when you see this, and this is for sure happening, this is not, we're not in the conspiratorial area yet.
There are documentaries that even CNN and CNBC have done on this malfeasance.
This is factually what happens in society. This is how our banking system runs. This is how our capitalist economy basically is the cornerstone of our capitalist economy that we live in. And people are like, okay, people are mad at the institutions. People are mad at the banks. People are mad at the healthcare. And you wonder why you get these extremists that are formed. Because these things are so corrupt. And it's not a recent thing. It's been brewing over time. For 100 years, the banks have been taking ownership of people. The banks have been taking ownership of countries. The banks have been taking ownership of politicians. You now owe them favors because they loaned you money. And again, favors are more valuable than the money it is because actually no one's counting the actual dollars because money apparently isn't real anymore.
Never was.
You just print it and it's just a marker says that we had a transaction, but the actual value of that money is meaningless now.
Yeah.
Actually, it's meaningful to us because we don't have a lot of it.
It reminds me of that meme. You know that meme that is always used where the astronaut's looking at the Earth and there's another astronaut with a gun to his head, and the first astronaut's like this esoteric question of like, wait, money was never real, and the other astronaut pointing the gun and saying, never was, never has been, right? And now you're done. So here's the equation that I feel like you're driving to. At least this is what comes up in my brain, is that there's this issue of usury. Usury has been extrapolated to a multiplicity of business avenues, business revenue streams, abstractions of abstractions. If we think of simply the stock market, you're never actually investing in the underlying asset. You're investing in a pink slip to the abstraction of the underlying asset. That's why there's ETFs, derivatives of the underlying asset, right? Usury has created an abstraction problem because now you can loan money out, you can make absorbent amounts of money on it, and you don't actually have to have the underlying principle. So you used the word banks multiple times. Sounds like you're a talking head from the Daily Wire who will never actually say the underlying issue. And so usury, this goes back to our podcast 2 or 3 podcasts ago, where policies and culture are being created and written from religious worldviews. So there's this religious idea called usury. When I say it's religious, it's not a religious idea. Usury was an issue for the religious back in the day. These people who were ultra religious were of what religious background would you say?
Small hats?
Were they small hats? So they were They were Semites. They were Semites. So the Semites and their religion said that you cannot you cannot do usury against your own people, other Semites. But you're allowed to do usury to the Gentiles and to the Goyim and to the pigs and to the animals of the world. And so who runs most of the financial institutions, Matthew?
Well, we talked about that one time, and I got, if you don't remember, I got letters from Jewish attorneys saying that I was accusing me of defamation and of being anti-Semitic because I made a statement saying
A factual statement?
saying that Jews are in charge of banking.
You mean Semites?
And I said, you said Jews are in control of banking and law firms, and they came after me. A Jewish law firm came after me for saying that Jews manipulate the legal system. I was like, wait a second. Do you not see the obvious in what just happened here?
Yeah, blame Peter.
The irony?
You should blame Peter. Is what you should have said.
Peter
it.
said
Peter's
it,
the one
not
who said
me.
it. That's why we're making a separate podcast, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to separate myself from him a little bit. Plausible deniability. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pawn it off on me.
Yeah, Peter said it. He's the anti-Semite.
Someone clip that now. Make sure that when I run for politics, that this is resurrected from the past. And so and again, we're making light of this, but the reality is that there is this issue that religions of the past have had major issues with. But there is, within the religious acceptance of this idea of usury, that it is okay for usury to be done in extreme ways to pretty much the entirety of the world, except for your own people. So now I'm going to bring up something that's going to offend a lot of people.
Amazing.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
I have a friend. His name is Mari. I don't think he watches this, but Mari is Jewish. He's a successful Jewish banker. He lives in New York. And I've known Mari for over a decade. We've done business together. He's helped me with some of my banking considerations and some of my SEC FINRA stuff when I was submitting my venture fund for submission to the SEC and all that stuff. So good guy, respectable guy. What I love about him in all of his Jewishness is his absolute candor about the benefits that he receives of being a Semite.
At least he owns it.
And he owns it. He revealed to me, and I did the diligence on it, and this was one of the most shocking things that I ever realized in the world of business. And I have had moments in which I have actually considered bringing on a Semite into my team so I can take advantage of this financial opportunity. The financial opportunity is this. If you are a Semite, you can get zero interest loans at banks anywhere in America. You just have to tell them. They will go to the back. They will show you, they will bring out a folder, a PDF of how you, as a Semite, can get a loan for your house, a car, extraneous things that you need, a boat, a business, for zero interest.
Really?
Look it up. I was, when Mari told me this, I was deeply offended. Deeply offended. I have to pay interest on all of my loans. The amount of, I'm a venture capitalist. I deal in millions of dollars of other people's money. Those interest payments are suffocating. If I was a Semite, I would pay zero interest on all of it. So you tell me, you tell me, are there religious doctrines that are being exacted for the benefit of one people group over everybody else?
I got a question. If you were to go take a picture kissing the wall, can you get in the club?
No.
No.
You have to be a Semite.
Is that the only way?
Do you know how you become a Semite?
What if you get your citizenship? Because I remember watching this clip of Glenn Beck
You can only be a Semite.
begging Netanyahu to give him the citizenship. Have you ever seen that clip?
Is Glenn Beck's mother a Semite? Then he's not a Semite. You can look it up. You can only be a Semite if your mother was a Semite.
Correct.
If the father is not a Semite, you're not a Semite.
You have to pay interest.
You have to pay interest. So this, You can look it up. I forgot the Semite word for it because there's a specific word for it that if you say this word and you're going into a bank,
Is it like a code word?
it is. It's a Semite word.
Do you and do one of these when you say the word?
Maybe it's just a little bit of this.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I'm not lying. You guys can look it up right now.
I want to see the real term sheet.
Exactly. It's zero. But come on, man. You're an entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur. You're a successful business builder. You can do the math, the paper napkin math of how much money you paid on loans to make your business successful. And there is a reality in which if you were a certain type of people group, you would have paid nothing on those loans. And I would take a gander and say,
If Will was here, we would fact check this, but he's not, so we just accept it as truth.
I'm just going to leave you with this. I guarantee if we did back testing on your data and your financials, you probably paid millions of dollars easily. Ugh. Millions of dollars that you didn't have to pay if you were of
It's
the
so
right.
sickening if you think about it.
Yep. I'm going to look it up right now. You keep talking. I'm going to look it up.
I don't even know where to go with this. You know what I mean? I'm like pretty upset if you think about it. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the reveal.
Here we go. Hebrew free loans provide members of the Jewish community with zero interest loans and personalized, confidential, and respectful application process. The Talmud dwells on Ezekiel's condemnation of charging interest, and the Torah and Talmud encourage lending money without interest to Jewish people. Does not apply to Gentiles.
Let me see this.
Telling you, man. There's a word. I was trying to find the secret word, the word that says that you need to go in. But Mari, thank you, my man from decades ago, who let me into this. I was deeply offended, and he just laughed in my face and said, "Hey, you should have just been part of the chosen people."
It's legit.
It's legit.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Look at this. Non-Jews and loans. They make it clear you can go to any bank. You can find the hidden links to find this documentation because they have to have it. Yep. If you're a Semite and you go to a bank and you're like, hey, I need to build a house. I need $700,000. They'll look at you and you'll do a little bit of paperwork. And then they'll give you $700,000, zero interest to build that house.
Do we need one? I mean, now I understand why you're saying, maybe I'll get a Jewish partner.
Yeah, because we can build businesses for zero interest in perpetuity. So to everyone out there who didn't watch that podcast, I'm going to hearken you back to go watch that podcast where we talked about the fact that global policies, global laws, international laws, banking laws, financial laws are made by humans. These humans are guided by worldviews, religion, and faith. The institutions who run the money lending programs in the world today are, by majority, a certain group of people with a certain faith ideology. And because they run the lending and loan systems and processes and institutions, they are able to give preferential treatment based off of a religious worldview. That should bother you. Aren't we supposed to be in a world where we're supposed to be free of religious and political decision making in business?
Okay. Then,
am I supposed to be discriminatory against you because you're of a different faith or religion? No, that's illegal.
okay, from the Goyim perspective,
That you are, brother.
It seems messed up.
You are a dirty goyim.
if from the Jewish perspective, you're like, yeah, we take care of our own. Why don't other cultures and other groups of people do that also?
That's it. Heter iska. That's it. Heter, H-E-T-E-R, heter iska.
I think you gotta have a little accent with that. You can't just say it like that because they're gonna see right through it.
Here we go. A person who gets a heter iska mortgage is a lot better off financially than a person paying scads of interest to conventional mortgages. Get a free mortgage loan application today for your heter iska loan. This is from a bank. They're telling you, if you want to do heter iska, then you can get interest-free loans. Right there.
Okay, then back to that question.
Heter iska.
If the Jews can do it to take care of their own, why don't other communities or other ethnicities or other countries or other groups of people, why don't they do it amongst themselves? For example, in Korean society, it is built on extremely high interest loans for the population. The whole country is swimming in high interest debt. In America, I just saw Gen Z is 45% of Gen Z is in uncontrollable credit card debt. That's at 22, 23% a year. We are drowning in debt. Why don't we create scenarios and situations where we also give each other low interest or no interest loans?
So,
because it clearly works for them.
yes.
And again, from this side, I'm like, dude, that's messed up. How come they get it? But whatever. How come we don't do that?
It's not. I'm going to give you my short answer, and I feel like it's 99% on the money. No pun intended.
Where's Will?
Yeah, bump. Come on, Will. It's because it's not baked into our culture. You know, it's just Mari. I was talking about Mari. Mari would tell you, if he were sitting right here, he's got long, curly Jewish hair, funny guy. If he was sitting here today, he would answer the question plainly to your face. He would say, it's because your mom and dad, your culture, didn't teach you that we are the chosen, you are not. Because we are chosen, we have to create provisions for the succession of our people and our nation. And according to our laws and to the doctrines and the worldviews and the books, the Talmud and the Torah that we read, you, Peter, and he would literally point at me with no facetiousness. He would say, you are dog shit.
I almost spit up my coffee.
Like he would say it, like Mari would say it. He'd say, you are dog. He'd say it with a laugh and, and we're cool because we're making money together. Like, let's be honest.
But again,
we wouldn't work with me.
I understand why it works for them.
It's not baked into the culture. Korean culture, you and I in Korean culture, if we were born in Seoul or born in Busan or in Korea somewhere, our parents don't grow us up with a worldview that you are better than everyone else. And so therefore you need to protect your people. We have a cultural caring, a high society of trust culture where we're loving, we care for each other and all that stuff. And you can find great Korean communities all over America, for example. But the thing that we don't have as a Korean culture is that one level deeper, where it's like, you are special, you are more important than anybody else. We're going to raise you with this ideology. And frankly, when you go to, Sunday temple or Saturday temple and you hang out with the leader there, he's going to tell you things that are going to back up what we tell you at home, which is everyone else is dog shit. You are God's chosen, and you need to understand that in all of your decision making, that whenever you engage with a Gentile, whenever you engage with a Goyim, whenever you engage with someone who is not of us, you should make decisions that you benefit from that they don't. Mari would tell you that to your face. I promise you.
We need to get Mari on the pod.
He's a Jewish banker from New York, bro.
We need to get Mari on the pod.
He's rolling in money, and he loves the work that he does, but he is unashamedly Jewish. And I love that about. And you know why I love that about him? Because I know that he wants to make money with me. I'm just being intellectual. Like, I know that man.
Your goals align.
Yes, he's there to make himself money by making me money. And like, bro, you need to think about nothing else. I'm cool with that. And so I appreciate him for the functional role he provides within my network. And I've appreciated our moments at the bar up in New York where he would just lay on me and just be like, I'm better than you, brother. That's why I'm richer. Like, it's like, why, man? Like you were born with this? It's like, dude, my mama told me. Seriously, this is part of their culture. And I would challenge anybody out there who is a Semite, anybody out there who knows about this, the Jewish religion and the Jewish culture, like spot check me.
Okay.
I'm just one guy hearing from one crazy Jewish banker, you know, that I've known for over a decade.
I got a question.
You know, what do I know?
You can loan money and help people's business by loaning them money for interest and getting the interest back, which is what creates this kind of weird system that we're in. On the other side, you can help somebody by investing in their business and taking a percentage of their business.
Yes,
That's the other way.
that's what I do. Yeah.
Hey guys, if you don't mind, you want me to just run it the rest of the way? It's only what, 19 more minutes, but there's a lot more. Like they talk about user rewrite interest and all that, but there's a lot of good stuff in here. So just a couple of minutes, and you know, instead of stopping it, just let it play through.
That's the other way. That's what you do. Are they different?
Yes, because one requires effort. Like for me to invest and to get equity in a company, I have to earn that. I have to help them grow. I have to help them succeed. A money lender, this is why in all the history of money lending, people have hated them because they are a means to an end. But that being the means to an end, being the money lender, they make so much money and they don't actually help the actual end. And so that's why money lenders through time in memoriam have always been looked and frowned upon, because it's like, dude, you're just a leech. Like, I want to build this business, and you're like, you become rich before I become rich by lending me money so that I could do the hard work, you know?
Because I remember, I think it was just a year ago, where that Silicon Valley Bank was going under, and the government bailed them out.
Yeah.
And it was big news, and everyone in the news was talking about it.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to them?
Well, you don't need to go far to find that the owners and operators of all of these,
They all got their money.
they're all Semites, right? And they have to help their own. It's part of their dogma. It's part of their religious worldview, man. Like people are so ignorant of this fact. It's like, no, policies aren't being made based on, you know, polls. Policies are being made based on religious fundamentals, sometimes fundamental religious worldviews, and you don't benefit from this worldview. Actually, you actually, you know, you're hurt from these types of things. So we need to consider that people don't make decisions based on anything but truly worldviews and religious and faith considerations, man. And for those who own and run big institutions that affect our lives, we should be cognizant of this. It needs to change, frankly.
And the people wanting to see change, the people that are becoming radicalized by the system that is very oppressive to normal life, and maybe people that have maybe seen behind the veil of how it works, they seem to become most radicalized.
Yeah.
For example, the United Healthcare shooter, Luigi.
Yeah, Luigi.
This guy grew up in a good environment, grew up in a good family, and he saw behind the system, saw behind the veil, and became radicalized.
Yeah.
And I just heard that United Healthcare CEO, that they had implemented AI machine learning in order to run their claims.
Yeah, it was like 50% wrong.
90% wrong.
Oh, yeah, 90% wrong. I'd be pissed off.
90% of the claims were incorrectly categorized because they relied on AI to do all the categorization for them.
Seems like
and do all their approvals.
Seems like they weren't pulling from the right language model.
And it's like, wait a second. 90% is huge failure. No wonder people are pissed.
Yeah. Especially if you know your claim is completely legit.
And I'm looking around, seeing all this AI being implemented to make decisions on our lives. And I'm like, dude, the test was a healthcare company, that's some of the largest healthcare companies in the world, and they feel that 90%, and we're not gonna be like, hey, wait a second, let's pause real quick. Something went wrong. People got so mad that they shot at us. Maybe we should reconsider this, or maybe figure out what went wrong. Instead, they're like, oh no, like we got 10% right. Let's just keep on going.
That's an interesting logic path you've created. It's like, we're using AI. AI is hurting people. Our CEO got killed. Probably AI is maybe not the right thing. There's, say correlation doesn't have causation, whatever.
Whatever.
There might be some correlation.
I'll take any dots and connect them I want.
That's what we're doing here. I mean, but yeah, man, I think, and we talked about this in the previous, I think that's exactly what happened. I think his grandma or his mom or whoever it was got rejected, and it was a traumatic event. And like I said in that podcast, desperate, you don't want to ever tempt a desperate man because a desperate man will do anything. Right? And so this Luigi guy got to a desperation point where he felt like there was no other thing for him to do.
But I don't even want to say it was desperate, because the amount of thought and preparation that has gone into this entire escapade is pretty crazy.
But couldn't you, in desperation, be deeply activated to create a scenario in your mind where you're like, you have to plan it all out? Don't you think that's when your desperation has moved into madness and now you're consumed by this thing?
Because right now I've been following it and I can't stop following this story.
See?
Which
descent into madness.
Which is this 286 theory.
Oh, yeah.
So the 286 theory is that this number 286 has something to do with Luigi Mangione and kind of the whole assassination of the CEO.
Yeah.
Apparently, his Twitter profile had 3 pictures, and one of them was a Pokemon, and the Pokemon number is 286. He had 286 posts in his Twitter feed at the time that it happened. The McDonald's he was arrested at was 286 miles from the point of the assassination.
You gotta love the internet.
Internet's fantastic sometimes. The code 286 is what involves the denial of claim within the healthcare code system.
Of course.
And I think Proverbs 286.
There has to be a biblical reference, of course.
I gotta
There
find
has to be a biblical reference, of course. You see, that's why the internet is so great. The internet is great for 3 reasons, if you didn't know this. The internet's great for cats, for prawn, and for conspiracies. Right?
Proverbs 28:6. Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than a rich man who is crooked in his ways.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
So this guy left all these clues about what's going on, and then the bag that they found had fake Monopoly money in it. So now they're saying it's a Monopoly play. And if you go from New York to Pennsylvania on Monopoly, then you have to go through jail. The whole thing, I'm like, dude, this guy at the end of the story, because people are thinking this is just the first set of clues, and then that we're going to see more clues coming more, because that's going to tell a larger story. Because what we're finding out is his United Healthcare CEO was a corrupt guy. They found tunnels in his house. And they're going to find out that there's more to this story.
There always is.
And this guy's going to be like Kaiser Sose, you know? Like he's going to walk off with a limp, you know? And we're going to find out. Or he's going to be like Kevin Spacey in Seven.
Ah, yes.
Where he goes after all these bad people. Was he a good guy? Of course not. He was not a good guy because he killed people.
Yeah.
But there's a larger story at play.
Well, Kevin Spacey in Seven, he didn't actually commit any of the crimes. He just created the scenario in which the crimes needed to happen.
No, I think he chopped the...
Now think about how the Jews do it, right? Oh, we didn't kill him. We just left him out in the cold, and he just froze to death. That's on him. Same thing.
Person's head off.
Well, because he chopped the... Wait. Spoiler alert. For those who didn't watch the movie, Seven. One of the best movies
one of
ever.
My favorite movies of all time.
What's in the box? What's in the box? Okay.
That movie will get you thinking at a level that they don't make movies like that anymore, by the way.
He had to cut the head off because it was wrath and vengeance. So he had to do it. But all of the other 5 sins, he did not directly participate in. He created this scenario in which it had to be done for the person's salvation.
No, I think the guy that was overeating, they tied him up, said you just keep on feeding him.
Yeah, but
I think he did it.
The thing is, he didn't force him to eat. He didn't have to eat. He had the only way for him to escape.
But he
is
tied him
have
up.
to eat his
He
way
tied
out.
him up, put a shit
But,
bucket underneath him.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But so
Watch
he was
Seven.
It was a great movie.
It's an older movie. There may be people.
What's in the box?
We have people that are between 25 and 35, a lot that watch and listen to our podcast, and you guys may not have watched this movie. It's a must watch.
Okay, so have you watched?
My favorite movie: Seven, Matrix, Fight Club.
I get it. Fight Club, Matrix.
It's all really anti-establishment stuff, by the way.
Can I tell you my top 3?
Yes.
Matrix.
Yes.
Obviously. The Game. Have you watched The Game?
I don't remember that
Michael
one.
Douglas.
Okay.
Oh, you need. To
Oh,
watch
now
The
you're
Game.
really aging yourself. See, this is why Peter's older.
So, and Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park.
Dude, I watched that thing 15 times in the theater, dude. It was the most amazing display of animatronics and like it was the best, biggest graphic explosion in your pants of all in the 90s, man.
There is a safari that we go to on the weekends up north, and I told you about it.
Now, I just want to stop it here because when you mentioned The Game, you guys, these guys and some of their podcasts, they mentioned, oh, they're not MAGA or anything like that, right? Okay, but you know what? They mention a lot of fucking Q stuff. If you listen, they'll mention a lot of stuff. But why he mentioned The Game, right, as being a great movie, you have to go rewatch it. That's the one about Michael Douglas when he's a banker and he gets invited to a hunting party. And it goes downhill from there. So they were putting it in the movies. And they were doing it in real life. But they had to put it in a movie for their karmic reasons. When they say these people are sick, these people are deranged.
And there's a section of road where there is a gate, and you go through it, and there's a gate with a bridge. And every time I go through that gate, because both gates can technically close on each side, I think, man, if this was like Jurassic Park, because there's like animals, and there's buffalo, and there's giraffes, and there's ostriches, and all these kind of African type of animals roaming around. I'm like, man, if we got stuck on this bridge between these two gates and they closed on us, it feels like Jurassic Park. I think it all the time. I'm like, dude, this is gonna end badly.
You should introduce dinosaurs to your daughter. We actually, we should talk about sometime
If they're real or not,
if they're actually real.
or are they all dragons?
Bro, man, don't pull it out of me, man. I went hard on this topic for a
Dragons aren't real, but no,
Dragons are
dinosaurs
totally
aren't-
real.
Dinosaurs aren't real, but dragons are real.
Totally.
Which is why it explains why every single culture in the history of the world depicts dragons. And if the Chinese zodiac, which has 12 animals for each month, 11 of them are real animals, out of nowhere, they're going to add a fake animal. It doesn't make any sense.
Not only that, but and you can look this up. There are explorers of renown who explored the world. And in a lot of their explorations, especially when they went to China, they got to see these amazing beasts with wings and long necks. And so, are dragons real? 100%. Are dinosaurs? Let's just say this. Dinosaur bones all emerged around the same time period.
Yes.
Fascinating how we never discovered these things until this one moment in time.
Thousands of years, no one ever finds a dinosaur bone, and all of a sudden you find two, and you find two bones, and you build a huge dinosaur.
Exactly.
It's like, wait a second, where'd you get the other 99.9% of those bones?
And there are places in the world that you can find today where there are essentially huge bone graveyards of these huge beasts. There's a couple I think there's a couple in China, if I remember my deep dark web rumblings of past. But yes, we could talk about that forever, man.
I think dinosaurs and dragons are another episode. I don't know. I feel like, and people are like, no, keep on going back to that. I think we'll put the dinosaurs and the dragons and the giants and Nephilim maybe in the same episode. Because people are waiting for us to go back to that
I will come
topic.
prepared. I have
Yes.
receipts. I have receipts.
People
guys.
are waiting for us to go back to that,
Yeah.
which we said we will.
Yeah,
So we will.
Into 2025.
Maybe 2025. We will go to the Nephilim, the giants, the dragons, and the dinosaurs.
Yes. So what are we going to do about usury?
Oh, and the reptilians.
We got to talk about the reptilians. So usury. That was where we started. I feel like the world revolves around usury. I feel like the world grows because of usury, but I also feel like there's a lot of damage that is created by this. And so I just wanted to circle back to this idea because I feel like we didn't close on like whether you believe it's bad, I believe it can be used for good within constraints. What needs to change?
Well, I think for sure that we have to remove the practice of loaning money you don't have.
Fair. That sounds like Captain Obvious. Don't loan money you don't have?
I think if we remove that out of the equation, I think that solves a lot of problems.
Amazing.
And then people will be less incentivized to loan money, even with high interest rates or whatever it is, because you loan at a high interest rate because the risk is high. You're going to stop doing high risk loans. And the system will kind of self-correct at least a little bit.
Yes.
That will be my first thing to change. If you change that, I think then you can figure out, okay, where can we make adjustments after that? But you can't loan money you don't have. It seems so obvious.
So obvious.
It's such an easy thing to do. Hey, banks, you don't have the 100 million that you're going to loan out. You only have 90. Great, you can loan 90. But like, wait a second, I don't want to loan 90. We only have 90. Great, now you can only loan 10.
It makes sense. Like this is the problem is creating wealth out of nothing, which is why anybody in their right mind would be salty about this. Wait. You're telling me that this guy gave me $100 and then he's able to make $100,000 off that doing nothing but financial engineering? That's not fair. I'm getting $100 from this guy so I can go spend my hard labor and effort of my hands to build something so that I can make money. This guy who loaned me the $100 is making 1,000x on it? Like, that is a deep, unfair equation. It's deeply unfair, right? And I think the world doesn't treat it as unfair, and I think they should. I think people should relook into this and say, hey, this is not right.
Here in the United States, you can now buy a house with like 3.5% down.
Yeah.
And because of that, people spend more for a house than the houses are actually worth.
Oh, for sure. Oh, everybody's paying more than it's worth.
The rise and increase in homes, because the home price has increased exponentially higher than the rise in people's average salaries.
Yeah.
So we are buying way more house than we can afford. And the only way that's possible is because of the usury system put in place. If they removed that system of the interests on loans for the mortgages, then the price of homes would actually go down because less people would be able to buy at exorbitant prices. So if you want to buy a new house, the best way is everyone stops taking a loan from them because the housing price would go down. And I get it. If you own a house, you're like, I don't want my housing price to go down. You have a house. Don't you want... Actually, if you own a house, you want your house to be as cheap as possible. If you're not planning on selling it. You pay less tax. You pay less land tax. You pay less homeowner tax.
I think the question is
your
when
interest goes down because the cost to replace that house goes down.
You're not wrong. All facets, you are correct. The problem is the price that you got in. That's the issue.
But if you're going to stay in your house, it actually doesn't matter what you got in or what you're getting out. Because if you're not going to get out, this idea that people have to buy and sell and trade their house over and over and over again is weird too. Actually, if you think about it. Before, we were a place in society where people bought a house, that was their forever house, and they just stayed there for a generation. And generationally, like, okay, we have enough money, let's just all move into a larger house. That made sense.
Yeah, and if you think about it, none of the boomers that bought their houses at 30 grand assumed that their 30 grand house was going to go up to 700 grand.
Yeah, they weren't going, man, let's buy this house at $30,000.
Yeah,
because
25 years later.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of money. No, they bought their house because they wanted to buy a house.
And they also, if we go down to the deeper base human need, they bought the house because it was affordable.
Yeah.
Like period, full stop. Right? They bought it because it was affordable. So what you're saying is make housing affordable again.
Yeah, we should have a system in place where people and young people can afford to buy a house, that they can live in that house until maybe they outgrow it, maybe 5, 10, 20, 30 years later. The point isn't to make money on your house, but that this is where you live. This is what you own.
Sounds like a new slogan. Mahag, make housing great again. Or Magog.
Make housing affordable again.
Make housing affordable. Mahag. Yeah, seriously, make housing affordable again, man.
I only care about the price of my house when I'm trying to sell my house. And any other time in the home ownership of the house, you actually don't care about the house. You want it to be as cheap as possible.
And if you think about it, everything in the world has depreciating value, asset loss, except homes.
Yes.
But you think about it, you're using your home. Your home is actually getting used, which means it's actually getting worse unless you're upgrading it. But most homes are moving slowly downhill. So why would you assume that the value would go up?
Your home value isn't going up.
Your car value isn't going up.
Your money is just worth less.
Yes, it's true.
Your $700,000 house that was $30,000 25 years ago, it didn't go up in value. It's the same shit house you bought at $30,000.
Yeah, with that outside car garage you got there, car park you got there, it ain't changing. Didn't go up in value. You actually lost value because the dollar's worth less,
Correct.
brother. Mind explosion.
Yeah, that was a really good video. Man, that was good.
You ought to see the rest of them with them. I was binge watching last night like 18 motherfuckers. I mean, it was just. But remember when he mentioned? I mean, I don't know why this is happening. I really don't. Remember he mentioned about the whole Silicon Valley Bank, right? 1 second. We start connecting these dots, man. Whoo, good Lord. So this one came out yesterday.
Back, we revealed the $200 billion scandal inside the Federal Communication Commission, or the FCC. We said how the incoming Department of Government Efficiency, or the DOGE, must rein in FCC's spending or dissolve it altogether. Today, we are revealing another scam, much bigger and carried out right under Biden's nose. Okay, here we go. The Biden White House spent nearly $1 trillion under a category called improper or unaccounted federal payments. This is insane, unbelievable. A staggering amount of $926 billion was spent over the last 4 years. The amount is almost equal to the $962 billion that Obama spent in his 8 years. Shockingly, these numbers only cover about 68 federal programs, though the government runs over 2,000 such programs in total. To put things into perspective, $926 billion is over 7,000 for every household in the US. That is like 7 months of groceries for a family of 4 or 3 average mortgage payments. Let's understand what these improper payments are. Improper payments occur when money goes to the wrong person or for the wrong amount. These transactions do not just cost money, they point to deeper problems with government spending. In this regard, the Trump administration 1.0 was not efficient either. Trump 1.0 spent $673 billion in improper payments. Over the last 4 years, this wasteful expenditure grew by 38%, 38.
Now, you have to look at Trump's. His was 6, 7, 8, which equals a 21. Q had to be funded somehow, right? All the all the other shit that all the funding, because where else was it going to come to? But also, I'm just going to rewind a little bit back when we start with Trump.
Deeper problems with government spending. In this regard, the Trump administration 1.0 was not efficient either. Trump 1.0 spent $673 billion
673, 16,
in
7?
improper payments. Over the last 4 years, this wasteful expenditure grew by 38%, 38.
There's your 1111. if 8 equals 7, and over 4 years, that's an 11. 7, 4 is 11. 11. 11, 11.
Despite the high cost, there has been little focus on fixing this issue. In fact, agencies with growing improper payment rates often get larger budgets. For instance, over a quarter of the programs that report improper payments had error rates of 10% or more this year. A large chunk of these improper payments comes from health insurance programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Insurance Program. This year alone, these programs paid out $87 billion incorrectly. That is enough to cover health insurance for 9.7 million people or 3.4 million families in the US.
Now, think about why there's such an uptick in the money going to the medical industry. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the jab. Not at all. So they caused a problem, they think they caused a solution, but they're all caught. Everything's documented. Like all that misappropriation also, what if that was a trap for them? Then they want to see how they were going to use it this time. Now they bring in Doge. Now they're like, you guys know what to do, because they've been watching them the whole entire time. They just don't realize it.
So why does this keep happening? Why nobody is fixing this issue? One major reason is that agencies often fail to verify whether someone is eligible for the money they receive. For example, it can be hard to confirm if a person claiming child benefits like taxation claims or food stamps actually lived with the child for the required time. Agencies could use better methods like cross-checking addresses for tax and school lunch benefits, or delaying child tax claims until after April 15 to verify details. However, many agencies do not use the data they have, ignore recommendations from inspectors, or even fail to follow fraud prevention laws. Take the Small Business Administration or the SBA's Restaurant Revitalization Fund as an example. The SBA gave out 30.3% of its payments, or $8.7 billion, improperly. This happened because the agency ignored protocols, including awarding $552 million to 901 applicants flagged for issues and giving $9.7 billion to 63,000 applicants who had not passed IRS checks. SBA is fraud. Shut down this agency as soon as possible. This is completely rotten. While Congress has tried to address this problem, their efforts have been ineffective. Now, the Doge led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will have to tackle this massive problem. Ramaswamy has publicly criticized agencies like the SBA for ignoring fraud prevention measures. He believes Doge could save up to $1 trillion over the next 10 years by addressing these issues. Still, improper payments are just one symptom of excessive government spending. The federal government spent $3.8 trillion on transfer payments last year, or $29,000 per household. To truly solve this problem, Doge must work through day and through night and show these lazy, corrupt bureaucrats the exit door.
All right, now, the SBA, right, is created under Eisenhower. I mean, Eisenhower is just as big as deep state. He just wanted to come clean. He was all deep in the whole military industrial complex. Don't think that he's some kind of saint in any of this. Not at all. But it was created 71 years ago. You don't say. And SBA helped lead the federal government's efforts to deliver 23% of prime federal contracts to small businesses. Another 23, right? But then it says that SBA has at least one office in each U.S. state. In addition, the agency provides grants to support counseling partners, including approximately 900 small business development centers, often located at colleges and universities, 110 women's business centers, and SCORE, a volunteer mentor corps of retired and experienced business leaders with approximately 350 chapters. President Obama announced in January 2012 that he would elevate the SBA into the cabinet. a position at last held during the Clinton administration, thus making the administrator of the Small Business Administration a cabinet-level position. Gotta be shitting me. Why not, right? But there's something very weird about this whole visa thing they're talking about, right? So when they talk about the H-1B visa, right? That, Elon and all them, they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna bring all these people in. But the thing is, it's only for specialty occupations. Here, I'll go ahead and pull this up real quick. Sorry. Damn it. I don't know. I was just. Specialty occupation, as defined by the Act, requires the application of specialized knowledge and a bachelor's degree or the equivalent of work experience. So you can't have all these illegals coming over here and saying, "Oh, I'm going to be a truck driver. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that." You can't steal these jobs at all. But then I think this one we're supposed to look at, because they talk about the visas, right? Remember, who came in on a specific visa? The Einstein visa.
Melania.
Right?
Melania.
Melania did, right? Thing is, there's a problem with this. There was a case. It writes itself. Couldn't get in on the Einstein visa, so you decided to sue him with the last name Kazarian. Throwing it out there. Let's see. Ooh, one second. Okay, so it's oh, that's it. So, fuck, how far back does this go? Shit. Okay, now remember they mentioned John Calvin, right? They mentioned John Calvin was all in on this interest, right? Calvinism, the religion. They start bringing these religions over here, right? It's all about usury. Now you see why they're thrown out of all these countries. If it wasn't for that, it was because, right? Now, Christ went into these temples, right? And they were using as money changers, right? They were doing the whole interest, right? Usury. Strictly forbidden, right? So he started flipping over tables, getting pissed off, right? So, thing is that what did Christ do? He noticed. That's what he did. He noticed a pattern in what they were doing. That's noticing. And what they do? They killed him for it. Because there were too many people. His reach was getting so far out there that you gotta, quote unquote, shoot the messenger. So now we know these Jews as being vindictive fuckers, and we're gonna come back to that in a second. There's a reason why it's a cuss word, and when you realize the reason, holy shit, it's gonna blow your fucking mind. Because you could use it anytime. Once you educate people on it, it can't be taken back. The knowledge is the power. Now, going back to this. God, where the fuck was I? Christ, right? So, the Jews are fucking vindictive. They play the long game, right? What better way to get back at the one that came into the temple and started flipping tables and shit like that than to sacrifice Christ's children. So now we look at all these missionaries and how we describe the Jews and everything doing all that shit. Because when we look back at the video, right? Remember, everybody that we've looked through throughout history, right? That's been white, whatever, they always follow the paternal bloodline. The Jews do everything in reverse. But yet they want to say, well, in our Torah, in the Torah, it says, but then they want to bring up the Bible, but the Bible says no usury. So it says, hey, read the Bible. Usury is forbidden. So they can't go back and use the Bible for shit at all. Because if you're not going to take it at this, you can't take it at that. But that's the problem. Because I'll bet you that part was left out of the fucking Schofield Bible that they have passed around these churches. Because they don't want you to notice. Because once you notice, it all goes to shit. So, thing is these uppity fucks, let's just call them. You know, the whole Vanderbilts, the whole all them, right? Remember, they were big into shipping. What were they shipping, right? They sit here and say tea and all that. They're fucking liars. All of them are. They're all big in opium trade. They all made all their money in opium. So Boston Elite, members of Boston's historical class. And you know what? Honestly, hold on one second, because this is how fucked up this whole thing is. Because this came out, I want to show this because, I mean, it's funny, but you guys, man, you know, Connecticut, Massachusetts and shit like that, man, you guys got to do better. I mean, this is... So, lo and behold, the New York Post comes out with the map that we went over like last year about Pornhub's highest searches. Well, Indiana's not covered, thank God. Wisconsin, you guys have a pee fetish. Sick motherfuckers. North Dakota, you guys lesbian strap-ons. Looking at Northeast. Maine, hairy bush. New Hampshire, enema. Vermont, tattoo. Massachusetts, face-sitting. Rhode Island, wedding. New York, Turkish. Pennsylvania, naked women. Why is that so big? Well, looks like somebody gave the Amish iPads. And they found women, and when they went to vote, they started seeing other women, and like, wow, wonder what these women look like naked. There you go. Ohio, cuckold. Oh my God, you can't even write that. West Virginia, fat woman. But Connecticut, queef. This is in the paper. District of Columbia, writing. Writing what exactly? New Jersey, Iranian. You can't even make this shit up if you tried. Delaware, mature. I mean, perfect for the geriatric 250-year-old fucking prick that's there now. Maryland, girlfriend. South Carolina, wife, BBW. Ebony, homemade. Cubana. Alaska, anal dildo. Washington, milking. Oregon, furry. California, friend's mom. Nevada, Vegas. Surprise. Arizona, Navajo. Don't take any hoe at this point. New Mexico, housewife. Colorado, foot job. Fucking, I mean, Missouri, grandma. It's like, this is just some funny shit. This is the funny shit you find all around. And then you got this. That whole Beyonce thing, right? Anybody pick this one up? Bitch does a Baphomet symbol right in front of fucking the cross. But they're like, oh, she can't put it up to make a finger. This was the play the whole time. It was never the cowboy theme. It was the fucking Baphomet. That's what it's about. They fucking sit here and lie to you constantly. Oh, that's not that. That's not it. No, that can't be it. Shit. You best check yourself. Now, let's see. Oh, I didn't know. Shit. So the Boston Brahmin. Now, I want you to think long and hard about this, right? All of these corporations, right? Dutch East India Company, Portuguese East India Company, East India Company, Austrian East India Company, French East India Company, Danish East India Company, Danish West India Company. Now, think about Wall Street. Why is there a bull out there? It's not for the bull market, guys. Not at all. This is all given reverence to East India Company. That's all it is. It's all one big lie. They've been lying to us about everything. Everything's all. That's why Trump's like the fentanyl trade and shit like that. Well, who's letting it in?
Yep. And
The shipping companies.
They sacrificed the bull, the red heifer. It's
Yep.
all right there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And it's like cultivated New England accent, Harvard University, Anglicanism, and they're considered white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Now think about the Weimar Republic and Saxony. Now you see where this is all coming to play, right? You know, Oliver Wendell Holmes, senior physician writer in the Atlantic Monthly. In the Atlantic, that's still around, right? That's that ragtag Democrat shit. By extension, it was applied to the United States to the old wealthy New England families of British Protestant origin that became influential in the development of the United States American institutions and culture. How's that working for us? Yeah, not so good, is it? So, they talk about the American gentry, right? Now, with the American gentry, now these are all the Boston Brahmin families. These are all the Adams, Emory, Appleton, Bacon, Bates, Boylston, Bradley, Brinley. I mean, the names go forever. These bloodlines are deep. Buckingham. Buckingham Palace. Cabal. That's the B in Cabal, is Buckingham. Cabot. Chaffee. Chaffee, the senator, but, you know, there was a Chaffee that supposedly died in the Challenger explosion. Chauncey, Coffin, Coolidge, Cooper, Crown Shield, Crown in Shield. They're pretty big in this. Real big. Like this, editor of the Boston Globe, editor-in-chief of the Washington Post. Now you see where they start getting into play. Jews, Cushing, Dana, Delano, FDR. Anyone? Dudley, Dwight, Eliot, Emerson, Endicott, Everett, Fabens, Forbes family, Gardner, Gillette, Hallowell, Healy, Dahl, Holmes, Jackson family. This is the thing that tripped me out. So you have Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr., Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. was a Supreme Court Justice. Now you look at the Jackson family, right? Patrick Graves Jackson, born 1969, surgeon husband to Kajani Brown Jackson, and related to Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. Do you see how these bloodlines work now? Knowles. These are all white Knowles. Beyonce's last name is Knowles, too. Just to let you know. Lodge, Lowell, Lyman, Minot, Norcross, Oaks, Otis, Payne. Think about that, right? Like this. Michael Payne, acquaintance of Lee Harvey Oswald, unknown to Payne, and his wife Oswald had been hiding his Caracato Model 38 infantry carbine rifle in the garage of their Irving, Texas home that used to kill President John F. Kennedy and wound Texas Governor John Connally on November 22nd. Used beforehand the failed attempt at life of far-right activist, resigned Army General Edwin Walker in April that year. I mean, 23 Payne? Man. Palfrey, Parkman, Peabody. Peabody's a big family too. Perkins, Phillips. Also the Phipps. They go under the Phillips too, but down here, so that's nice. Because look who's under the Phillips family. Bill Gates. Start to see bloodlines now? This shit gets way deep. Quincy. Rice. William Marsh Rice, founder of Rice University. They got to keep everybody stupid. That's it. Sargent. Sears, Sedgwick. There's one down here. Shattuck, Shaw, Storrow, Sturgis, Thayer. Thorndike, the Tudor family's massive too. Real big. Warren, Weld, Whitney. Whitney's massive. The Winthrops. Mm-hmm. I mean, but then when we go to the American gentry, right? Fuck you. Bullshit. So American gentry, it's like the whole colonial southern United States, right? So when we looked into this, because I only sifted through this a little bit, right? But then they talked about symbolic capital. It's referred to as resources available to an individual on the basis of honor, prestige, or recognition and service value that one holds within culture. Yeah. If you know, you know, right? No more of that bullshit of, also, one second. I've got this all set up because when you see, like, because I chased it all the way down to something that kind of shocked me. Okay, now, okay, wait a second. Shit. Oh, shit, I already fucked that up. Sorry, guys. Okay, so the phrase Brahmin caste of New England, right? The term Brahmin refers to a privileged priestly caste within the forecast of the Hindu caste system. There's that whole East India shit, right? But let's see, we're going to see. That was weird. My God, we oh God. This goes, yeah. All right. So then, yeah. Sorry, guys. So the caste system, right? So that's the bull. They worship the bull and everything. That bull markets. They're fucking kooky like that. But this gets 1 second. Oh God, this is. And we talked about this guy before, but I didn't get. This is how we expose him for good. Now, the Fugger family, right? Look at their colors, coat of arms, right? Jewish royal colors, right? European bankers, members of 15th, 16th century mercantile patriot of Augsburg, alongside the Welser family. The Fugger family controlled much of the European economy in the 16th century. They accumulated enormous wealth. They replaced the Medici family. That's how big this family is, right? But because you have the Tuchers, yeah, I mean, you look at their bullshit and the Augsburg Confession. But once we get to that, but here's the thing: that Jacob Fugger the Rich, right, elevated nobility of the Holy Roman Empire, May 1511, and assumed title of Imperial Count of Kirchberg and Weiselhorn in 1514. Today, he's considered to be one of the wealthiest people ever to have lived, with a GDP adjusted net worth of over 400 billion and approximately 2% of the entire GDP of Europe at the time. Right? So the Babenhausen branch became the princes of the Holy Roman Empire in 1803 when the Glatt branch of the family became princes in Bavaria. Right? So, founder of the family is Hans Fugger, a weaver at Graben near the Swabian free city of Augsburg. The last name was originally spelled Fucker. The first recorded reference to the family comes when Johann's son, also named Johann or Hans, moved to Augsburg in 1367 with the local tax register, laconically noting it, Fucker Advent. Fucker has arrived. Fucker. That's why you can't say fucker, because it goes right back to the fucking banking shit. Now, there is something very, 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 very interesting with these people and how evil they are. So, we're just going to scroll down a little bit. They don't Anders Fugger and Jacob the Elder and shit like this. They're all fucking Jews, right? Now, copper mines, all this shit. Yeah, these guys, total shitbags. And also, one more thing. You know how all these noses are broken off all these statues all around the world? What if it was the Jews that did it? Because if people realize that it was all like, normal people that actually did this shit, they don't have a crutch to sit on. Sit on whatever they want to do with it. They have no power. Their power is with them manipulating history to make you believe that they're God's chosen people when the entire time they have been fucking stabbing us in the back. And once we get to that, it's going to be astounding. The Fugger Chapel, 1509 at St. Anne's Church in Augsburg. Now, I don't know about you. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I got to do the big pixels. All right. So, this is in a chapel, right? See this? Does that look like a Baphomet?
Yeah.
Got a skull. Got just like the Baphomet had the fucking hands up, right? And they're all looking up to it. There's a serpent coming out here like a griffin or something. The angels all have their heads down. This angel looks like it's dead. Then you look over here. See a cross, right? Well, that's fine and dandy, but who's this? Is that supposed to be like Mother Mary? And this Christ, or that Mary and that Christ? Because you notice like this whole war going on here, like all within it. And then if you notice, skull and bones right there. And it's on a skull. And they're all looking up, they're all worshiping these fucking death gods, these death cults. That's all they do. They're oh shit. Oh fuck it. I'll keep it this time. Shit. Hold on a second. That's a little too big. But yeah, so like I said, all these go down, they go through all the family members and everything and how they moved up. Like this founder of company Marx, Fugger, and Brothers. Marx, huh? Can't make this shit up. Then you look at all their coat of arms, huh? I mean, it's plain as fucking day. It's right in the middle. What are the hammers for, huh? Like the hammer and sickle.
Bolsheviks.
Yep. And look, they even have the papacy, the crown, the papacy. CV. That's a 322. Sure that Skull and Bones started then? Or did it start way back then? And it's one of those ancient ones. So they want to keep on saying, Geronimo's skull and everything. Well, that's cute, but I'm not buying it. Whose skull is that really? I don't think it's Geronimo's. Personally. Let's see. Let me switch to. Okay. This one. Now, when we talk about patriarchy, all goes downhill from here. Originally a group of ruling class families in ancient Rome. Romulus and Remus. That's normal, right? Hybrids, a little bit. But now, right here, as the Western Empire fell, the patrician continued as a high honorary title in Eastern Empire. In many medieval Italian republics, especially in Venice and Genoa, medieval patrician classes were once again formally defined groups of leading families, just like the mob does. All of them. They all have their families, right? In the Holy Roman Empire, the Grand Burgher families had a similar meaning. The Grand Burghers, all the landowners. Just like that other guy, that Lou, that he wanted to be the first burgher in America, and he was a butcher. And where did he have his butcher shop? 44 Wall Street, where the bull is.
And boogers are in the drops.
What's that?
Boogers are in the drops.
And then you got what's it? Okay, I think it's down here. I think it's under the sea. Hold on a second. Let me see. I think see. No. The fuck was this under? Tracy. Hold on one second. I gotta find this real quick. Let's see this. You know what? Hold on a second. There we go. Ooh. All right. I'm gonna get this stuff ready, and we're gonna present this today. We have to. Well, this is gonna be timely manner. By doing a video here, it's a little long. It's like 54 minutes, but this is going to be intriguing for everybody out there, especially Quantum Logic. I just hope he's in the chat, because when you hear what this guy talks about, and this is on Redacted yesterday, and I caught it when it was new, I was like, holy shit. Like, this is amazing. Because now we have astrophysicists actually coming out and verifying what we've been talking about the entire time. Oh shit. Sorry. All right, I did put in the chat. Prepare to get just...
Is our deep state sitting on free energy? The idea that we could travel instantaneously to different parts of the world for free? Could we heat our homes, run all of our devices on free energy? Well, that's been the subject of what our next guest has been focused on for quite a while now. Not only his investigations into the disappearance of MH370, which has led him, I think, to uncover this one of the most remarkable stories of our time, the idea of etheric energy, free energy for all of us that's been kept secret. My guest is Ashton Forbes. He's an investigator. He's a physicist, and he's been on this story from the very beginning. And I want to welcome Ashton back to the show. Ashton, I think our last interview that we did here on the show has millions of views at this point, and you've got quite a few new pieces of the missing MH370 aircraft, along with aliens. We're going to talk about drones. We've got a lot of ground to cover today, so welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Clayton. Thank you for having me. Your audience is awesome. I loved getting all the feedback, and I'm so glad that this information, this science is starting to get more and more mainstream.
Absolutely. And I think, it all started with MH370, and we'll get into the free energy piece of this, but I have to ask you, given all of the news since right after the election, of course, weeks and weeks and weeks of drone activity. I've been calling them UFOs because they are unidentified. They immediately started calling them drones right out of the gate, like that was what the media was saying. I was a little skeptical of that nomenclature, but now we're hearing all sorts of reports about missing nuclear material. missing radioactive material. Why are these things flying at night? If they're drones that you can't see, they're maybe looking for radioactive material that's gone missing. Is this a giant false flag? Is something bigger happening here? Our elected leaders don't seem to have any answers at all about this. Shoot them down, don't shoot them down. Yet we spend $1 trillion a year on a defense budget, and we don't know what these are. So just let's at a high level, I want to get your assessment of what you think these things are. And when you started seeing all of this come together, what did you make of it?
Yeah, and just like you just said, we found as part of the MH370 investigation, we looked into the surveillance capabilities, especially the satellite capabilities of the intelligence community. So we know that we've got full motion video coverage of the entire planet. This was actually admitted to in the UFO hearing just a month ago by both Michael Schellenberger and Tim Gallaudet. So we know what these drones are. Maybe the FBI doesn't know because they don't have access to that information, but the NRO, the CIA, the NSA, the NGA, these organizations know exactly what these drones are. So the question is, why are they lying to us about them? And I also think that drones has become the code word for UFOs now as well, which should make us wonder, what are these things flying around? Is there even somebody inside of some of these UFOs that we're seeing? Is that even a requirement? The theory that I kind of like the best, and also I just want to point out that Congress is apparently getting a classified briefing about these drones that are flying around as well. So if there was nothing there, why would they be getting a classified briefing about it? And
Right.
some of the sightings have indicated that they are transmedium, that they might be coming out of the water. In other cases, they've been saying that they're not giving off any signals or any frequencies, which I'm not really sure what that means, but these could be some of the observables that we see in UFOs. Now, the flip side of it is there is mass hysteria going on right now. We've reached a point now where this is like, it's a self-perpetuating thing where people are now just misidentifying planes and other stuff, and they're claiming that they are, these UFOs or drones when they probably aren't. So there's a lot of mud in the water that's making it very difficult to sift through. The only way we could really get forward on an answer is if we were to get high quality, like military or intelligence grade, like infrared footage of one of these things where we could actually analyze it. And I think the likelihood of that is slim. Now, my personal theory that I like, that Clint Russell and I were talking about just a couple of days ago, was this idea that, like, what if these are some type of defense mechanism, like a mesh network, like a fence, essentially, that is set up, ready to intercept some type of hypersonic weapon, either coming from outer space or coming from like a submarine off the coast or somewhere else, where seconds matter, and even the deployment time.
I wanted to stop that there because think Red October. Now think about those, subs, because what are they getting ready to do? They're getting ready to bring Israel down. And I think they have a hint, but they're not going to catch it. But a lot of these, he's right about a lot of, he's smart, but when you see some of these videos, I think this is angelic. But this guy is just, this guy's beautiful.
Would make it less likely that you'd be able to intercept an incoming ICBM or something like that. That would actually make sense in terms of why the local governments have no idea what's going on. And it would make sense in terms of why the federal government would not be able to speak about it and potentially do a classified briefing. But there's a lot of theories that are plausible out there. That just happens to be the one that I like the best at the moment.
Yeah, the other piece, and as we talked about before, is this idea of a false flag, and perhaps there's some sort of nuclear material that they're trying to warn us and scare us about, this sort of radioactive material that wound up missing from this cargo container coming into New Jersey. Other drone operators saying there's no reason for these things to be operating at night because they can't see at night unless they're using some sort of radioactive sensor technology. So, it's deeply troubling. It's deeply troubling that we don't have answers. But we know, and I agree with you, that they know about this. They absolutely know. They're just people at a low pay grade that probably don't know about this.
Precisely. Yeah. And, with respect to the scanning abilities, if they had like infrared or thermal, great. I think that what we're dealing with here, though, is we can rule out commercial, like low quality, cheap drones. These aren't hobby drones that, they only have 20 to 30 minutes of loiter time. To kind of shift this into the UFO topic as well, one of the things that people have been saying about these is these things have been hovering there for hours. And the question that I think everybody should be asking in the UFO community with respect to flying saucers, UFOs, whatever it is if you see something hovering for hours, our UFO, our flying saucer, What is the energy source of this? How is this thing floating? If you think about a conventional drone, gas is really heavy. That's the big problem, is the weight. So if you want something that's gonna be able to stay up there for a really long time, it needs a lot of fuel in it, but that's really heavy. And so you get to a point where if you're getting over even like 30 minutes of loiter time, now you need to have a battery. It's the only efficient way to do it. But batteries are also really heavy as well. If we have the capability to have craft that can just defy gravity for a day straight, or potentially achieve these hypersonic speeds, which would use this huge amount of energy without rockets, where is that energy coming from? Logically, that energy must be coming from the environment, some other exotic fuel source that we don't currently understand at the moment.
Okay, I saw a question in chat. There's war going on above us. Why is there no debris found on Earth? It's not a dumb question, but what he'll do is he explained something. It's a plasma war. Plasma is not matter. Plasma is not a physical matter. You won't have physical things coming out of the sky from their war.
Which is what Nikola Tesla had
strange.
discovered, right?
Yeah.
It's the idea of etheric energy. And this is a story you've been covering now extensively since your research into the disappearance of MH370. This idea that the deep state, the government, the military-industrial complex, these defense contractor companies have been reverse engineering these craft, these downed UFOs, using this technology that they're pulling from the environment, right? So can you maybe explain how and why you think that we have this technology, Nikola Tesla was right, and the government is keeping it from us?
Yeah, and to do that, I'm going to rewind back to the MH370 case for a moment. Now, a lot of what I've been doing has been strategic. When you look at something like the MH370 videos, you realize there's no way in heck they can ever admit to this. Like, this is just so far out there. And this is part of the reason why no one can really believe it to be real. It requires technology that is...
Before we go more deeply into that, why don't you just explain, if someone doesn't even know about the MH370 story, maybe you can just set the stage here and explain, and we'll show these videos of the disappearance of the craft and what you believe actually happened with these orbs that are swirling around MH370.
Yeah, the plane disappeared.
This gets
10 years
insane.
ago, and these
this guy's spot
videos
on.
emerged just weeks after the plane disappeared. The most powerful clue is that the person that uploaded them, which was a random no-name account with just like 100 subscribers on YouTube, said that the first video, the satellite video, was received March 12th, 2014. That's 4 days after the plane disappeared. This was before we even had a narrative of the plane going into the South Indian Ocean. Keep in mind, this plane's never been found even 10 years later now. So if somebody was hoaxing videos like this, how would they know we would never find the plane? These videos show the plane literally being surrounded by 3 orbs in a perfect triangle formation. It looks unnatural, like the way that they spin around the plane in this perfect orientation, which to me screams AI or some type of quantum computer. And then they converge on the plane. You see a flash emerge that illuminates the surroundings in 3 dimensions, which is extremely difficult to produce with visual effects, even today. And then the plane is just gone in an instant. In 0.2 seconds, the plane is no longer there anymore. I believe that this was 6th generational warfare. This is a message to China from the United States government saying, don't mess with us. We've got technology that is light years ahead of where conventional weaponry exists today. I think they did it because of the engineers that were on board, those Freescale semiconductor engineers. People are probably familiar with the other conspiracy theory around them being patent holders. That conspiracy theory actually is not true. Those people weren't, the people in that one related to the Rothschilds were not on the plane. However, there were 20 engineers that were very important people on this plane. 8 of them were Chinese nationals. They were going to China. They worked for a U.S. company that's connected to U.S. aerospace and defense. So I think that we literally have teleportation capability, a wormhole, that we can zap an object from one point on Earth to another. I don't know that it was advanced enough in 2014 that you could zap somebody to the moon or to Alpha Centauri or something like that. But that would be like the next level of taking this technology.
Where do you think, but before we move on to the etheric energy piece of this, where do you think that plane is now?
I think that that plane was disassembled at Diego Garcia. I think that it did. I think that they zapped the plane from the Nicobar Islands west towards the Maldives, and that it either landed and they got rid of the people, or they flew it from wherever it showed up south to Diego Garcia. It ended up getting seen by about 15 islanders on a small island north of Diego Garcia in the early morning hours. And the debris that was found, that everybody always says, well, what about the debris? The debris proves that it crashed. It doesn't actually. The debris is a very small amount of debris, and I actually think that was from MH370. The problem is that debris shows up in Africa, which is 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the search zone. The reason why no one was looking in Africa is because it's impossible for the debris to have drifted there from the location where they say that the plane crashed, where, by the way, we found nothing. So if you believe that that debris is from MH370, then the plane did not crash in the South Indian Ocean. It's not; those are two incompatible ideas. So I think that possibly, if you look at the ocean currents and map it compared to where the debris was found, Diego Garcia is the perfect location for that debris to have gotten into the water.
And any sort of updates on that, but again, before we move on to the etheric energy piece, since our last interview, are there any major sort of new revelations in the few years since we've spoken about it?
Yeah, and there are some major ones. First, I want to talk about AARO. You know all about them, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. I submitted the case to them. Everybody gets on my back about, why you trust the government to do all this? Well, I'm like, you've got to go through the official channels. And who knows, maybe we can trap them into admitting the truth. I think we might be able to. Now, in April.
Now, also, I just want to point out, are those Illuminati cards that he has framed behind him? I think they are. So this guy's a lot smarter, a lot more common sense than we take him for. I mean, this guy's brilliant and knows his shit on the other side too.
They stopped responding to me entirely. I didn't get a response back until November last month when I looked up the person, because I was trying to figure out if I had been scammed or something. They just ghosted me and stopped responding. And people were saying, oh, he wouldn't really talk to the ARO. So I found the guy's name, who I had, and I looked them up, and oh, they are 100% legit. Like, they've worked in the Pentagon for many years. They apparently rotated out of their position at AARO and rotated back in, which is interesting. Apparently that's how AARO operates. They're investigators. They're like military people that come in and come out. My sources tell me they do that to make sure that nothing ever gets done, because that way there's no continuity for the investigators within the AARO. Okay, side the point. I spoke to them after I was going to expose them and point out who they are and how AARO is ghosting me. And long story short, they told me they should have the capability to look into our satellite systems and to look into our drone capabilities, because all I need to prove these videos are real is that if that's really the space-based infrared system we're seeing in that satellite video, it says NROL-22 in the bottom left. That's the first launch of the space-based infrared system. Now, the space-based infrared system broke off, or they had a splinter that's called the Space Tracking and Surveillance System, which used to be called SBIRS Low. And then what they did was they took the low Earth orbit satellites and they put them in this separate system. And that STSS system is for tracking the missiles as they are after they've been launched, as opposed to the SBIRS system, which is like once the heat signature of the rocket taking off is detected, then that gives an information to these other systems to continue tracking it. So I said, look into these systems. If you find out that's one of those systems, the videos are real. No random kid bored hoaxer knew about our spy satellite systems. We still don't know about them. And they said they should be able to look in the drone video as well. And they were kind of obfuscating about that, and they hadn't really accomplished anything yet. And then the last bit was Edward C. Lin. I said, I gave you guys the name of the guy that leaked the videos. Edward C. Lin. Anyone who looks up his case, it checks all the boxes. It's got to be this guy. The date range, the fact that his lawyer said that the classified information in questions available on the internet. I'm like, just find Edward C. Lin. Just figure out what it is that he leaked. If it's those videos, it's all over. We get full disclosure from this. Now, I'm hoping I hear back from them. They gave me assurances that MH370 will be submitted in the official AARO record. I don't know when it's going to happen, but eventually it will. And this is important because the AARO's out here saying, no, we've identified all this stuff, all these UFO cases that we get, they're all prosaic. There's a bird, a balloon, it's parallax, blah, blah. This is one they're not going to be able to debunk. And if they can't debunk this one, the UFO community is going to go crazy. because they've been debunking everything that the UFO community says is legit. And for them to not be able to debunk this one, which most of the UFO community really does not like the MH370 case, it'll be quite entertaining. Now, two other huge breakthroughs were we slowed down, and I'll send this video to you so you can superimpose it here, the satellite video, and found that one of the orbs passes through the smoke behind the plane. So it shows accurate fluid dynamics when it does this. Just as if there was a bunch of smoke in front of me and I ran through the smoke, and you would see like the smoke kind of come off in like a silhouette around me. It looks just like that in slow-mo. We only noticed it because we changed the color channels in the video, which allows you to see some of the more small details more clearly. And then if you look back at the original video, yes, you can see it. It's very faint, but it's there, which is a really obscure detail for somebody to add. By the way, no hoaxer has ever come forward with any evidence that they made the videos. Now, I got a message on my YouTube channel just a few weeks ago from somebody who claimed to have worked on the SBIR system, the space-based infrared system, in the late 90s when it was first being set up. I reached out to them. I said, I have to talk to you. I have to confirm your identity, blah, blah, blah. I confirmed their identity. They told me basically all the companies that they ever worked at. They gave me the whole story. They had initially had an unclassified job related to setting up the network connectivity of the SBIR system. They knew that was the SBIR system based on the fact that they were the one that was setting up these data upload and download links. Because what I've been saying too is that these satellites are beaming information from one another and then to ground-based computers. And they explained as well how they were able to increase the bandwidth, basically the data download rate or upload rate from those satellites by combining together like 8 different feeds. And I don't know much about how all that works, but ultimately this was the big takeaway, was that they said they were 100% sure what we were looking at was the SBIR system based on that. And they had also had a classified job as well, setting up satellites and their connectivity to weapon systems that they were not allowed to talk to me about. I gave that person's name to the AARO as well. Go ahead. So
confirming that video, the MH370 video, is in fact a SBIR's video.
Yeah, or maybe the STSS, since that was a breakaway, because these people, he was working on it in the late 90s, and it probably started to really be deployed like in the early 2000s. So they may have made some small changes, but yes, confirming that that's a real SBIR's video. And I've had anonymous people tell me stuff like I work on those cameras on the drone stuff and say that, you know, that looks like a real drone camera. Anyone that's skeptical, watch the thermal drone video and look at it from the perspective of you being the operator, the person with the joystick controlling that camera. And you'll realize quite quickly that that's a real person controlling a camera, watching a real airplane, as hard as it is to believe.
Right.
Now, to dig
let's
into
talk
the
about
science
the etheric, science and the etheric energy piece of this.
So Bob Grenier, back in November of last year, he is probably one of the world's leading experts at low energy nuclear reactions, which is what cold fusion rebranded into in the 90s after.
Now notice the guy's name, Grenier. Now think about green in a kill box. And when Trump says a year, think about it. He's just given numerous clues every time he talks.
Not heavily discredited by the government. As a quick side note, I want to point out something that not a lot of people know. Pons and Fleischmann in 1989 made their announcement for cold fusion. There were 60 replications of their experiment. 60. The DOE created a tribunal. The Department of Energy created a tribunal, and they went to all of these sites that were reporting positive recreation results, and they debunked them. And they made them retract their papers one at a time. It's actually unbelievable how much we suppressed cold fusion, and the world has no idea about it. And this isn't to say that Pons and Fleischmann, that their method was the only way to do cold fusion, or even that they were doing it correctly. The point being, the Department of Energy did not want us looking into this. And Bob Grenier in November, before I even met him, he did a video about the MH370 videos. And the reason why he was doing that is because he noticed that those orbs are balls of plasma consistent with cold fusion or cold plasma. It's not hot fusion. It's not the temperature of the sun. It's a much lower energy level. And he knew, because he could see the heat signature in the orb is consistent with this vortex that's being produced to create stability in this ball of plasma.
This would kind of imply that these are warmer than the environment. And for that to happen, one might expect that if they didn't have their own energy source, they must be extracting the energy from the environment. That the exotic vacuum objects will fire a thing, or it has some sort of projected field out in front of it that will cause other exotic vacuum objects to orbit around them. So there is something that goes out in front. I believe that this is the toroidal moment, the beam that goes out far faster in front of it.
To me, that's one of the hugest corroborations of the videos. How could somebody know to fake that? And the last bit is Salvatore Pais. People have to realize this guy is 100% legit. His patents are legit. He has a magnetically confined plasma fusion reaction patent that was approved under the US Navy. I've been speaking to him. If you go back and watch the interviews, he's been talking about cold plasmas. Cold plasma is the secret to achieving the energy densities required to create a wormhole. This is not science fiction. This is science fact. It's known. All the science is publicly available. It's out there. His Pais effect, that he calls the Pais effect, is literally the Schwinger limit, which is putting so much electromagnetic energy into a region of space-time that it breaks through the fabric of reality. That's the Schwinger limit, and that's also the Salvatore Pais effect. He said in my last interview just a couple of weeks ago with him that when he first saw that video, the drone video with the orbs going around it, he said, I knew what was about to happen. And I'm going, wow, you knew that there was about to be a wormhole? Because when I first watched that video, I'm going, what am I looking at here? Sal saw it and he said, they're building up non-ionized radiation when they're spinning around the plane. And he says, I knew what was going to happen. That's the Pais effect right there in that video.
Oh man, when I saw those orbs, I saw this thing, this one orb just start exactly what it's doing now. Just start to go around this thing. And all of a sudden it started join another one and then another one. And I said, oh my God, they're forming a bubble of non-ionizing radiation around this thing. There's no way what's about to happen. I anticipated, do you understand? I knew before that black hole happened. Let's call it a black hole.
You knew that was going to happen beforehand?
I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen. That's why when I said, this is it. This is the Pais effect.
So they're spinning around the plane, and then we see that the flash of that wormhole, and that's where the plane disappears.
And the reason why we're seeing the flash is because of the Schwinger effect. When you hit the Schwinger limit, real photons get pulled right out of the ether, right out of the vacuum, right out of the 0-point energy field. There's this energy all around us. And we think this happens at the edge of black holes as well. And at the edge of black holes, we're seeing this dynamic Casimir effect where the Schwinger limit's being breached. We're hitting the ceiling on our reality. And when you break through that, light comes out. And so we see that in the satellite video of the light shooting out like that. And those videos are going to prove that 0-point energy is real, this etheric energy. I like to call it the ether because that's what Tesla, Maxwell, all these legends called it. It's probably not exactly the way they described it. It's more of a superfluid medium that is all around us all the time in a fifth dimension that's like infolded at the quantum level that we don't quite see. But that energy is there, and we know experimentally it is there. This is what a lot of people don't realize. So the people that are going to say that this is pseudoscience, I already know all their arguments. First thing they're going to say is, well, 0-point energy is there, but it's not a significant amount of energy. And for those people, I would say, well, you need to go look at Richard Feynman of the Manhattan Project, Nobel Prize winner in 1965 for quantum electrodynamics. Who did he win the Nobel Prize with in 1965? Julian Schwinger, the guy of the Schwinger limit. Richard Feynman said, there's enough energy in empty space of like the size of this coffee cup to vaporize all the Earth's oceans. What that's essentially saying is at the quantum mechanical level, nothing is stopped. What that means is this 0-point energy is not a tiny little amount of 0-point energy. It's a massive amount. It's practically an unlimited amount. And just because we don't actively see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The Lamb shift, Lamb won a Nobel Prize for the Lamb shift. Casimir effect, that Casimir effect was in 1948. Ehrenhoff-Bohm effect. These examples show that there is some field out there and that space itself is not actually an empty vacuum.
So the commercial applications, so Pais gets this patent through or alongside the U.S. Navy. Is this a secret patent? What is he saying about sort of the commercial applications? And I guess this is where we think, so the United States military has access to this, these sort of off-the-books programs using, it would seem, craft or some other vehicles. They've been able to tap in and use this that members of Congress have no idea about, or even the President of the United States has no idea about. Does that seem right?
So, boy, that's a loaded question. I would say I asked him why these patents are even allowed out there.
Yeah.
Like, why would these be allowed? The conclusion I've reached is that China and Russia know it's legit and they're working on it, and maybe they've already got it figured out as well. So once you've reached that point, why hide it anymore? You might as well have it become public. In fact, it becomes awkward if Russia or China make the announcements, but you've already had it figured out for a really long time. So the patents could be a matter of plausible deniability, so that when the science does come out, they can say, we didn't lie to you. We had all these open patents. Why we had these 5 patents here for you? You know, there they are. You know, we weren't lying about this crazy advanced technology that's out there. The presidents, I do think, have been made informed about this. This goes back to your interview you did with Tucker Carlson. In fact, by the way, Salvatore Pais has told me that if Tucker Carlson were to invite me on, or Joe Rogan, that he would come on with me, even though he's not even really allowed to do a lot of interviews, but it seems like he would just be willing to take the risk in that situation. So if either of those guys are listening, Sal has said that he wants to do that. Presidents realize the implications of this, which I want to talk to you a little bit later, are just beyond what most people can comprehend. Like the idea of there being this unlimited energy source that's out there. There are national security issues related to it, weaponization issues, doomsday technology and weapons that can be produced, the socioeconomic impact to our way of life. Like, what even is capitalism if we have no scarcity anymore? So you look at it from that perspective, and the issue is so much bigger than what I think a lot of people understand. And it's certainly much bigger than what the majority of the UFO community is expecting. The UFO community just wants little green men who want to tell us that we're not alone in the universe. To me, that was something I dealt with in the 90s. It's 2024 now. Now I'm like, how do we change our civilization? Yeah,
right.
I love when you said that. It's like, no, we're past it.
Yeah,
right? Like,
I mean, I think we've all got that part of it now. We've figured that out. We have the craft. We know the bodies. All of that piece of it. Now I'm with you on this. Like, free energy that could transform our world. I mean, think about people who are in cold homes right now, freezing, or just even in war-torn areas, and to be able to have etheric energy, something in your own home that is pulling from the environment that heats your home, powers your devices, and and to know that so what you're saying is we have this technology, like we have access to it now, but it's being kept from us and being hidden from us.
Yeah, the defense contractors are probably the ones that are gatekeeping it the most. You could also have energy companies that are involved as well. Some of my sources have told me there's companies like in Europe, for example, that are literally pulling hydrogen, conjuring hydrogen straight out of the ether. So literally elements, not just energy as well. And Bob Greenyer extensively talks about the transmutation capabilities of these plasmas as well. So we're actually talking about Star Trek replicators are in our future. Now, maybe that's 100,000 years down the road, but the base form of it, the plasma that enables all of it, that is, we're staring at it. It's like the discovery of fire. It's always been there. We just haven't known where to look for it. To the point of heating things, these can actually also cool things as well, because you have to look at it that the universe.
I just want to pause it right here, because there's something about this Doge, right? Every dog has its day, right? So now when we look at this, with Elon and Vivek, they're both beyond brilliant. And he talks about the patents, right? Well, who has the finishing parts of those 6,000 patents of Teslas that were in those trunks? That would be President Trump. So, of course, there has to be some kind of infighting and all that. But this is why Elon and them are like, hey, we need some brilliant people in here. We need them. We need some really smart people. I want to bring some smart people in because we're about to unleash fucking everything. Because instead of bringing everything down, like and showing it, the only way to bring it down at this point is to expose it all, is to bring light to everything, is to bring out all the patents, bring out all the unlimited energy. Trump even said he's going to cut your energy bills in half after a year. How's he going to do that? By unloading free energy. This whole opening of these world fairs, it's going to be the unveiling of the free energy that and all everything that's been like kept from us all in one place. That we can actually all go and see the shit that they've hid from us. Like everything, all the healing tech. Because then, like he said, why do you need a capitalist society in a world of abundance? If you live in a world of abundance, the system collapses itself. We don't have to do it. It eats itself. It eats its own. That makes sense. That's why he has Elon there. That's why he has these Tesla factories. That's why he opened the one in it's not to make cars. The cars are great, but it's like all the plugins. That's why Tesla's like, well, yeah, we'll put some out there, but you don't need them. Because if they could pull hydrogen right out of the ether, well, shit, you could run a car on hydrogen. So literally, we look at those vehicles and we're like, oh man, those would be, it's like, screw those vehicles. What's the ether going to do to our vehicle, our body? We won't need any of this. If you could teleport, they talked about teleportation. He talked about the fucking replicators we talked about. And there's a shit ton more he's about to talk about that's going to blow your mind because we've been talking about it for years.
We're in an equilibrium of energy, okay? So what we think of as absolute zero is not the bottom. There's more to go. The only question is how much of that energy is there? And that's the big argument, the vacuum catastrophe. Is there really this huge amount of energy under there? But if there is, and we can tap into it, then we're actually reducing the temperature. If we pull energy out of a local region, what I would expect to happen is that in that region, it's going to get colder. When you look at the MH370 drone video.
Now, what he just said, you could pick apart this whole thing and stop it like every minute. Because what he just said, he's like, oh, the level beneath us, right? The cold fusion, right? Like the water Trump talks about. Plasma is the fifth state of water. That's what he's talking about. He's tapping into the cold fusion. That's what this is all about. This is all about bringing abundance and everything. This is bringing the whole Christed back. Because the rest of it will just fucking go away. They all become irrelevant. When they're irrelevant, they're non-existent. We don't see them. They're gone. They eat their own this time.
The zap is black. It's cold. And that's the reason. This is a negative energy, negative entropy type event. Now, that's very taboo.
Negative entropy. Where have we talked about negative entropy? In the Keys of Enoch. Just like the whole quantum. It's all in there. We've actually discussed this in the book. This is the fucking great part.
A lot of physicists will probably come at me for that. But the key being that we don't feel that energy below zero because we're in the equilibrium. Just like if I'm in my bathtub and it feels like the water is cooling down, it's because my body temperature is equalizing with the water temperature. That's the same thing that is essential or an analogy to what's happening in our universe out there. The next thing people will say is, well, okay, there's this energy out there. Maybe it's a big amount of energy, but there's no way to extract it. And that just makes me laugh. There was actually people like back in the 70s that would say that there's no way to use solar power and get energy out of it. There's no way to use wind power and get energy out of it because you'd be breaking the laws of thermodynamics. And right away, people realize, like, no, you're not breaking the laws of thermodynamics. You're adding an extra input, the wind, the sun. So this, you can get a device, a windmill or a solar panel that can produce more energy out than what's locally what you're injecting into it. This is the same concept as 0-point energy. 0-point energy and free energy. Free energy is a bit of a misnomer.
Now, sorry to interrupt again, but we talked about windmills, also, right? Now, remember, they were all big into oil. Now they're all big into climate change, right? What does releasing all the patents do again? It debunks everything about climate change, everything about their fucking solar power, all their bullshit wind power. It was all to ruin us. It was to actually drive down our vibration, our frequency. But they're kind of fucked now. They're kind of beyond the 8 ball. Now they're trying to throw anything at it, but they're already too late.
It's a great name. It doesn't mean that we're producing something directly from nothing. It means that we're tapping in to this 0-point energy, this quantum mechanical energy that's out there. And Robert Forward in 1984 with his paper showed that you could use this pressure of the Casimir effect, where they take two plates, put them together very close, and they just come together naturally, automatically just come together. And what's happening is the area between these plates is pushing out the 0-point energy. Certain wavelengths of 0-point energy can't fit between the plates. And what happens? Then you have more pressure on the outside than you have on the inside, comes together. It's a reverse or a negative pressure that you're feeling. And he showed that from this action that you could charge a battery. And doing that basically proves that we can tap in to the 0-point energy. Of course, it's a crude example, but it's a thought experiment that shows people, yes, it can be tapped into.
Well, that was what I was going to ask. You know, what are the kind of technologies or materials that you would be required to use right now to kind of make 0-point energy viable to the masses? Like, you can do this maybe in a laboratory, or maybe these defense contractors have access to this already and they're using it at scale, but we don't know about it. So what sort of materials and, and technologies would we need to kind of put all this together to make it viable, maybe commercially?
Yeah, it's another great question. And I want to answer all the questions that everybody's thinking. So, okay, in terms of what types of devices I think are the easiest ways to extract 0-point energy that I've looked into right now, first one's magnetic motor. So magnetic motors can produce over unity, because a magnetic motor, once you realize that there's this energy that's out there and it's electromagnetic in nature, then what a magnetic motor is doing is it's churning up the ether. It's churning up the ether. Imagine you have some kind of water mill or whatever, and it's pulling the water up from there, and you're trying to pull as much of that energy as you're kind of churning it up. You're trying to grab as much of that energy as you can grab. That's essentially what a magnetic motor is doing. And the way that it achieves the grabbing of the energy is through resonance. So a lot of this has to do with frequency and resonance, because this 0-point energy is constantly jiggling back and forth. And so you want to try to tap into some type of resonant frequency that can interact with that 0-point energy very strongly.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Don. Magnetohydrodynamics. Yeah, we talked about that too in the keys a bunch of times. It's quantum magnetohydrodynamics. It's unbelievable, this shit. It's just the timing of all this couldn't be just.
A magnetic motor can do it. And a lot of these guys that were building magnetic motors, free energy devices, I think that some of them were working for sure. And that was stuff back in like the 70s, 80s. Joseph Newman, John Searle, John Hutchinson, Bandini, Tom Bearden, all these guys, they all get discredited because everybody didn't realize that there's this energy we can tap into. To me, that's an archaic way of doing it at this point, and probably relatively inefficient. It's still magic, because having a magnetic motor would be pretty cool in your house. We don't use that much energy. But the cooler ways to do it, the ways that we're doing it now, microchips. There's a patent called Casimir Cavities by Garrett Model and Bernard Haish. Bernard Haish was a Lockheed Martin engineer. Model is professor emeritus at University of.
Sorry for stopping this again, but when he mentioned it's magic, right? So this is where we got to take a little trip back to Christ, right? What if the Christed ones are the ones that have the ability to manipulate everything around them? You'll hear it later on that he's going to talk about some crazy stuff, but not crazy. It's like, it's solid. But when you really look at the whole aspect of this, right? You know, that all this shit can happen. I mean, it's mind blowing. And when he talks about time travel coming up, yeah. Because then with Christ, right? And with this magic. Well, what if he, the chosen one, right? He knew how to tap into ether. He knew how to heal people and all this. He had all those teleportation. He didn't walk anywhere, teleported there. That's what he did. But he was doing legit magic. They were doing black magic. They had to sacrifice. It was all carnal. It was all a death cult. Christ was all about the light, about the living, about everything thriving, about abundance. But they weren't. Das Juden. So now you see how this all comes together, how they truly are the ones that are just manipulating everything, because it all goes back to the finances.
Colorado. And the way that they do it is they basically say, let's look at it from the atomic level. So if I've got my atom and I've got this electron orbital, just kind of like a Earth spinning around the sun, I'm going to squeeze it and pull a little bit of energy out of it by changing that orbital. And then I'm going to have it go into an empty cavity, just an empty region of space, and it's going to gain back that energy from the 0-point energy field. Basically like being on a trampoline. So I jump on my trampoline, I jump high in the air, trampoline resets, I hit the trampoline again, and I bounce up again. Same concept, except for from the quantum mechanical level, we're doing this at the very tiniest scales. So what they do is they're basically just saying, what would it take to pull that off? Oh, I need a semiconductor, and then I need an insulator, and then another semiconductor. And what this allows is for this quantum tunneling effect to occur, where you have a barrier, and the energy level normally wouldn't be able to get over the barrier, and it would just hit like this. But quantum mechanics says it just quantum tunnels right through the barrier. And that's the kind of device that they've built. And then they have a cavity and they just repeat that. So you could take a very simple idea like that, where we're now looking at what's the most fundamental way to engineer this. And you put it onto a tiny microchip, smaller than the tip of my nail here. And you make it extremely small. And the reason why you do this is that Casimir effect I was just explaining to you, it gets exponentially more powerful the smaller you get, the closer the plates get to one another. In fact, The Casimir effect is so powerful that when people are making microchips, they have to be careful about any two metal surfaces coming close to one another, because they'll just stick together, and they're so small, there's no way to pull them back apart again. So this would be, to me, that's the coolest way. Like, I literally going to steal that patent when it expires in 2 years, because can you imagine a microchip where you just put it in your phone and the phone never stops, permanent battery? Like, incredible. So those are the first two ways.
And also, that's why I was hoping Jack was here. They actually did that with carbon-14. C14, they made a disc, it like paper thin, but about the size of a quarter. And you could put that in a phone and it'll keep your phone charged for, I think they said, like 1,000 years or something. So it's almost like Nokia 2.0.
Go ahead if you want to give comment on that one, because it's
almost pictures like the little monkey, with the tambourine, like back and forth. Like that's kind of like, that's how I'm picturing it in my brain, my monkey brain. Well, another thing just comes to mind as you're talking about these patents and this application of it. It's like, where does Elon Musk fit into this? I mean, here's a guy with SpaceX, and he's been kind of really quiet on this whole drone thing. And it's like, I know he's got these like government contracts, and so my brain immediately wonders, like, he's got to be aware of this. Why is he involved in this somehow and have some sort of secret, involvement here? I mean, with SpaceX and everything else he's been developing with satellites and Tesla driving cars and self-driving cars and everything else.
I mean, he's got to. He's got Tesla as his company, and Tesla is the guy that figured out alternating current, the power we still use today. He was the one saying that radiant.
Also, I just want to interrupt here with Elon Musk and everything. You know, you look at these patents, right? Well, when they all come together, I mean, it's like the meeting of minds, but they also are getting it from elsewhere in Venezuela. So it's like there's a lot going on with this that just because all the microchips and everything like that, and then the people in the MH370, it's like why they could take it out. It's
free energy was real before quantum mechanics was even a thing. And so you're like, and he's got a rocket company. He's talking about wanting to make us interstellar species. And I'm sitting here going, well, here's all the answers. How can he not know? How can he not know? He's got to. And he's like, I think the biggest defense contractor. He's got all these top secret contracts for shooting spy satellites in outer space now. SpaceX is what's shooting all these spy satellites into orbit. I don't think he's legally allowed to comment on the MH370 satellite video because of that. It's so weird that he's never made any comments about it. And the drone stuff, like you said, he's not really commenting on. It does make you wonder, and I have it on pretty good authority. I mean, I've literally seen pictures of Black Project engineers, like, with politicians, where you're like, okay, these people know, because the Black Project engineers that I'm seeing in the pictures know about this stuff. So so what you realize is there is this elite group of people, usually rich people, sometimes politicians, anyone connected to these engineers that have access to this level of technology. Now, how much do they know? How much are they allowed to push? That's a different story. My guess is that Elon's got NDAs that prevent him from speaking on a lot of this stuff that's out there. But even if it is real, it doesn't hurt him, because the moment it becomes accepted mainstream, his company has the money and the resources to immediately start working on it. So even if he's working on obsolete rocket technology, he could, the moment that it's accepted that, oh no, we have this electrogravitic capability, he can immediately just shift gears and it's not going to miss a beat, you know?
Right.
So the last one, and this is the one that affects propulsion, is plasma. Plasma. This is the thing that, man, even when we were talking a year ago, I really had no idea what that plasma was really going to be the missing link in the whole UFO topic. It's possible that plasma itself is some sort of fundamental discovery of the universe, just like fire, where all of our rockets, explosion, combustion engine, everything's based on fire. But now you look at plasma, and plasma has these natural, incredible properties, including the biggest one is that it can hold charge density higher than any material that we know of.
Now, I want to stop it right there. So, what if these crystal trees weren't cut down? What if with them changing the frequency with everything, it made it all disperse? Now, when you see what it does in a fifth dimension, see all those crystals, how it forms a tree. Isn't that odd?
Now, metamaterials at some point in the future might be able to improve and achieve this. But if you were to pack the amount of energy that we can get into a plasma, into any circuitry that we have out there, it would melt the wires. Then
doesn't that look like a tree? Like the rings in a tree? Like these are like celled structures? I mean, this is it.
That's the main limitation on that. It was Ken Shoulders in the late 1980s who realized that these plasmas, he called them exotic vacuum objects, because he believed they were cohering energy from the vacuum, from the ether. He realized they have this self-organizing property where it will become naturally a sphere. And there's a funny comment that Sal was telling me in my interview where he said, I forget the guy's name, hope somebody out there will probably know and put it in the comments, but that they were talking about this hot fusion, these tokamak reactors that we have everywhere. And he was kind of throwing shade at it, saying, I've never seen a star in the shape of a donut before. And you kind of laugh and you go, yeah, in outer space, all the stars are plasma, but they're always spherical. Why are we building all our reactors in the shape of donuts? And we do that because that's a way to focus the electromagnetic field so that the electromagnetic field will be like in the center of the donut. But is that what the shape that the plasma will ultimately form? No, I think it's going to form a sphere. And then he realized not only is it cohering energy from the vacuum, the reason why he thought it was doing that was because their longevity. It would stay even though you stopped applying energy to it. It didn't dissipate. It would stay there. And he realized, he explains this. He has a book called like The Path to EVOs. And in this book, he says that in 1980, he read a paper by a guy named Bergstrom. The paper is from 1973. And in that paper, he realized that the ether is actually real. So what is he saying there? He's saying the same thing that I was just telling you guys, is that he realized in 1980, there is this energy that's out there. And if space isn't actually empty, and space itself is a medium, then we can manipulate the medium. And the plasma is doing that. The plasma is actually changing the properties of the medium itself. So when people talk to you about metamaterials, the reason why they say you need metamaterials is because they don't think we can modify space-time. They don't think we can change the refractive index of space-time, the permittivity of space-time. If you change the permittivity of a material, you change the speed of light through the material. Just like when people show the image of a refractive index where you have like a cup of water and they put a stick in there and you can see it kind of bend. This is why we think we need metamaterials to produce UFOs and anti-gravity. But if you can actually do that to space-time itself, where now you create a bubble in space-time, now you've got a situation where you can have anti-gravity, you can have a huge amount of charge density where this is basically becomes an infinite battery. And you have the charge density required, the charge density that can be achieved in this bubble of plasma energy is so high that you're now starting to approach what Sal Pais would say is that the Pais effect, the Schwinger limit that's out there. So last thing I'm going to say in this, and I'll let you jump in, is that people need to say the name Hal Puthoff way, way, way more often. He should have won a Nobel Prize. I have it on extremely good authority that he's willing to go to his grave knowing that he'll never win the Nobel Prize, even though he deserves it, because he's never going to violate his NDAs. He's never going to, expose the defense contractors that he's worked for. He knows about all this stuff.
So-called empty space isn't really empty at all. It's actually full of energy. So instead of being like kind of a quiet, empty lake, it's more like the froth at the base of a waterfall or something. And this energy is basically electromagnetic in nature. And the energy density is quite high. In fact, it's so high that when it was first discovered mathematically, it was thought to be some kind of artifact of the mathematics. But then as time went on, there were even Nobel Prize winning experiments that showed that this energy in so-called empty space was really there.
Ken Shoulder's partner was Hal Puthoff. They both worked at SRI, Stanford Research Institute. They were partners when they were working on this exotic vacuum object technology in the late 80s. Their financier was a guy named Bill Church of Church's Chicken, the CEO, if you can believe it. And so this is when Hal Puthoff started writing all his scientific papers about zero-point energy at the exact same time. So Hal Puthoff realized there was an ether. He started writing his papers on zero-point energy. Zero-point energy explains gravity as a pressure force. And in the early 90s, from Lynn McTaggart's book called The Field, she explains that the Pentagon it was really cold fusion is what they were producing. They called it condensed charge research. They gave it this kind of code name. And the Pentagon ranked it as number 3 highest priorities for research. And then the next year, they upgraded that to number 2. So this was all based on this plasma technology. And in 1992, a scientist named Jack Nachamkin for the Air Force wrote a scientific paper called Force-Free Time Harmonic Plasmoids. So if you hear the word plasmoids, you hear the word EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, ball lightning, these are all synonyms for the exact same thing. And Jack Nachamkin basically said that we can, using a vortex, you can stabilize the ball of plasma, and what will happen is it'll create a non-radiating barrier, a bubble. around it by manipulating the pointing vector. So, and I won't go too much into this science, but if you make your electric and magnetic fields parallel when normally they should be perpendicular like this, then you change your pointing vector to 0. And in that situation, now the energy is not propagating in any specific vector direction. And so instead, what do you create? A bubble. And this bubble can then be stabilized. And from there, now you've got a stable bubble that energy is not radiating out of it. And you can potentially use that to extract energy. It can float around freely. Oh, and then I do have to say one last thing as well. So we've now tied Ken Shoulders, Hal Puthoff to the government, to this research into these EVOs. And these can become drones. These can actually become drones because Hal Puthoff's patent, he only has really one significant patent that's out there called communication system. And it is a field-free, meaning no electromagnetic field communication system. He calls it quantum communication system, which is just a bullshit cover. It's a gravity communication system. And he says literally in the patent, in the abstract, you can communicate through plasma with this. So you start to realize, oh, we can create a plasma bubble. We can put a little device inside of there. And now we can communicate with it using Hal Puthoff's patent.
What about time travel? Does this confirm or, does this confirm time travel exists?
So if you change the permittivity of space, you manipulate the amount of 0-point energy in a region. In the case of the plasma, it's reducing the permittivity. It's pushing out the 0-point energy, just the way the Casimir effect was doing it. So it's a different engineering aspect. If you're doing that, if you're modifying the speed of light, you are technically modifying time. You're creating a time dilation effect as well. This is part of the reason why I would say you don't want to have somebody inside these things. I would not want to be inside of these things. It would be extremely disorienting to go inside of some type of craft, fly for an hour, and you come out and it's a year later. And you're like, wait, what? Time dilation is real. So,
wow.
But what if one, because remember, everything's vehicles, right? So hear me out. What if one can actually transfer their consciousness into a plasma ball? So these high-end, like probably Space Force, they're actually in a separate place with their consciousness honed in on this ball and everything, so they could actually break all the laws of physics because they're using their consciousness and not their vehicle, their physical vehicle. They're actually tapping into the ethereal realm, which is the ether. I mean, it's shit. I mean, this is a silent war. I mean, this is massive.
Means that time travel is real, but it's not the same kind of time travel that we're seeing in science fiction, except for maybe in the case of Interstellar, which I think they kind of got it right, which would mean that what you can do is you can change your dial so that time either moves faster or slower for you. The real question then is, what is negative time? There is a concept of negative time in physics that mathematically works out, but it's not like you're going to go back to 1950 and go meet your grandparents. I would argue, and this is highly speculative, of course, that instead what you're doing is you're reversing your local state. So you would maybe reverse your age. Like maybe I would go back a year if I could apply negative time. Otherwise, the more conventional uses would be that you can go to the future, but you could never really go to the past. So you could slow your rate of time down. Everything else is speeding up around you. And then you would be in the future. That is possible. And if that's possible, this explains why we might have moved to stuff like plasma drones or other drone type technology where no one's in there, because it's the spam in the can. It's a liability to have a person inside one of these crafts where you have to keep them alive, where you have to have some sort of atmosphere inside the craft, because it has to be perfectly sealed as well. You can't have openings on these crafts for this. This is also going to be a really, I think, interesting anecdote, but our spy planes, I don't think people realize how hypersonics work. They use plasma sheaths in front of this in front of these hypersonic crafts, and this is what reduces the drag so that the craft doesn't rip apart from the friction of our atmosphere. They use a plasma sheath that they produce. And you think about that, we had that in the 60s. It was Paul Sis who basically explained this technology to me. And once I heard him explain it, he's a Black Project engineer, I went, wow, we can actually just turn the plasma into a drone. We don't need the plane. We don't need the person inside of it. Those are the liability. Just turn the plasma sheath itself into a hypersonic drone that can ignore inertia, gravity, etc. So that's what I think that we pretty much figured out there. And then I don't know what's going to happen with the time travel aspect of it. I'm just interested to learn more.
For sure. I would love to do an entire deep dive about time travel because it's one of the most fascinating topics in my life. I've loved it since childhood. I mean, so many amazing revelations here, and I would encourage our audience to want to dive more deeply into MH370, follow Ashton's work. Also go back and watch our previous interview where we spent really over an hour deep diving that particular part of the story. So many pieces of this with etheric energy that I'm excited over the next year to see where this develops, and really to have you back on the show to dive more deeply into it. So my guest, Ashton Forbes, who just confirmed time travel is real. But it's not what you think. Time travel is real. Get your flux capacitor out. Ashton, great to see you as always. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season, and thanks for bringing this incredible information to our audience as always.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to do a quick shout out to my Aunt Margot. She's in the hospital right now. She helped raise me and make me the person that I am today. Margot, if you're out there, I love you. Thank you very much.
And let's the power of the redacted audience. Everyone, put Margot in their prayers and send as much energy and love to you and the family as we can. So thank you, and God bless Margot. We hope for a speedy recovery. Thanks, Ashton.
So, I saw in the chat quantum electrodynamics, right? QED, like quote error demonstrum. That's why they use the kill boxes, the brackets. Cute. Also, I did see that Jimmy Carter died, huh? So, if he died on 12/29, which is a 3/11, 11/3 start. So I say he died, but what if everything has to be done twice, right? What if he's been dead for quite some time? I mean, we know that. But it's just like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right? So they're saying, oh, yeah, she's in there voting and shit. She was dead. Remember, they're pushing that thing with half her body on those roller things through an airport. It's like, what the hell is this now? Why would you do that? So then you look at that, and then you see like DECLAS, right? The last December, table 29, 29th day. It's exactly 6 months from May 29th. It's cute. Actually, it's 7 months to the day. That's cute. And so what shit. I was trying to get stuff ready to put up here, but couldn't really do it because the video was going. But that's okay. Here's damn it. Damn. So, let me see if I go back one more. Nah, look. Oh, 1 second. Jesus. Sorry, guys. Just
Oh, it's right here. So we're gonna have some fun because God, I love Wikipedia sometimes, even though it's run by a bunch of from critics. The stab in the back myth, right? Anti-Semitic and anti-communist theory, conspiracy theory that was widely believed and promulgated in Germany after 1918. Wonder why, huh? Because see, all those revolutions of 1917, 1923, it based off of world communism. Resets. So now what's America's reset? Who infiltrated us? The same pricks that have been doing it every damn time. Using their religion as a cover, using both religions as covers. Those isms, right? So then, I mean, some of the characters in this, I mean, come on, I printed them all. They're that good. So then there was, of course, the German Revolution of 1819, right? Well, now you see what sparked. This is when Hitler just got out of the war, So he comes home and he sees his homeland fucking trashed. Like when you see military guys come home from war, Strack, you come home to this and you're like, what the fuck happened? I left here for a little while and now it's all full of trannies and fucking dudes blowing one another on street corners and shit. Do you think it's okay? No. Round up all the fucking books, burn all the porn, get them out of here. No, a clean house is necessary. They all gotta go. So then, of course, when Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power in 1933, they made conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory, an integral part of the official history of 1920s, portraying the Weimar Republic as the work of November criminals. Who else are November criminals? The Democratic Party wins our elections. November. So, now this is what he said. He said, November criminals had stabbed the nation in the back in order to seize power. They did to Biden right in front of us. They stabbed him directly. They stabbed everyone in the back just that they could keep up there. Nazi propaganda depicted Weimar Germany as a morass, which is a swamp of corruption, degeneracy, national humiliation, ruthless persecution of the honest national opposition. 14 years of rule by Jews, Marxists, and cultural Bolsheviks who had last been swept away by the National Socialist movement under Hitler and the victory of National Revolution in 1933. You tell me that isn't DC right now.
And who else did they stab in the back? They stabbed Bernie Sanders in the back.
Stabbed everybody in the back. Yeah. Everybody. But then, of course, you go down and, the whole thing, like psychology of belief, right? Like, no, it's bullshit, right? I mean, some of these are just epic. But like anti-Semitic aspects, like, stab in the back, of course they did. If they financed it, but then who decided to step in? They're like, oh, well, if they're going against us, we're going to demonize them, make everybody think that Hitler was a bad guy, but instead we're going to bring the Finnish in because they're so efficient at running these camps that we've seen from the last revolution they just threw. So, hey, you guys want to make some more of these death camps? That'd be great. And hey, you could use the same symbol you have of their Air Force. I mean, it's right there. But right here, secondary anti-Semitism. Yeah. There's even a secondary anti-Semitism. But the Germans will never forget the Jews for Auschwitz. The term was coined by Peter Stonebeck, a Frankfurt School co-worker of Theodor W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer, based on their critical theory. It's every aspect of this country has got to go. And now we just have to look at, who's going to be the head of the FCC? Who's going to be the head of this? Who's going to be the head of that? Like Howard Lutnick. Why do you put him in the Department of Commerce? Put Department of Commerce on your bingo card. Simple as that. You go to the baddies and you put whatever they were picked for. What, Christy Nome, was she Department of Energy? Did he just not talk about Department of Energy fucking circumventing all this shit? So what are they exactly trading? Then there's the genocide justification. Yeah, right here. Laws against Holocaust denial, right? Yeah. Now the thing is that you would think that this is like small. Oh no, they infiltrated everyone, every country. Now, who controls the world? Them. So when they say, oh, it's not all of them. No, it's all of them. But I wanted to scroll down here because there are the United States, of course, First Amendment, denial of Constitution protected, right? But here's the thing. When you see what's worked up into this shit, you're going to flip your lid because when you see, you can't unsee it. Listen, actual prosecutions of people denying the Holocaust, 5 years imprisonment, 12,000 euro fine, 10 months imprisonment. For what? But they got us on this, the anti-BDS laws. So boycott, divestment, and sanctions, right? The same shit that they did in New York in 1933 to declare war on Germany, now they have to come up with laws to protect them, to shield them from what they're doing. I mean, this is all, it's all retaliating against people of organizations engaged in boycotts of Israel-affiliated entities. You fucking run everything, you fucking kikes. What do you think? But now when you look at that law, right? They're like, oh no, Holocaust denial, yeah, freedom of speech, yeah. Oh, but when you hit him in the fucking wallet, anti-BDS laws. 37 states passed anti-BDS laws. 38 states. Now think about that. It's Israel Project, recruit to promote anti-BDS laws. Yeah. But then look at the ones that oppose. But you got J Street there, Jewish Voice for Peace and all that. Remember, they have to play both sides of the fence. They can't play good cop, bad cop. Because it takes away everything from their subversion. Lobbying. Israel Allies Foundation. Umbrella group of Israel lobbies headquartered in Jerusalem that has received funding from the Israeli government. So, if you don't think foreign interference is going on, you're half retarded. No, fully retarded now. Whoever boycotts us will be boycotted. In recent years, we have promoted laws in most U.S. states which determined that strong action to be taken against whoever tries to boycott Israel. Who's running this fucking show now? Fuck these little hats. We just learned about their interest shit. We talked about it a long time ago. Now we're getting the fucking facts. Everybody's learning the facts. And then you see this shit. But it's the Zionists. Are you fucking stupid? It's all of them. I don't care if people are, there's good people. No. Think about what they did. When they were living over in Europe, they were living in filth and squalor. They're shit people. That's why they called it the Jewish ghettos. Now you flip it over. What'd they do? They brought the fucking black Hebrew Israelite fucking population down and made them move to the ghettos. But they're not racist. They're good people. They're all about Jesus. Yeah, killing them. I mean, shit. Listen, lack of clarity. Yeah. There's never a concrete definition of anything. as you'll see, like all these anti-Israel boycott acts and shit like this. No. No. And also, think about this. One of the co-sponsors in co-sponsored Israel anti-boycott act, Marco Rubio, right? Where did Trump put Marco Rubio?
State Department. Secretary
Secretary of State. Put the fucking State Department down on your bingo card if you got it next to you. That's all it is. But listen, all of the Abby Martin versus the state of Georgia about it. That chick just, they're out there proving these people are fucking shitbags. But look, all the states, anti-BDS laws by states, all the way down. All the way down. I mean, the past bills. I mean, this is embarrassing. Anti-BDS laws in other countries. Yeah. Because you can't say anything about them, you can't do anything about it, nothing. Parliamentary condemnations. Yeah, why not, right? Can't say something about a specific religion that has been fucking everybody over with usury since the beginning of time. So tell me how this infiltration isn't fucking deep. Now, remember the whole definition of anti-Semitism. That was this whole fucking thing was, oh, well, you know, the anti-Semitism law, right? Well, we need to know what the fucking definition of it is, right? Well, lucky for us, they have a page for it. Oh, here. I'm sorry, guys. I'll put this one in there, and then this one builds off the rest of them. So, working definition anti-Semitism. If you were to print this up to the see also, right here, it's 23 pages. You should be able to pull out a dictionary, grab it up, set it down, open it up, and see what the definition of it is. That's a true definition. But see, now that they call it a working definition, it's always working in their favor. So they can keep on adding shit and say, oh no, that was added. That was in the Torah scroll. That was in the scroll that's over there, the third one down from the left. It's in that one. No, fuck this shit. The whole fucking no-hide laws, everything. They all gotta go. That's it. Their vibration is fucking shit. They do nothing but cut all of our fucking throats every damn time. I mean, this is. I mean, did I put this one in the chat or was it the other one? But yeah, well, let's see. And then the 3 Ds of anti-Semitism, the 3D test, right? Okay, 2003. Criticism of Israel. I mean, I don't know why people be criticism of Israel. I mean, they were slaughtering Palestinians back then. USS Liberty. I mean, just all the way down. All the way down. Listen, the test was adopted by U.S. State Department in 2010. Why? Why didn't we the people get a vote in this? Why did a foreign entity in D.C. get pull to actually do all this? Because what, under diplomacy? Fuck your diplomacy. We don't want diplomacy anymore. We see what diplomacy is. You guys use diplomacy to go over and force communism down the throats of people that don't even want to see your shit. But later replaced by the working definition of anti-Semitism in 2017. So literally, whatever you fucking say about it, listen. This is the fucking Schleiermacher that fucking manipulated the laws. You can't make this shit up. By a Soviet dissident, a Bolshevik. Just fucking come out and say it. I mean, don't be fucking him here around like delegitimization, the right to exist. No, you are ceasing other people's right to exist just by your existence alone. That's the problem with this world. All the cultures and everything like that, everybody takes care of their own except them. They always take care of their own, but if there's other humans out there that need help, we always want to help. Always. That's how you're going to start noticing that, who are the good ones, who are the bad ones. It could be any color. If they're willing to go and help people, then they're humanitarian. Not these shitbags. They just told about the usury and everything. I mean, there's even more shows that they go in even deeper on that shit with them. I mean, 3D, right? Yeah. Because that's all they can handle. Because they can never go to 4D, 5D, because they're fucking shitbags. They're demons. Demonization. I want this on a shirt. Zionist pigs, stop the war pigs. Yeah. Counterfeit Jews. Yep. They're all counterfeit. Every single one of them. They marry into it. They convert to Judaism. But they're not technically Jew, but then they turn to, the Kabbalistic ways. The Talmudic ways. That's what they do. If they can't go that way, you can't be a Jew because your mother and father are Jews. It's like, then you go the Talmudic route. That's all it is. Either way, they both converge in the same area. Fuck whitey, fuck blackie, fuck everybody, but the Caucasians, fucking double standards, criticism of Israel, double standard policy. See, boycott, divestment, distinctions. It's like, but double standards is one of the 9 sets of what he calls new anti-Semitism. Well, what's the fucking new anti-Semitism now? Now there's not secondary. Now there's a new form. I mean, damn it. I fucked that up. Hold on. Damn it. New anti-Semitism. Concept including some definition of anti-Semitism, working definition of anti-Semitism, and the 3D test of anti-Semitism. What the? I mean, now there's tests. I mean, who else in this whole fucking world gives us more problems than them? Nobody. You fucking just snap. Because we're going to be going back to that because, oh man, then we got expulsion and exoduses of Jews, stereotypes of Jews. They actually have fucking packet on stereotypes of Jews. And they're like, oh, that's not us. It's like, we don't own everything. Yeah. If you want to know if they own everything, just ask one. It's just like the Masons. To be one, ask one. They'll fucking tell you the fucking truth right in front of your face, and there ain't shit you can do about it because they know that they run the roost. But not anymore. Let's see. 1 second. Let me see this. Ooh. Got a present for you. This came out 10 days ago. I think we're going to like this. The CIA chessboard in the Middle East. Now the net will come into play.
Taking out Assad and taking over Syria?
Man.
The fall of Syria,
Why?
in my opinion, just my opinion, in my small mind, it is 100% a CIA/Mossad operation.
Oh, 100%.
There is nothing you can say to me to convince me otherwise.
And everything that he said good about YouTube has just gone down the shithole, bro.
100%.
You can't say this.
100%.
You can't say
There's
this.
nothing you can say to convince me otherwise.
We can both agree that this is true, but you can't say this. You can't say the silent
crazy.
part out loud. You can't be noticing this. The pattern isn't that clear.
All of a sudden, all these world leaders, okay. First, they're like, Assad, they're coming after Assad and they're coming after Damascus. In the meantime, apparently the U.S. has been bombing parts of Syria.
Yeah, well,
Remember, Syria is a predominantly Christian country, by the way.
Israel too.
Israel too, but United States was doing bombing in Syria while the rebel forces are moving towards Damascus, and then all of a sudden, Assad is running away. He's flying away. His plane kind of disappears. Apparently, he's okay now. And then the next day, Israel starts encroaching into Syria territory, taking Mount Hermon. Taking Mount Hermon. For those that don't know, the Mount Hermon is famous for, in the book of Enoch, they talk about the fallen 200 angels.
Yep.
Apparently, that's where they fell to.
Yep.
Just another biblical reference that we somehow hit every once in a while.
Yeah, and what you're really talking about are the giants.
And the Nephilim.
The Nephilim, dude.
Nephilim story, another day.
Bro, I want to talk about the Nephilim, though. I know too much about the fucking Nephilim.
The
bro.
Nephilim is like a 4-week series.
Okay. Can let me just say one thing though.
We did talk about what's his name, Gilgamesh the other day, last
yes,
week.
We
though.
did.
Yeah,
but let me just say one thing, and then we'll just brush through it. If you're a Christian out there and you have a Bible and you don't know about the Nephilim, that means that you haven't actually read your Bible. Because in the Bible, in 2 distinct places, they talk about the Nephilim. And you might say, well, Peter, I don't remember reading that in my Bible, because you're an unsullied, unschooled, and uncultured swine who say you're a Christian, but you actually haven't read your Bible, which means you haven't actually read the words Nephilim, which means you haven't actually done the research, which means they're talking about them giants back in the olden days. And
Now, I just want to stop that right there. I haven't even listened to this yet, but I did save it. When he mentioned about, those who say they are, but they're not, right? Because they haven't read the Bible. So he said, read the Bible, right? You're going to learn about the Nephilim and all that, because those who are just, sit here and fucking, Bible beating all that, and they don't know about the Nephilim, and they don't know what's going on right now. Those who say they are, but they are not. It doesn't just fall for the Jews. It falls for all of them.
gotta talk about them giants, because if there are giants out there that lived and breathed and roamed the earth, then it tells us a lot about maybe architecture, heavy objects, things like this.
Well,
what do I know?
It also means you didn't get past Genesis 8. So you didn't make it very far in the book.
Yeah, it's okay. But it's also referenced in the New Testament too, the Nephilim.
It's true. It's true.
We got to talk about them giants. We'll talk about it some other time. I love the giants talk. This is like when your daughter is of age, some of the most fun conversations you can have with your daughter is when you talk about the giants. Because all kids love giants. They love giants. The giants are always a fun, Jack and the Beanstalk. The kids love giants.
Okay,
it's such a great thing.
Total side note. When maybe someone listening or watching can give me a little context here. When your child is finally of age to read the Bible together, do you start at Genesis 1?
No.
Or do you start on the New Testament?
Oh, I mean, if you start with kids, you're doing all of the Old Testament stories. Your Moses, your
But
Ruth.
if you start at Genesis 1 with all the questions that it brings, because it's really hard to explain the first 10 chapters of Genesis.
Well, that's why they have those pictorial books.
It may take you a long time to get past Genesis 12.
You're overthinking this, bro. This is a known. There are plenty of kids' books that walk through Genesis in literally 2 pages, where it's like, here, God created this mass and then this world, and then it merges into like this universe, and then there's humans, and it's like, yeah, that's how kind of it happened.
Do you know how difficult? Sometimes I'll sit down, I'm like, I'm gonna read the Bible. I'm gonna start at the beginning. Do you know how hard it is for me to get past like the first verse
of Genesis 1?
Yeah.
In the beginning.
Well, it says in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth.
Yeah.
And then on the first day He created the heaven and the earth, and He said it was good.
Yeah.
And the second day, and then He said it was good. And third day, and it was good. I'm like, wait, why do you keep on saying it was good?
Because it was good.
To say it all the time? You only say something was good and it was good that many times because either A, it had not been good once before or been in the past, or that he didn't know that it would be good and then it was good. Or why would you say it was good every single time? It's assumed that's good. It could have been said one time. But to say it after every single day and it was good shows that there is context in another way. I think about this and I'm like, damn, I'm still in Genesis 1.
You know, in corporate America, we call this analysis paralysis.
That's what it's for.
Bro, you're thinking too hard, bro. I'm not going to answer your question. I have no idea at the end of the day why he's decided to end those statements with "it was good," other than probably a sermon that I can conjure up where some pastor told us something to the effect of saying that it is good is essentially a God stamp of approval and saying that this is my intentions and my intentions are good for this thing that I have created, right? And it's almost like a seal of.
But rarely in the Bible do they repeat the same thing over and over again in such succession in such a short period of time. But it was after every single day. Yeah. Meaning
you clearly didn't get to numbers because that's all they do is repeat numbers all over the place.
It could have been, and day 7th it was, and he rested and it was good. It could have been one time. But to say it after every single day shows intent.
Well, yeah. Well, I as well. If I can add some humanness to this idea. Now, if I may though, just to back out of the equation for a second, like if we think about the infinitude of God, like the reality is our level of sophistication of being able to understand anything within the realm and economy of God is a logical fallacy. So while we can conjure up theses and ideas around what we think the word means, at the end of the day, if we truly believe there's a God, we don't know what the hell we're ants.
Because
we're
I don't
ants,
think
bro.
anywhere it says that it was the first time God created the world.
No.
So
we could be
by it saying and it was good and it was good and it was good could mean that there have been other iterations in the past.
Now what you're making me think about is the architect from the Matrix, right? And saying that, clickety click, you're the 5th generation of this that I've tried.
Exactly.
Yeah, could be that God is some great architect with video screens all over the place and said, "Damn it, this generation just didn't work out. Let's re-roll this shit."
I'm gonna be really disappointed if God's TVs aren't OLED. At least be OLED 8K.
Shoot, he'd be rolling in that. He'd be rolling in at 10,000K, man.
So going back to Syria. Sorry, total tangent.
How do we get to Giants?
Giants,
dude. Giants are the best.
So we have this. CIA Mossad psyop.
Bro.
That is Syria.
So is he even dead?
No, I don't think he's dead.
I don't think he's dead.
Well, I think he did a proof of life.
Did he?
Yeah, on a plane somewhere with his wife and family or something.
You mean like Elvis?
Yeah, there's a proof
Did
of
he
life.
go to Russia?
He may be in Russia.
That's what I thought.
Well, okay, continue. I didn't want to cut you off there.
So right now, there is a little geopolitical, military kind of history, I guess.
Yeah.
On one side, you have the United States and Israel and Saudi Arabia. That is kind of the alliance in the Middle East, right? And everyone says Trump did the Abraham Accords. That was like to unify Israel and Saudi Arabia. Trump and Saudi Arabia are like best friends, right? And then you have, that's Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. On the other side, you have the Middle East, you have Afghanistan and Iran, and you have Syria, and you have Turkey, etc. Syria was funded, and it's so complex.
It's also 11 o'clock at night.
It's so complex. What I was trying to get to was we were talking about Korea last week. I just found out that Korea has one of the largest standing militaries in the world, South Korea.
Yeah, we're a bunch of badasses.
Because everyone is required to join the military
service, yep.
South Korea has 500,000 active troops and 2.8 million reserve. That makes a military of 3.23 million people. People always talk about the million-man military of North Korea. The South Korean military is actually bigger. Yes, because their reserve isn't as large. So you have 3 million. We watched the martial law. We saw that the previous U.S. deputy commander has become in charge of the military there. We talked about that. And now, I also found out yesterday. Do I say this? Do I say this out loud? Did you know that the first lady of Korea?
Yes, I know. She just yes. They were intertwined with, let's just say, a nation state that of the Bible.
I did not know that.
Dude, they're everywhere.
I had no clue.
Dude, they're everywhere.
The first president of the United States, first president of Korea, who was a CIA PSYOP, who went to school in the United States, was friends with FDR, was Harvard, Princeton, and he went back and ended up being a dictator, killed a bunch of people, and said he was for democracy, but ended up being an authoritarian dictator and killed his opposition. This guy, his wife was Jewish?
Yep.
That's crazy. I did not know that the first lady of Korea was Jewish. When I heard that, I was like, no.
Well, then you know. Then you know why it is clear
that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Bro. You remember what the Japanese did to these types of people? They went hardcore. They went Japan first, and they decided to get rid of all of those types of individuals, and that's what got them into World War II.
I think that we see the stage being set for what's going to go on in the Middle East. So you're starting to see the military start to create alliances. The chess pieces moving around. You see that Israel has encroached into Syria. That's not going to sit well with Iran. We'll see what Iran does to react to this now.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why is Israel acting with such aggression all over the place? Why is this a thing?
Because the Bible says that this is when it's supposed to happen. Go back to season 6, episode 1.
But seriously, like Israel can act with impunity. I've seen videos of Mr. Netanyahu, Mr. Benny, talking about how he's going to be destroying these nations. Like you're an ant on an anthill. Like, what gives you such ego, pride, confidence that you're going to be able to, excise the demons around you?
Well, you are not allowed to ask those questions.
Well, I'm asking you the question.
You're not allowed to think about these things. You are supposed to avoid this topic. Assad bad. That's all you're supposed to think about. And if it makes you feel better, we will give you the United Healthcare shooter as exchange. Watch him instead.
That's true.
Watch him instead.
That's true.
He's like really good looking.
Yeah.
He's like from Ivy League.
Oh.
So yeah. See, when he talked about the when he said it was good, right? So it said in the beginning God created heaven and earth, right? Everybody thinks that it's like the Big Bang to start. It's like, no. What's faster than the speed of light? The speed of thought. God is consciousness. Is all around us, everywhere. It's alive. Everything is living. But when they said every day, the creation was finally done, and he's like, and then it was good, right? Why would he say it was good? What was good?
the harmony, the frequency, and the vibrations were all tuned in. Because once you create something, right? It's like if you build a bookshelf, right? What's the last thing you do? You put a coat of polyurethane on it, right? Same thing. You built it, and then you have to change it. You have to alter, the frequency, the color of it. And then when it's done, when it's good, you put a coat of polyurethane on it and call it good. And it was good. Everything was harmonious. But then you had the fall and all that shit. That's what the whole thing is. It's like, it's not, when they say God created, it's like, you just don't create something out of thin air. You have to think about what you're creating. So it's all the power of thought. And once we realize that as a collective, we can all come together and our collective consciousness, our collective thought can actually change the whole entire reality of our realm.
Manifest anything.
That's it. That's all it is. That's cool. That going for us. Yeah, I mean this you can let me see. Let me see more. Oh shit, that's what I was gonna do. Okay, hold on a second. Um second. Right back here. I'm trying to see. What's that? Okay. That's that. Okay, so this up. Ah, shit. Sorry. All right. Alabama, right? Now, instantly I was like, holy shit, this is already going to go south. Already going to go south. Doesn't take long. Now, Alabama is nicknamed the Yellowhammer State. Hey, Strack, you remember like all the talk about Yellowhammers and like they're all a bunch of fags. I mean, they call that's why you call them Yellowhammers. I mean, it's literally like, and then you think Yellowhammers on these shields, right? The yellow background and then the hammers. Now, thing is, French colonialist. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's cute. But red, it's red X, right? That's the Great Seal, right? That's the Order of the Eastern Star in Masons. Same colors. The white is the background. It's the Canton. There's all your essential colors in all of your Eastern Star. It's all Masonic. Every bit of it.
And three states succeeded at the same time? It was Alabama, Georgia, and Florida.
Yeah, I got one more pull up. Let's see. Now, this is how we're going to do this. All right. So, Alabama, coat of arms. Always look at the coat of arms. Everyone, right? On top, you see the shipping. All right. So, you already know it's owned by a corporation, it's owned by a company, right? Then you look at the eagle. I was talking about in the audio. The eagle's wings are closed, so there's no protection. If they're open, it means protection. They're not protecting the cargo. But then you look at their shield. Right here, right? See this right here? See these three? It is literally in the French East India Company flag, right? Joint stock company, founded in France, and you know, it competed with English, like British, Dutch trading companies in East Indies. Yeah, they're a coat of arms. Make the Native Americans fucking your slaves. You literally can't even make that shit up.
It did.
That's all it is. While he sits back and fucking smokes his fucking whatever the fuck he's doing, he's making them do all the work. Oh, French East India Company. Then back to this, right? Now, you've got the castles, right? There's the Red Dragon, right? See that a lot in London, City of London, right? Right here. See this right here? There's a problem with this. Because if you rotate it 90 degrees, right? Oh shit, where is it? It's literally the British East India flag.
That cross right there, that's not a Christian cross. That's a sun worship cross. They worship the sun.
This right here?
Yeah.
No, it's a double cross.
Yeah, but I'm saying this is
they double crossed Christ.
Yeah.
That's why I put an X over it. That's all it is. That's the Church of England. That's why the Church of England is going down. The Church of England, when you look all throughout time, the Church of England and using all these religions, they're the shitbags. Yeah, I mean it's.
I mean it's sun worship. This is what they do. This is their thing. Yeah.
And that's it. It's all the pharaohs. It's all pharaonic.
Sure.
And then let's see. I think we went over this last time, but yeah, state root marker 3. That's a marker, right? Let's see. I got more in this. Bama, 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 Bama. We'll go Bama. Up here. Now, what we do is go to this. Here, Keystone, huh? All right. Let's find a home turf. Here's a Red Mountain, right? Now, in Birmingham, right? Birmingham is known as the Magic City or Pittsburgh of the South, right? Now we go to Red Mountain. It's in Birmingham. Long Ridge running southwest northeast, dividing Jones Valley from Shades Valley south of Birmingham, Alabama, as part of Virgin Valley region of Appalachian Mountains. Probably a lot of funny shit goes on there. The Red Mountain Formation of hard Silurian rock, or Silurian hypothesis, the reptilians, and it was named Red Mountain because of the rust-stained rock faces of red hematite iron ore, Caucave. Birmingham's iron furnaces, known as Red Rock Park, red. Now, thing is that they had furnaces. Union Army destroyed Oxmoor and Tyndall furnaces in 1865. What were we making back then? But Alex Harvey Rick Woodward's home was in the area on Elmont Wood. His home was now owned and maintained by the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Used as residence for the university president. Yeah, the University of Alabama, Birmingham. The University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa. The machine runs it all. Right here, 1938, giant cast iron statue of Roman god of the forge Vulcan, which represents Birmingham 1904 World's Fair, was put on display atop the sandstone tower built by Work Progress Administration. Brought to you by, you guessed it, FDR. The communism can't it can't stop it anytime. Red Mountain serves a natural promontory for Birmingham's radio and television broadcast stations and a setting for noteworthy private restaurant, The Club, The Good Club, The Vulcans. If this is Magic City, and Tuscaloosa is known as the Druid City, and their motto is, together we can build a bridge to the future. You can't even make this shit up. There are many neighborhoods that are located along the 33 miles of Red Mountain. Because it's not enough that it's on the 33rd parallel.
Remember, they're telling you
now it's 33 miles, 33.
Club of Rome.
Yep. SRA, St. Rose Academy. Satanic ritual abuse. Don't want to say anything about that, but their colors are black and white. The mascot is a knight.
Black and white, like again, their floors, the Masons.
Mixture of Dominican sisters and lay teachers. Who was a layer? Remember Lisa Page? Oh, she's a layer. Remember Trump was calling her a layer, and people like, oh, just because he was having sex. No, that's not what he meant. People just didn't do the research in it. They want to take everything at what somebody else defined it as. But he's like, no, you guys didn't even check the real definition. You guys went straight to the fucking filth that the Jews have you guys all fucking balls deep in. St. Rose Academy is a member of the Toy Bowl League. I'm sure Diddy's running one of those too, right? You can't make this shit up. I mean, this Red Mountain. I mean, of course, paleontologist. Oh, fossil vertebrates and invertebrates. Lizards. I mean, first curator Whitman Cross, Gordon Bell, Lamb, Cross, Lamb. Nothing there. Yeah. Area west of U.S. Route 31. Everything's inverted, guys. As of October 2007, the former Red Mountain Museum building has been demolished, but plans for the site are unknown. So what were you doing there? I'm sure there's tunnels. Because right here, when they said the mountain developed a symbolic place as a source of wealth in the region, it was even portrayed as a character in pageants sponsored by steel companies in their company towns. Well, if we know one thing, there's nothing good come out of this place with the Vulcans. So now when you look at the pageants, it's a procession. And then when you look at like the many representative processions, Ricky Cart, and Roman triumphal reliefs, such as those as the Arch of Titus. It's a keystone. It's the arch. Like right here. The games were either open or accompanied by more or less elaborate processions and sacrifices, of course, while processions from the earliest times formed part of the worship of the old nature gods as those connected with the cult of Dionysus and the phallic processions. Yes. Yeah, guys. They worship the dick. That's why we want freedom. We don't want liberty. Liberalia. Where do you think you got the word liberty from? Feast celebrating the maturation of young boys to manhood. Nah, that means everybody gets a crowbar. Woo! Man, like that one, how you separate the Greek men from the boys, a crowbar. About it. The most prominent of the Roman processions was that of Triumph. And you can't spell triumph without Trump.
And in Paris and stuff, they have that Arc of Triumph, whatever is with the Constantine, right there.
And did you see? I think we mentioned before, but the Eiffel Tower caught on fire.
Yeah.
Who saw that coming? Huh? Who's that? A bingo card? Anyone? Nope. Not me. So yeah, I mean, this is some of the stuff we have, but now I got all these companies pretty much done. But what I want to do is because I got shit. Let's see. We got and and also like these. I'll go through that later. Like the list of Dutch West India. Like when we go through this, we'll go through it in a way where we bring all the companies up and have them all listed. And what I want to do is I want to see which ones get absolved into the other ones.
Yep.
Because we have the Dutch West India Company, Dutch East India Company, French East India Company, Austrian East India Company, Levant Company, East India Company, Muscovy Company, Ostend Company, Northwest Company, Portuguese East India Company, Danish Asiatic Company, Danish East India Company, Danish West India Company, the Swedish South Company, Swedish West India Company, Swedish East India Company, Cleopatra's Barge, which has a huge tie with the Crown and Shield family, and it has a specific tie to Hawaii. This is how fucking deep this shit gets. So far, we've got the Russia-America company that we could prove without a reasonable doubt that those companies were the ones that influenced the U.S. to obtain Alaska, but then also for what was it to what was it the shit. I got something else on my mind too because there's something else that shit I gotta find it because this is just man oh, and here it is. Sorry guys, I'm gonna like with the companies right there, we got that, but this one we have to get into, and this will be the last one. And it's a video, and when I showed Dina, her jaw hit the floor. So, set stage real quick. Remember we look at the debt clock and we were wondering why in the one debt clock they had Oklahoma territory in it. We're like, what the fuck's going on here? This literally came out 2 days ago.
Back in the summer of 2020, amidst all the news that was coming out about COVID, the lockdowns, the pockets of outbreaks, the BLM protests and riots across the...
And now you have to think all sleight of hand. This is all it is. All that other stuff was to keep our mind off certain things like this that's going to be very influential in part 2 of his administration.
Country, the election, amidst all that, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a monumental ruling that went completely under the radar. People pretty much across the board missed it because of everything else that was happening at that particular time. But that ruling, it was really monumental because what it effectively did is that it took the authority that the Oklahoma state government had over the entirety of the landmass of Oklahoma, and it cut it in half. Overnight, the Oklahoma state government lost the authority in half of their state. You see, back in the year 1830, President Andrew Jackson signed a treaty which established an area that encompasses almost the entire eastern half of present-day Oklahoma as being a Native American reservation. However, as we all know, over the last 190 years, different laws have come out of Congress which have effectively chipped away at these lands, or rather, the claims that the Native Americans have to those lands. But that all changed in 2020, when the U.S. Supreme Court officially determined that the laws and treaties that have been passed in the last roughly 200 years have not disestablished these reservations, and that the Native Americans who live there still have the rights of a sovereign nation within the United States, not subject to the Oklahoma state government.
Now, when Trump said he's going to cut up all the treaties, he's already been doing it, and nobody even realizes it.
More. The Supreme Court ruling, it also confirmed that the Native American citizens residing on this reservation no longer fall under the jurisdiction of either Oklahoma state or local police, but rather only to the local tribe police and the federal government. And the reason that this matters for people, not just the people living in Oklahoma, across the whole country rather, is that this ruling also sets a new precedent that other Native American tribes across the U.S. could use to try and claw back the land that was promised to them by treaties signed hundreds of years ago. And so let's go through the details of this case, as well as the implications that it has moving forward for other...
Okay, I want to stop it here because this just hit me. Remember when we were discussing Trump testifying in front of Congress about all these Indian reservations and all the casinos, because they was pissed off because it was the fucking Jewish mafia moving in on these reservations, claiming they marry into these fucking reservations, so they declare themselves to be Native American when they are not. They are the fucking Jews. So then they start putting up all these casinos and everything and start running everything about. And that's why Trump got pissed off, because these motherfuckers ain't real. They're not the real Native Americans. Now they're fucking preying on them, saying, oh, I'm just a white Native American. I'm married into this. Fuck you. Get the fuck out. And that was back in the 80s. He testified about that. Now you start to see everybody's getting their shit back. Promises made, promises kept. That's it. And there's going to be a shit ton more treaties going to be getting cut up too. Especially the returning of Hawaii back to its kingdom status. Just like Alaska returning back to its own status. Or Alaska might just stick with us and we'll take Canada too and Greenland, because you have to have the whole dove. It's the whole dove. You need Israel as a whole. All of North America from the wall upward is the ancient land of Israel. That's why everybody, they are talking about the three-dimensional, the materialistic Israel. Trump is referring to the spiritual Israel. That's why when he moved the capital from Tel Aviv back to Jerusalem, he created the new Jerusalem in the United States. He just needed a little bit of time. Just like the whole, when you're going, when Christ went into the tomb and he was resurrected, same fucking thing. He had to go away for a couple of years because it'd take a little bit longer to set everything up. Because once the stage is set and all the chess pieces are going in, it's going to be like a fucking collapse. So once he gets in, once he gets sworn in, by the swipe of my pen, everybody's fucked. That's it. They all go down. Everybody's down. There's your dead cat bounce. When the markets all crash, everybody freaks out. But then, boom, what springs up? Technology, ether, all of our abilities. We don't even think about capitalism at that point in a land of abundance. That's the best part of this all. It's like everything is all within us. It's around us. Everything is living. Everything is sentient. All we had to do was fucking take care of the place and take care of the animals and all this, because those are God's creations too. That's what we were here for. They take care of us. We take care of them. It's an energy exchange. If you see an animal hurt, nurse back to health. Of course, and people are like, well, would the animal do the same to you? Well, the animal's not a fucking human. You can't think of, what the animal, what, if you think about that, you got your ego up your fucking ass so far, you might as well put a fucking hook nose on. Because then you don't care about anything. Everything's a savage. Everything's an animal. Everything's barbaric. There's no compassion in those fucks. Sorry.
States throughout the nation. And I hope that if you appreciate content like this, you take a quick moment to smash those like and subscribe buttons so that it can reach ever more people via the YouTube algorithm. Now, to start with, in order to understand some of the legal aspects of this case, I want to provide a very, very brief overview of the 5 most important pieces of legislation that shaped the current situation of Native Americans. Again, this is a very brief overview. You could easily put together an entire college-level course.
Holy shit. You know what? 1 second. Remember when Trump said that he was going to get inaugurated? Where he'd get inaugurated? It would be at Gettysburg or Mount Rushmore. Yeah, about that. What if he has his inauguration at Mount Rushmore and he officially, right there, signs the Black Hills back over to the Native Americans? It's like he's already, they want a fucking land grab here? You want Bill Gates on the land grab? Fuck you. We own this fucking shit. Trump's just going to fucking start taking people out. It's like, oh, Department of Commerce. Oh, Lutnick, you don't want to play ball? Well, fucking off the Gitmo, fuck them. And we're exposing your whole fucking shit.
Yeah.
It's either you fucking play by the rules for these 4 years and you get a reprieve of what you fucking did. You get a little fucking, this is your little bit of freedom, but you're on a fucking leash.
And also all that land that Bill Gates bought, he bought a lot of land, right? It all goes back. It all goes back.
Seizure. That's it.
Yeah.
It's that 1221 fucking executive order.
Yes, sir.
If everything's run by these companies and corporations, who runs the corporate law? Trump does. He gets around with the swipe of his pen. Everything's in executive action. He already put it in play. If you do human trafficking and drug trafficking, you lose all your shit. Well, it's not like we don't see the quote unquote pattern of it all. That's all they've been doing. They've just been, this, just like energy. Oh, shipping this, shipping that. You're shipping kids. You got kids in these fucking cages. You got kids in fucking transportations. You got fucking all this shit. But then people want to sit here and say, oh, it's a conspiracy. Because Das Juden's in on it. Israel's last for a reason, not mentioned here, because we're the true fucking Israel. We're Project Israel. Fuck Fantasyland. That's all that is. They just want Mount Hermon. They destroyed the cross at the top of Mount Hermon because it was they put a cross up there because of the fucking fallen. They said, fuck it. As long as we have the cross up there, we're protected. What they do? First thing they did was fucking break the cross. But yet they want to sit here and say, oh, the Bible. Fuck Bibi. Fuck the Jews. Fuck all of them. I hope that fucking hellfire comes down and it's just like we're talking about the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Every just evaporated. Just gone. Fucking clouds are gone, fucking sunshine, fucking flowers are blooming, smell fucking great, everything's all fucking hunky-dory. Because you don't have those big-nosed motherfuckers taking all the air. And then their ego, oh, you guys are all savages. And they laugh about it.
Yeah.
Their hubris is fucking amazing.
Yeah. And what was one of their largest, again, land grabs? Again, the Yom Kippur War, and again, the 6 Day War. Remember, all that stuff's going back. Golan Heights, again, everything, Sinai Peninsula, as well as the Gaza Strip, it all goes back all goes back.
I mean, it's all happening, guys.
On just this subject alone, I just want to present the legal framework that led up to the situation in Oklahoma as it was in, let's say, 1997. If I leave anything important out that you think should have been put in here, please leave it in the comment section below. Now, with that out of the way, let's rewind the clock back to the year 1830. That was when the U.S. Congress passed something known as the Indian Removal Act, and it was signed into law by President Andrew Jackson. That piece of legislation, it led to what's known as the Trail of Tears.
Now Trump could sign the Jewish Removal Act. Yeah. You ain't got no Trail of Tears here. There's a reason why all those orbs are over in New Jersey and fucking New York. That's 35% of the Jewish population in America right now.
That's the moniker that was given to the forced migration of roughly 100,000 Native Americans from their ancestral homelands on the east side of the Mississippi River to reservations that were set up for them on the west side of the Mississippi River. And there's a reason that it's called the Trail of Tears. These people, they were not only getting ripped off of their actual homelands, but also the men, women, children, and especially the elderly had to walk on foot and horseback to make the nearly 1,000-mile journey. Many died of hunger, disease, and exposure.
Because if you don't want to fucking deal with the Christian missions, if you want to be Catholic, then either you got to fucking go or you got to submit. That's all it is. You could thank the Catholics and the Jews for this one too.
And if you look at it on the map, the tribes located in Appalachia, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida, and several other states, they were forcibly marched over 1,000 miles to an area that pretty much nowadays would cover the entire eastern part of present-day Oklahoma. Once we're settled on these reservations, Native American tribes began the arduous task of reestablishing their own systems of governance, doing things like electing or choosing their own leaders, establishing courts of justice, starting up their own schools, and so on. However, throughout these subsequent years, you had dozens of additional treaties getting struck and new laws getting passed over in Congress that chipped away at the sovereignty of the Native Americans living on these reservations west of the Mississippi River. For example, when the system first began,
The biggest land grab, illegal land grab in all of history. This is exactly what this is. As perpetrated by the fucking Jews that infiltrated our government. And it was all after the 1830s, which was after all the great resets over in Europe and Russia. Because that's why they signed the secret treaty of Verona in 1822. They were dealing with the resets.
if you had a Native American who killed another Native American on the reservation, the justice to be dealt would be decided by the Native American courts. In fact, there was a unanimous Supreme Court ruling that was made in the year 1883, which concluded that the federal courts have no jurisdiction over the murder of one Native American by another.
C before D, crow dog, every dog has its day? Huh, nothing here.
Congress did not give the courts that particular authority. But have no fear, because exactly 2 years later, after that Supreme Court ruling, they did. In 1885, Congress passed something known as the Major Crimes Act. This was a federal law that gave the
I just want to pause it here. This isn't on our side. This is from their production, why there's an echo. So I just want to just say that about the sound. But that's why it's, kind of iffy right here. So, I do apologize, but this is on their side.
Federal government jurisdiction over certain types of crimes committed by Native Americans on tribal lands, regardless of whether or not the victim was a Native American him or herself. The crimes included things like murder, assault, kidnapping, arson, burglary, robbery, and so on. And this law began a process of slowly stripping away the autonomy that was enjoyed by the tribes on their designated land.
Well, holy shit. Sorry, I just thought of this too. When they go about burglary, right? Remember burgers, right? We just talked about the Jews wanting to be burgers and everything like that, right? And the one Jew that wanted to be a burger, one of the first burgers in New York, he had a butcher shop at 44 Wall Street, same place where they had the bull. I mean, where do you think they get hamburger from? I mean, it's literally this ghetto. So now, when you think burger, right? Think burglary. It's right there.
And regarding that designated land, within the context of the Major Crimes Act of 1885, Indian country, as defined in the law, was defined as follows, quote, all land within the limits of any Indian reservation under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government, notwithstanding the issuance of any patent and including the right of way running through the reservation. Now, initially, when the system was set up, the Indian reservations were communal lands that were collectively owned by Native American tribes in perpetuity for future generations to be used however they wished. But this all started to change as more and more laws got passed. One such law was the General Allotment Act of 1887, also known as the Dawes Act. This one law single-handedly upended the native system of communal land ownership. The act, it ordered the division of the reservations into smaller parcels of land, as well as required all Native American citizens to also become official U.S. citizens. Now, while U.S. citizenship is often framed positively, by extending civil rights to minority populations, for natives, it basically abridged the rights that were traditionally afforded to them by their tribal nations, like, for instance, the right to vote. The idea was that by dividing these native
Even the laws given to them by their creator. That's why they have to merge in and push religion and push all these baptisms in order to have them forget their true heritage, to forget their culture. These fuckers are, when they talk about cultural Marxism, they destroy cultures. That's all they do. They want all these melting pots, and they think it's great because, because everybody thinks, oh, all these white people, Jews sit back and laugh. They want you divided. They want you hated each other, right? It's all religion and the Jews.
Into smaller parcels of private property, Native Americans would become more, quote-unquote, civilized and in tune with the American way of thinking in terms of private property ownership.
Isn't it funny that they already have a complete grid system, and when you look at all these old photos, that they have houses and everything, but then they have these roads that go forever, and it's all in gridded patterns? So how do they why would you keep on building all the way outward when nobody's even living out there? I mean, this is no.
The land for maximum financial benefit. And so that is the ostensibly positive way of framing it. The unspoken aspect of this particular law was that land allotments were also designed to essentially dismantle tribal nations and to exterminate indigenous cultures by commodifying their lands and thrusting them into the commodity economy. Tribes essentially went, after the passage of this law, from grazing, hunting with a supportive communal living system, which sustained them for generations, to instead individual tribal families being thrust into an unfamiliar economic system that forced natives to establish their own successful smallhold farms or face removal if they just couldn't keep up with the economy. This change, it resulted in many Native Americans opting to sell their own land to the white settlers. Furthermore, after each Native American was allotted their plot of land based on the standing within their tribe, any remaining...
Did anybody ever think these tribes? Think about tribes. Think about Israel being here. Think about the tribes of Israel. What if the fucking 12 tribes of Israel are actually the Native Americans and everybody's wrong? And this is it right here.
Land was deemed excess and was ordered to be made available for purchase by non-natives, which obviously had the effect of slowly chipping away at the size of the actual reservations. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment. Listen, it's obvious that the financial system is not looking too great. After being pumped up with trillions of virtually free government dollars for many, many years now, well, the stock bubble might actually burst in the near future. And in that process, unfortunately, it could take away the nest egg of anyone who happens to be exposed to it. And so consider taking this opportunity to diversify into something which is beyond the grasp of Washington, D.C. and Wall Street, physical gold and silver. And the best company to use, in my opinion, is the sponsor of today's episode, American box below. Now, interestingly, within the context of the General Allotment Act of 1887, 5 tribes were exempt. these were the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Muskogee, and the Seminole. Collectively, these 5 would later come to be known as the quote-unquote 5 civilized tribes. However, that setup did not last long because within 10 years, Congress passed something known as the Curtis Act of 1898, which stripped away the protected status of these 5 exempted tribes, meaning that the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Muskogee, as well as the Seminole tribes also had their land allotted.
The 5-5 right there. They stripped them of their rights. But it's funny that they're sitting here and passing laws to afford Jews additional rights. You gotta love equality in America. Oh, equity, I'm sorry.
Into these private land holdings. This one change by itself, it had the effect of removing about 90 million acres of Native American land from the reservation. This law also had a pretty wild provision which states that tribal governments, courts, and land claims would all be abolished by the year 1906. In other words, it effectively ended government recognition of tribal governments, effectively revoking their autonomy. Then, in 1906, Congress passed the 5 Civilized Tribes Act. This law, it aimed to essentially finalize the disposition of the affairs of the 5 civilized tribes in the Indian Territory and assimilate them into American society. Some key provisions in that particular law, it included things like closure of tribal rolls, effectively ending the enrollment of new members, sale of unallotted lands by the Secretary of the Interior with the proceeds going into the U.S. Treasury. Tribal government continuation was allowed until otherwise provided by law, which allowed some tribes to maintain a degree of autonomy. It authorized the sale of town sites within the tribe's territories. It transferred control of tribal schools to the U.S. government, and it clarified that mineral rights under tribal lands will be held in trust by the U.S. government. And so collectively, the Curtis Act and the 5 Civilized Tribes Act dissolved Indian Territory, and it enabled Oklahoma to become a state, which it did the following year in 1907. And to give you a visual representation of how this all looked visually, let me show you a short video of the territories controlled by these 5 tribes over a period of time. And so, no matter how you slice it, that is a major loss of land over the course of just 70 odd years. Then you get to 1907, and that was when President Teddy Roosevelt, he signed Presidential Proclamation 780, officially declaring Oklahoma to be the 46th state in the Union. This proclamation, it was a symbol of the federal government's recognition of Oklahoma's sovereignty. And there's something very interesting worth mentioning about Oklahoma's admittance into the Union, about the ceremony they held when they did it. Part of the Statehood Day celebration was this unique ceremony, which symbolically showed the uniting of the Oklahoma Territory and the Indian Territory through a mock marriage. The idea of this symbolic marriage between the Oklahoma territories and the Indian territories was conceived to represent the union of 2 territories which had previously been seen as separate entities. The ceremony has actually been reenacted numerous times over the years, including in 1932 for the 25th anniversary of statehood, as well as in 2007 for the Oklahoma Centennial. And from 2007, we actually have a video of this wedding ceremony from the perspective of the Native Americans. Take a watch.
Do you, Miss Pioneer, spirit of the American lust for Indian land, take this Indian man to be your unlawfully taken husband, to rush him before he's had a chance to stand up, to ravage him when he is down, to forsaking all his history in favor of whitewashing your crimes and covering the injustice of land theft over his objection? I told you, you know you want it. That's after the ceremony.
Very cool. Then, about 27 years after Oklahoma became its own state, the U.S. federal Congress passed something known as the Indian Reorganization Act. It was signed into law by FDR on June 18, 1934, and it aimed to restore tribal sovereignty and self-governance to Native American tribes, essentially reversing previous policies that promoted things like assimilation and land allotment. It became the centerpiece of what became known as the Indian New Deal, and it allowed tribes to establish their own governments and manage their own lands, while also at the same time receiving federal support for things like education and general economic development. Also, the federal government provided funds that the Native Americans were able to use to purchase land and add millions of additional acres to their reservations. The Reorganization Act from FDR, it remains essentially the basis of federal legislation concerning Indian affairs in the modern context. And so that is all the legal backdrop for what took place in the year 1997. That was when a man named Jim C. McGirt, who was a tribal citizen of the Seminole Nation, molested his wife's 4-year-old granddaughter. For this crime, he was arrested, indicted on 3 felony counts, tried in Oklahoma State Court, and he was ultimately sentenced to 1,000 years in prison plus an additional life sentence. However, like a dying man grasping...
Why don't we see those kind of sentences anymore? From less than one girl, 1,000 years plus another life sentence. I mean, you might as well take them out back and shoot them. But yet nowadays, we're treating the criminals like the victims because they're victims of their surroundings, because the surroundings that Josh Juden put us under has corrupted everyone's body, spirit, soul, everything.
For any straw he can grab, Mr. McGirt began to appeal his state-level decision to anyone who might listen. And eventually, after 20 years of appealing, Mr. McGirt was finally able to push his case all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, where his lawyers were arguing that his state conviction was not valid because the crime in question took place on Muskogee Nation territory, and therefore it actually fell under the jurisdiction of the federal government according to the Major Crimes Act of 1885. Their basic argument was that, essentially, the state government has no jurisdiction in this particular case because the alleged crime took place between 2 Native Americans on Native American soil. And indeed, after hearing oral arguments in the case, the U.S. Supreme Court shocked many people when the conservative majority on the court ruled in favor of Mr. McGirt. Specifically, in a 5-4 split decision, Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Alina Kagan, Neil Gorsuch, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Justice Breyer held that for the purposes of enforcing the Major Crimes Act, land reserved for the Muskogee Nation since the 19th century remains quote-unquote Indian country, and therefore the state of Oklahoma has no jurisdiction to prosecute crimes committed there. Here is what the majority opinion of the court stated, and for your reference, it was written by Justice Neil Gorsuch. Quote, "On the far end of the Trail of Tears was a promise. Forced to leave their ancestral lands in Georgia and Alabama, the Creek Nation received assurances that their new lands in the West would be secure forever. In exchange for ceding all their land east of the Mississippi River, the U.S. government agreed by treaty that the Creek country west of the Mississippi shall be solemnly guaranteed to the Creek Indians. Today we are asked whether the lands these treaties promised remains an Indian reservation for purposes of federal criminal law. Because Congress has not said otherwise, we hold the government to its word." Essentially, the ruling found that because of the treaty that was signed nearly 200 years ago, the Muskogee Nation, otherwise known as the Creek Nation as mentioned in the ruling, does have a reservation in the eastern part of Oklahoma. That reservation, it was never disestablished by Congress, and therefore it still exists to this day as a separate entity from Oklahoma itself. And furthermore, if there's a need to prosecute a tribal member for committing a crime on that reservation, it's either going to be the federal government and or the Creek Nation itself that's responsible for doing so, not the state. And the implications of this are huge. For Mr. McGirt himself, the child abuser, his state-level conviction was thrown out and he was retried by the federal government. And instead of getting 1,000 years behind bars, he was only given 30 years. But a plea deal actually gave him credit for time served, and since he had already been incarcerated since the year 1997, he was released back into the public in May of this year. And so ultimately, his appeal was successful, and you had a convicted child predator led back out onto the streets. And so that is Mr. McGirt's story. But the ruling's implications, of course, don't end there. You see, even though the ruling was specifically addressing the Creek Nation, the precedent was set. And shortly after the Supreme Court ruling was issued, other cases quickly began to get brought forth in front of the state appeals court from both the other four quote-unquote civilized nations, along with a handful of cases from lesser-known nations, all looking to claw back their authority on their own reservations. And every single one of them has proven successful. All of them used the Supreme Court ruling that came out of McGirt as a precedent, and in every single case, the court ruled in favor of the tribal nation's rights to not be tried at the state level. As a result, what wound up happening is that since the year 2020, the Oklahoma state government effectively lost jurisdiction to prosecute crimes on about half of their land, about 19 million acres in total. Just for your reference, that's an area that's larger than 9 U.S. states. Now, once the dust settled, you had some media outlets, as well as some congressional leaders, frame this whole decision as a ruling that gave half of Oklahoma back to the Native Americans. However, that's not exactly true. The Supreme Court decision in McGirt did not discuss the issue of land ownership at all. It only touched on the subject of criminal jurisdiction. For instance, the Creek Nation's lands featured in the case, which, just for your reference, by the way, include the city of Tulsa, it remained owned almost entirely as private property by non-tribal members. And there's nothing in the McGirt decision that allows Native Americans to force non-natives to sell off their land as a historical reservation. But with that being said, the decision was a huge win for Native American rights because it returned to the Creek Nation, as well as to all the other nations, their inherent sovereign power to prosecute minor crimes involving Indians on their own reservations. Although it's a responsibility that many of them were not ready for. You see, after this decision was made, the number of criminal cases that tribal courts began having to deal with, it absolutely exploded in number. As just one example, instead of handling several dozen criminal cases a year, the Cherokee system is now responsible for several thousand cases every single year. That's a graph that looks pretty much like a hockey stick. And it's really hard for the judges, the lawyers, and the prosecutors in that system to be able to keep up. Furthermore, in an interview with New Yorker magazine, the head prosecutor of the Choctaw Nation, he said that the tribe's caseload increased by more than 2,000% since the McGirt ruling. It's an increase so large that cases are starting to fall through the cracks. And in order to address the influx of all these new cases, the tribal nations are actually looking to willingly work alongside the state government in some sort of a capacity. And to that end, the state of Oklahoma, alongside the tribal nations, they issued a joint statement following the McGirt decision. Here's what it said, quote, "The nations and the state are committed to implementing a framework of shared jurisdiction that will preserve sovereign interest and rights to self-government while affirming jurisdictional understandings, procedures, laws, and regulations that support public safety, our economy, and private property rights. We will continue our work, confident that we can accomplish more together than any of us could alone." However, even with this friendly statement, there are, right now, a lot of cases involving jurisdictional disputes that are making their way through the Oklahoma court system, especially because of the city of Tulsa. Tulsa, Oklahoma is a major city, but it's located right inside of several Indian reservations. And so as just one example of the many jurisdictional issues, here's one question. Who gets to keep the speeding ticket revenue? You have state troopers and local police enforcing the speed limit in order to keep the streets safe, but then the tribes claim that the revenue from those tickets should actually go to the tribal governments, especially when the person getting ticketed happens to be a tribal citizen. That's just one of several dozen types of cases that are now in the process of getting adjudicated at the state level. In fact, there's a really strange case right now in front of the state Supreme Court, wherein you have the brother of the sitting Oklahoma governor, who himself is a tribal citizen, arguing that he should be immune from paying the city a speeding fine that was incurred on native land in the city of Tulsa. And the reason that this is such an ironic case is because his brother, who is, again, the governor of Oklahoma, and who, again, happens to be a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, the governor is a leading figure in the fight against advancing native rights. And the governor is not just fighting for a few dollars that'll come from speeding tickets. Instead, the governor's main concern is that the Supreme Court ruling in McGirt, it will open up the floodgates to further litigation that will take more and more power from state officials and return it to the native tribes, including massive amounts of resources as well as taxes. Here is a short video of the governor speaking right in front of the U.S. Supreme Court building over in Washington, D.C.
Some of the most violent crimes, they're just going unprosecuted in eastern Oklahoma. As the governor, my job is to protect law and order and enforce justice for Native victims and all 4 million Oklahomans.
Do you see a connection between the McGirt decision and the functioning of oil and gas in Oklahoma?
If it's expanded to be a reservation for all purposes, and that's not the position of the state, that's not the position of the court behind us, it was just for the Major Crimes Act, but sure, this could erode oil and gas. And so those are things that it'll either be endless litigation or we'll get some clarity around this.
And at stake is a lot. You have billions of dollars in the rights to land titles, mineral rights, taxes. 40% of the oil and gas production in Oklahoma happens in the eastern part of the state on native lands. And so the governor's worried that if somehow the native tribes are able to reassert their authority even further, well, they could claw away some of the biggest industries and the biggest tax bases from the Oklahoma state government. And as such, Oklahoma is, you can say, on the legal offensive to undermine McGirt in any way possible. The state government, alongside big players from the oil industry, have already filed dozens of petitions to the U.S. Supreme Court looking to prevent natives from gaining full control of the land rights and the natural resources on their own reservations. Now, only time will tell how those cases will ultimately play themselves out, but just for your reference, the McGirt decision was one of the final decisions made while Ruth Bader Ginsburg was still a Supreme Court justice. And ever since she got replaced by Amy Coney Barrett, the court's makeup seems to have changed in regard to native rights, with a few recent cases giving us a bit of an indication that the new conservative majority on the court wants to narrow the influence of McGirt as much as possible. Although, frankly, you never know. Sometimes the U.S. Supreme Court really does surprise you. Regardless, though, in regards to you, the person watching this video, this all matters even if you happen to not live in Oklahoma. That's because the Oklahoma state government is not the only one that's pushing this particular issue. In the weeks following the Supreme Court ruling in McGirt, several other Native American tribes across the country began citing the precedent to reassert their own treaty rights in other parts of the U.S. For instance, over in Wisconsin, an appeals court ruled in favor of the Oneida Nation, saying that they don't need permits from a local village if what they're doing takes place on their reservation, because that reservation was never disestablished by Congress, which is the exact same language from the Oklahoma case. And so there you have it. The Native American tribes in this country right now have a new legal precedent that they can use, and that they are using, to claw back some of the autonomy that they lost over the past 200 years. However, frankly, their success is likely going to be limited. That's because the situation in Oklahoma was very specific to that particular region. And so even if other tribes in other parts of the country can use the precedent set in McGirt to claw back some rights, it's likely never going to be expanded to giving back something like New York, Chicago, or Ohio, or anything like that. Oklahoma's Native Americans, they're currently in the spotlight over this issue because it really is a unique case, given just how much specific promises the U.S. government made during that Trail of Tears period, but then just never delivered on. They made promises, but very specifically never kept them. It seems like now they're being forced to deliver, at least partially. But hey, I'd love to know your thoughts on this issue. Do you think that the U.S. government, besides just criminal rights, should return the land rights in the eastern part of Oklahoma as well back to the Native Americans? That would essentially make good on the promise that President Johnson made to the Native Americans all the way back in the year 1830. Or are you of the opinion that the U.S. government had every right to colonize the U.S. in its best interest, which often meant claiming the valuable property from the native tribes, regardless of past promises and past treaties? I'd love to know your thoughts. Please leave them in the comments section below. I'll be reading through them.
I'm just waiting for something to load.
Hey. I saw Dane Calloway. He's amazing. It's a story in reverse. He talks about the Oklahoma Territory. He talks about the $5 Indians. What he talked about again that Europeans that came to this country and went to the Oklahoma Territory, they could say that they were Native American, right? Just like what President Trump was saying. They don't look Indian to me. They could say they're Native American for $5 and they could actually steal that land. So what was actually happening was these Jews, these Ashkenazi Jews that infiltrated our country and stuff, that are doing exactly that. And they were doing this exactly that all over, again, from when the Louisiana Purchase where the tribes were, all the way from Oklahoma Territory, all the way into the Mexican-American War.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes, and I have something real special.
Yeah, I just want to say again, thanks to everyone in the chat. You guys are absolutely amazing. Sometimes you just got to listen, right? You got to listen and just learn new information, just absorb information. It's been absolutely amazing, the information we're learning. So again, thank you. Yeah, everything's going good. Very well.
Yeah, this is so I'm just waiting for these couple things to print, and then I need like I'll probably pull up a video. It's like 5 minutes. I guarantee you, I guarantee you on everything, on all my being, you're gonna want to wait for this one. Because we just decoded the fucking Jimmy Carter funeral.
Awesome.
And let me see what that is. Holy shit.
I am going to add something though, real quick though. Remember this thing called Westerns in Hollywood? It's a psyop, guys. There were no Westerns, no cowboys and Indians. Remember, they had technology out there. They founded everything. There was amazing technology out there, amazing civilizations out there. This whole thing called Westerns and cowboys and Indians didn't exist. It's a psyop. As a matter of fact, it's a CIA Mossad psyop. You got to ask yourself, right? Who are the Native Americans? Who are the Native Americans we call Native Americans? Remember, they're just the children of the murdered indigenous copper colored race. And they were indoctrinated in the last reset. That's who they are. That's exactly who they are, Strack. They're the children of the murdered people that they murdered in this thing called manifest destiny. This stupid ideology. Exactly what it is. 100%.
Okay, I'm just waiting 1 second for this to load because this is WO dub. Like, this is it. I mean, this. Come on, hurry up and load. Because we found something. And it's quite odd. Let's see. 1 more second.
Oh yeah, I got pictures and video of the Native Americans, that giants. It's just massive. Women and men. Not what they told you. Were, were giants real? Of course they were. 100%. But what do you call it? Tartaria? Remember, Tartaria is over in Russia and Mongolia. This would be Atlantis. America, remember, this is the old world. Europe's the new world and stuff. It's a story in reverse. America is the old world. Europe is the new world. Europe is the stolen lands of Africa. Remember, Africa and Eurasia, they were landlocked. They created this continent called Europe. Anyway, they created these countries and divided the people. That's exactly what they did, Strack. Yeah, that's what they did. Hawaii is interesting. Someone I saw in the chat, they said 700 bases in Hawaii. Well, that's interesting. How can you be 700 bases in Hawaii unless, Strack, remember, because the tip of the Hawaiian Islands, what is that? That's the continent of Mu. What if they never destroyed Mu? What if Mu exists? What if just past the 60th parallel? We can't get to it through this Antarctica treaty. I mean, interesting.
Oh, this is even more interesting. Shit, I fucked that up. Damn it. Here we go. All right. Let's see. out. Pull this back up. So guys, let me get this all situated a little bit. Sorry. It's gonna be well worth it. Now, there is something very interesting. Oh, what the fuck happened? Oh shit. Hold on. I have something. All right. So I brought up a post, right? A while ago. 1562, June 19th, right? 11859, right? You're 1 second away from 119, 9/11, right? Now, it says, what a coincidence. Cute. What is this? Would she know, right? There's a problem with this. See, it seems that something has changed. Oh boy. Oh boy. It says post 1562, correct? I'm trying to make sure it's over here. Here. All right. So, I'll bring up again. Post 1562 when you bring up on the computer, right? So, I have an issue with this because that's not the original post. This is the original post. You know what the funny thing is? If you think 11859, right? 1 second away, right? One from 9/11, from everything. If you notice, it says, what a coincidence. It didn't have that anonymous one in there. But it says J_C with extra P and twat, JPC. What a coincidence. What is this? Would she know? Would who know? Would Melania know? Jimmy_Carter. The extra P in the twat. The P was in her lap in the picture at Rosalind Carter's funeral. So now it gets even more interesting. Let's take it from the maestro, shall we? You can't even make this shit up. I just heard of the news of the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Those of us who have been fortunate to have served as president understand this very exclusive club, and you ain't in it. And only we can relate to the enormous responsibility of leading the greatest nation in history. The challenges Jimmy faced as president came at a pivotal time for our country, and he did everything in his power to improve the lives of all Americans. For that, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Melania and I are thinking warmly of the Carter family and their loved ones during this difficult time. We urge everyone to keep them in their hearts and prayers. Right? Let's break this down. So, he thanked Jimmy Carter. Second Q drop. Actually, it'd be the third one. On 10/28/2017, Donald Trump's tweets said, just read the nice remarks by President Jimmy Carter about me and how badly I'm treated by the press. In parentheses, it says fake news, which he's making it up, right? He's setting the stage. He said, thank you, Mr. President. So 12/29, that is 11/3, right? We have to cross-check everything. Timing is everything. Would you like to know the time that he posted this on October 28, 2017? It was at 12:28:28, which is another 11:3, which is your and 1 plus 1 day ahead, right? Because if he posted at 12:28 p.m., that's also a 12:28 date. 12:29:402, right? Let's see if we can have some fun with this, right? But then you look at it's like, oh, there's no way. I mean, it's so full of shit, right? Oh shit, sorry, not that one. Now, post 4133. There is a reason why Congress did not return to work this week. DC non-COVID related. Think boom drops this week and next. 2019, 2020, and your plus 1. Because in the other drops in 4294, May 20, 2020, it says pandemic, dem panic, fear, vote by mail, and obey, stay inside, or face death or arrest. Tactics, push will end, plus 1 election day. Reconcile. Release of the convicts from prison. Evil releases evil in Killbox. Do these people care about your well-being? Do these people love America? Do anything to gain power? Fear, vote by mail. How did Jimmy Carter vote again? He voted by mail, right? Absentee. And obey, stay inside, or face death or arrest, right? When did Jimmy Carter die? I'll bet he died in 2020. Just wheeling out a stiff. Tactics push will end. Plus 1 election day. Remember, he voted. So your plus 1, if you look at the time, if you look at the date, you put the time in 12:28, you add 1 day, it's 12:29. Boom, today. Then you look at this post 4133. And how do we know this? We just go back to our numbers. We go back to number 11. Why not? 4133 is 11. May 6th, 5 plus 6 is 11. 2020, it's 1111. There's your 11. 401 through 4016, another 11. It's all 11s. Codes before D-class, ongoing now. About what election? Seemed like there's going to be a case coming out. Isn't there? So now, if he's going to be lying in state on January 6th, yeah, January 6th. How's that going to work out? So now we go to $4,587. COVID-19 narrative kill date, election day plus 1. Didn't they say January 21st that there was going to be another pandemic? Prepare for 0-day massive cyber power attacks attempts on 11/4. We just had the start. He died. He's done, right? So now we're going to post 4738, right? Funny thing is, like, Education Libs and this 4738, knows how it's on a specific line, right? It's a part of the link, but the 473 is also expect us, right? Expect who? Oh, how do you extend lockdowns? Dementia Joe. And it's 11824. So it's 36 seconds till 119. 3 sixes is 666. Extend lockdowns, economic hardships, unemployment, fear, death count, dementia, Joe, etc. In order to paint narrative, mail-in voting. When did narrative start? March, early planned. Need to save lives plus ballot harvesting. In order to generate a future narrative, election day plus 1, which casts down its legitimacy of POTUS win. Are we starting to see how post 4738 is coming to life right now? It's all right in front of us. Sometimes you have to go back to go forward. So how in the hell did they do this? I mean, it's... And then, Constitutional crisis, not all mail-in ballots counted. How many mail-in ballots lost did not arrive at key battleground stage, which return a different result. Like all those military ballots that they were tossing out. They knew ahead of time that they were going to do this shit. How? We saw the trucks backing up and we saw them dumping the ballots out of all the military members. Why do you think Trump would have fucking lost? Seriously? Come on. Must have made who cast a vote but did not register. We must go door to door and needed ballot harvest. Hey. Now think about this. We must investigate who cast a vote but who did not register. Better yet, let's have good old James O'Keefe go door to door to see who donated to Act Blue. None of them did. Odd. Isn't that foreign interference? The first money that came in to Kamala Harris's campaign was from Hango Wyss in Switzerland. Right there, that tells you it's foreign interference, case closed, everything's off the table. That's it. That should have drawn the line to stand on everything. We're trying to keep dark money out of politics, but they're doing it right in front of us, and they just wanted to get the count up because little did they know it wasn't just 1.5 billion. It was 2.5 billion. Because another billion was in the super PACs. They drained the whole DNC dry and left 20 million in debt. And now you can't find these fucking shitheads. Because they're lame duck. Now do you see why Trump's like, oh man, once you win the election, you should go right in. Yeah, because look at all the powers that any evil entity could have in that position by the pardoning power and everything. That you're exploiting the power. Nobody's keeping the power in check until they didn't realize that the Republicans also had the House, Senate, and the Supreme Court, which in turn, they could go back and revoke every one of those pardons because none of them were legally signed. If they knew that he was slipping from day one, so how is he in his cognitive state to actually let out all these murderers, just like they said in there, releasing the criminals? Do they care about you? It's right there. Everything has to be done twice. This is number 2. This is the finale. It's like this. Why did it take an outsider to finally deliver the start of peace in the Middle East? Remember, Trump he's not in office. So he's an outsider. He's not in the establishment. He lives in Mar-a-Lago. He's an outsider. But he's the one that's kickstarting peace over there while these guys are shipping weapons to keep the war going. What more do people want? Shit, it's right there. I mean, this is fucking amazing how they did this. I mean, you even look at, okay, the 11-3, right? So if it was... This guy's too smart for his own fucking good. That's what it is. I mean, it's beyond brilliant. I mean, I trust this man with every fiber of my being at this point. So, you've got at the bottom the retweets and likes 323K, right? Wow, that's an 8. 17, that's another 8. There's another 8. Huh, that's a Christ number. Okay, so then you got 122924, which your 1229 is 11-3 start. Your 24 is your 2024. There's your 8. But then you have 402, which is a 6. But there's a problem with that. That's civilian time. If you're going off military time, that is 1602, which is a 9, which completes your 17. Everything is done so perfectly. Everything is, I mean, the timing is I don't even know. But also, where is it? Shit, what was it? Shit. Oh, wait a second. Now, two. No, damn it. Which one is it? Fuck. Now two. I now two. Where's the shit? Where's the 6? And also, if you tweet on 10/28/2017, the 10 is a 1, 28 is a 1, and 2017 is another 1. It's 111. But also, post 4738, there's another little tidbit here. Look at the time, 11824, right? It's 36 seconds to 119, but 24, right? Well, 4738, there's your 21. You already know that's that. So then you have September 20th, which is 11. 2020 is your 4. 11/4. Shit's about to hit the fan now. Constitutional crisis. We already know that's already in play. Shit's going down. And we're all, I mean, they have all of us scrambling. I mean, they have all of us like going every different fucking way. Because if we all converged and we actually knew the truth, we'd be like, holy shit. You know, first they tell us, oh, those are, UFOs and all that shit. Like now they're everywhere. Now people are like, oh, it's like a normal thing. People are like, see, it's making things normal because the veil's breaking. Everything's breaking. The firmament, the veil, the fucking matrix, everything's crumbling because our vibration is moving upward. That's why we could see this shit. That's why the ones that still, no, that's bullshit. Eyes to see, ears to hear. So then, what was it? Okay, so 2-4, right? That's a 6. But also, he posted at 402. It's another 6. I don't know if it means anything, but sounds good. All the 11s, I mean, we've already gone through the 17s. We peeled through the 7s. Now we hit the 11s. And I mean, how do you think Jimmy Carter fucking twice ever the first time and here we go, because first drop, of course, very little reporting about the great GDP numbers announced yesterday. 3.0 despite big hurricane hits, best consecutive Qs in years. Well, I mean, funny thing is that when you look at these corporations, right? Well, if a corporation is losing money in 3 consecutive years, it loses its charter. You lose your corporate status. I think the past 3 years, we've been well over our fucking heads in fucking debt. So wouldn't that make the being defunct from the corporation is that we're actually defunct from these shipping companies? And now you think about all the illegals, right? Why they want to bring all this mass migration in, right? Now you have to think of the mining. Because who are they going to hire to the mines? They're not going to hire people like us that are going to fucking charge 60, $70 an hour. They're going to go for they're all driven on profit too. It's that usury complex. It's that judo voodoo shit. I mean, hell, have time to go fucking throw that thing on right now. But I'm gonna wait till fucking Thursday. Cause yeah, want to bring the new year in right. Just straight heat. But that's the thing. It's like the P. Then you look at the P, J_C lying in state. Who is lying in state? And it's like, how would she know? It's like Melania? I mean, how would everybody know? Wouldn't that be central casting at the fucking funeral? What if it was a big mock-up funeral? Because how many people fucking actually smile for a picture at a funeral? Everybody was. Even Carter's like, he was happy. Look. I mean, what more do you want? He's like, just fucking. But yet, remember, they show the videos. Oh, Jimmy Carter's vote for Kamala Harris. He had to live to do this. Wow. I mean, they ought to call it Guinness Book of World Records because I think that's the longest anybody's lived in hospice in fucking history. You have people that are perfectly fine now that catch a cold and they're dead 2 weeks later, but this guy's in hospital for fucking 2 years just to vote for fucking Cunt Mullah. Like I said, check that birth certificate too. That's the one you gotta check. Because I'll tell you what, you wouldn't do an addendum on it that was done on November 5th. The seal was on November 5th. And then the middle name is in lowercase. Nothing's ever in lowercase. Nobody, I think they have their caps lock fucking locked in. They don't, no, you don't fuck this up. Because once this fucked up, it throws everything off. So just like the birth certificates, well, there's, the blood on the foot, your blood stamp and all that. Well, that's cool. They sit here and they think that they're doing it on the birth certificate, with the ink, right? First, they do the blood one, the official one for the Vatican, and then they do the ink one for the state corporation. There's always somebody else that owns you. That's why we have to break this whole slave concept. They're fucking savages. And all these companies, I mean, when we go through these companies, I could not believe that it's really, if it's all maritime law, that it's all the law of the sea, it's all admiralty law, it's all this shit, it's all these companies that were shipping fucking slaves and heroin, and that's it. And they like it at the tea, nutmeg, cloves. Fuck, okay. Shit. Motherfuckers, but it's been jonesing for some fucking nutmeg. I don't know if I get my cloves, I'm gonna fucking stab somebody. What the fuck, man? Really? No. This was one massive fucking land grab. The Jews, the fucking Catholics are all in it, the Christian missionaries. I mean, you look at everything. I mean, even, like I said, I mean, even the missionary position is a fucking submissive position. It's a missionary, it's all about submit to their way of life, to their God, because there's no way Christ would be around saying, hey, if you believe in, prime creator, the Father and all that, hey, you know what? Nobody's bothering you. Everything's cool. Live your life. Love your culture. Nope. And you can't even say the white man. You gotta say that it's the fucking Jews that did it. It's their ultimate long game for world domination ever since they fucking killed Christ. Now they're predators on Christ's children, and that's why they always have to have sacrifices. Without the sacrifices, we just start baptizing them, and then you could push them off to us. You could keep the fucking land. We need the blood. We need that. Thanks. We're out. I mean, that's it. It's exactly how everything's fucking run in this whole world, and, is there documentation to it? Yeah, of course there is. Fucking always. But it makes you sick to your stomach that it's like they're still shipping kids. They're still shipping heroin. Everything's in that executive order on 12/21. Man, oh man. World is going to fucking burn, and we're bringing a shit ton of marshmallows. This is going to be fun. Because, oh boy. And man, I hope you guys got your shit ready for everybody starting to grovel and oh my god, I can't believe this. What the fuck happened? I don't know. Ask the fuckers. I didn't do it. You know, I mean, even everything that they've done, it's all carnal, blood, ritualistic. Everything's all like materialistic and just filth and just anything to go against us being truly happy. They can't use the Torah anymore. Fuck you on that. The Talmud's way gone. Don't even reach for the Bible. Don't even do it. You know, that's, I mean, because if you believe in Christ and everything, then there you go. But remember, they have to have the third temple, but they bash everybody else because all of you are idolaters and shit like that. It's like, what? Isn't it funny that you want to slaughter a red heifer, which is also a Brahmin bull, the caste Hindu? It's almost like this whole thing since Kamala couldn't get in. Bibi's kind of fucked. Not kind of. I mean, they're really fucked now. Now everybody's just going to bring just nothing but heat. Because now Trump comes in, it's like, wow. It's almost like you can get in just like, now what? It's all fixed. There you go. Now what are you going to say? Oh, Biden did it? Fuck. You guys knew Biden was a vegetable for 4 fucking years, and you didn't tell anybody about it, but you demonized anybody on any social media, on any platform that even spoke out about it. Just like the whole Hunter Biden and Joe Biden not in pictures or anything. It just came out in the New York Post yesterday. They showed all the pictures that the FBI's releasing all the photos now. Oh, well, this is pretty nice in 2020. Huh. Ain't that about a bitch, huh? So now, when they talk about like these holograms and shit like that, when good old physicists was talking about the holograms, cold fusion, right? It's black, right? What color was that fucking plane that hit the fucking Trade Center? There you have it. They perpetrated it all. They made sure to line out exactly where the plane was going to hit to make it look like a plane on the side of the building. They were art students. They had it all mapped out. That's how they knew where to put the nanothermite so it looked like a plane. You're going to hire art students to do that shit, aren't you? That's it.
It's like they fired, they hired an art student to do the blue marble. Same thing.
Yep. And also, people are like, oh, Elon and Trump are infighting and all that. How's that? If he's Q and he's got X, what 2 letters aren't in the Hebrew language? Hebrew dictionary, Hebrew, the glyphs, their alphabet, the X and the Q. That's all it is. Fuck them all. God, this is great. It really is. I mean, shit. Now, and then you got, them saying that, oh shit, no, they got caught. They got caught lying about Mars too. Man, this is. Oh, and that I think a Tartarian vehicle has just been introduced. Now for a finale, this would be it. This popped up, and like I said, if you want more, I would go look at those Matt Kim videos. That guy's just, those guys are, that's my Korean rooftop mafia right there. Gunning for them fucking Hebes. I love it. But this one, There ain't nobody that could fucking tell
You're
me
seeing this
that
correctly.
that
This
is not
car has
Targaryen.
glowing tires, and not only
Look
that,
at the
they
rods. Keep the
change
rods.
color as well. And what's crazy is this is old tech from Goodyear from more than 60 years ago. You see, back in the 1950s and 60s, Goodyear was messing around with a compound called neothane. This would replace the polyurethane found in tires back in the day. One of the biggest side effects of neothane was the fact that it was transparent, so just add a few lights to it and boom, you've got glowing tires. Goodyear's idea was that people would modify their cars with these tires and change the color of the tires to match that of the vehicle. And when it came time for Goodyear to display these tires on a car of their own, they phoned up the original Batmobile creator, George Barris. And he came up with this, the Golden Sahara 2, based on his personal Lincoln Capri. Due to the high cost of neothane, as well as other surrounding factors, these tires never really took off, which is a shame. You're seeing this correctly. This car tires, and not only that.
Yeah. Anybody see those little spires come out of the front and back? And on the sides, where it was like gold, where it had all these things sticking out? Wow, you mean gathering ether to power the car, and now they're saying it's old tech. Wait till we dip into these companies, and you find out that they were swapping modern technology, and when you realize that this is all wow. I mean, I'm fucking impressed. I am impressed that they could keep this kind of script going for as long as it has, and that they had us so mind fucked and divided that it took this long to actually set us straight.
Long way.
Oh, and oh shit. I didn't mess it up. So. Okay, so if everything's power threes, right? So you got January 6th, right? There's your 10:30. There's your rest day, right? Because remember, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, right? You need something of even bigger proportion to actually trump that whole fake insurrection shit, right? What better than the first arrest? And then you see how all the dates played out? Come on. I mean, and then you got 13 days to the 19th. Remember this day. Well, look at all the timestamps. 11824, 11859. I mean, it's here. Shit is about to hit the fan. Oh, I'll hit the dead clock too. Sorry, guys. I get so wrapped up in making fun of these little hat fucks. Because they're such shitheads. Ooh! All right. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, you know what? I think the market's getting ready to crash.
Got to.
Trump called it. So you got 1694, 1750, 1764. So you've got the acts. What I'll do is I'll figure out all these acts, and I will definitely come back to them because son of a bitch. Hey, whoa, 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 you motherfucker. Okay. I like this guy. Look at that 2025 one. It's the path of the eclipse is right there. But wait, there's more because you'll love this. So we were watching Monkey Works. Good old Monkey Works the other day. And he showed a map, right? December 26th, 2024, his show that day. So he showed a map of like no drone zones and potential no drone zones. This is the map he put up. Isn't it just fucking amazing that this sixth son of Quetzalcoatl that was down here before is now right here over Nebraska?
Both.
Over Omaha? Huh? What's in Omaha, huh? Oh, Warren Buffett. Yeah. Yeah. Warren Buffett. Yep. 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 Shit's hitting the fan because a lot of things, but let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to show that. Oh my God. That, okay. December 19th, right? This, oh God, I don't know where this was from, but I saved these. I snapshot them. So, photos. The next time someone wants, get off their thing, shit, wants to claim that a certain group had nothing to do with slavery, remind them just how committed they were to cotton. Yes, Ulysses S. Grant issued an order expelling Jews during the Civil War, December 17th, 1862. That's a 1217, by the way, guys. 12-7, 1217. 1860 Grant, who was then a Union general, issued General Order Number 11, which expelled all Jews from military districts under his command, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Kentucky. The order stated the Jews, as a class, violating every regulation of trade established by the Treasury Department, also department orders, are hereby expelled from the department. The order was part of an effort to crack down on illegal trade and smuggling in the region, like heroin, especially involving cotton. You mean slavery. However, unfairly targeted Jews as a group perpetrating anti-Semitic stereotypes. Oh, that was I screenshot that one. So it says, what's it? Shit, I got the screen. Reaction and revocation. RR, right? General Order Number 11 calls an outcry among the Jewish community. Protests reached President Abraham Lincoln, was shocked by the order and quickly ordered its revocation in January 1863. Somebody got blackmailed, guys. Just throwing that out there. Lincoln emphasized that targeting an entire religious or ethnic group was unacceptable. Grant's later reflections. Grant later expressed regret for the order because, of course, he must have been fucking shell-shocked by that Judum too. His presidency made efforts to repair relations with the Jewish community, including appointing Jews to prominent positions in administration. Historians generally view the order as a serious misstep, but note Grant's actions as president helped atone for it. You think that's atoning for it? You get threatened, and then you have to, we can't make. Remember, this was before secondary anti-Semitism. What more do these fucking Schlylocks want? Fuck them. Because you know what? Trump said, fuck it. He's bringing the whole thing down.
Yeah.
He said, here it is.
Yeah.
Right here. The extension of the debt ceiling by a previous Speaker of the House, a good man, a friend of mine, from the past September Biden administration to June of the Trump administration, will go down as one of the dumbest political decisions made in years. There's no reason to do it. Nothing was gained, and we got nothing for it. A major reason why that speakership was lost. It was Biden's problem, not ours. Now it becomes ours. I call it 1929. That's the market crash. Because Democrats don't care what our country may be forced into. In fact, they would prefer depression as long as it hurt the Republican Party. When they mean depression, they don't mean just depression as an economic. They want a socio-political depressed state. Because a bright and lively state increases all the vibrations and frequencies, and those little, the tunnel dwellers can't hack that. The Democrats must be forced to take a vote on this treacherous issue now. Treacherous. That's a big word. During the Biden administration and not in June, they should be blamed for this potential disaster, not the Republicans. So, if you subtract 6 months and 10 days, which is a 7, You get 619. What a coincidence.
Well, like you said, you know, you got to do everything twice, right? 11:11, general order number 11.
June 19th, right there.
Yep. Largest deportation in history.
It's gonna, oh, and you know what the best part is? Is that AI saw a bunch of Black Panther Party, but you know, that whole Operation Wetback. Yeah. We just made it a multiplier. Because everybody's like, oh, they're just coming in to get the criminals. And it's like, hey, they came in illegally. They're all fucking criminals, you idiots. That's it. 40% of U.S. slave owners were Jewish.
And what did
Way
Hitler?
higher.
What did Adolf Hitler did? He didn't murder them. That's a lie. But he deported them. It's the same thing. You got to do everything twice. It's the same thing. Remember, they're going to deport them. They have to leave. You got to get the hell out. They're going to be exiled once more.
But the thing is, it's funny that they always pride themselves on a people without a land without a people. Man, that's not gonna. If that's not gonna come more truer than it is right now, you guys brought the Satanism in. You guys brought all this other shit in. I mean, no, you guys don't get a pass on shit.
Can't go to Israel either because you stole that land from Palestine. That's not your land either.
Well, goddamn. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Hold on a second. One more thing. I just want to bring this one up again. Real quick. 11, 17, 21, we're out. That's it. Shit's hitting the fan right now. Boom week. You know what's funny too? They can arrest her tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 30th. It's a Monday. Remember Boom Week? It had a Boom Week in a kill box. So the arrest won't be. Oh, come on. Tell me that. Yeah, shit. Post.
Someone asked me, said, Strack, where do you think they're going? Well, I mean, the Mayan civilization disappeared, didn't they? Yeah, it sure did. This thing called the rapture. Interesting. Anunnaki getting their slaves back.
Yeah, 8. So arrested 7:45, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Monday in the morning on October 30th, 2017. Well, then what we could do is that the radio transmission that could have been for first contact. Tomorrow, the morning on October 30th, because they're holy, because they're covering both the Orthodox and the Christian.
Yep.
So they're covering both Christmases. You have to do everything twice. You have to do it both Christmases. I mean, you look at this, it's like, Christmas is 25th, Hanukkah started on the 26th. But then you have to look forward because Easter both land on the same day. Next year, it's like, well, now everything's aligning. Well, that's weird. So now, with this, it's like 10:30, 12:01. So that could be in what? 6 hours and 11 minutes from now in Central Time Zone. 11:06 at this point in time. So yeah, extradition mode yesterday, 28th. So now you see what Supreme Court, why is all this shit coming out now? Trump's all coming out. It's like, because how many pages was the new CR? It was 118 pages. Look at the timestamps. 118, 118, 118, 118. It's 1 second to midnight. It's like, also with Trump, right? Did you see that shit about his button? Right? You know, they're like when he was joking around with Lil Kim and saying, I got a bigger red button and it works. It had nothing to do with nukes. He was showing off his Diet Coke button. That's what he showed off, and that's what the media took with. So now New York Post had to come out and put another one out. Then they had a picture with him and his Diet Coke button on the fucking desk. Anytime I hit that button, I get a Diet Coke. Panic in DC. Oh, because he hits that button, you get Diet Coke. Wait. Come on, you think I'm a fucking psychopath? Fucking thirsty. You know? Old boy's got a fucking thirst. He's got a drink. Let him. But yeah, this is... That's it for now. But there's a lot more coming. So... All right. This is going to be great. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, I could smell the desperation in them.
Hey, they did it to themselves.
Oh, fuck, man. Trump. Oh, man. We're going to have to get a bunch of cutout L's and just start putting them everywhere. L for you, L for you. And just, but yeah, I encourage you to that Matt Kim on YouTube. Oh my God. Oh God. I could watch that guy for hours. And also my lunch break was phenomenal. The Necropolis. And then that rolls into the Catacombs, which so I do have one video to end this on. We're gonna end this on a high note, guys. Actually, two of them. Just when you thought a woman can't be any more of a psychopath, I want this guy. I want this guy's chill level. Just sit there eating.
Insurance is on paper, right? I just got it too. Right, you.
I want to bring it back to this part, but you gotta be quick to notice this. Bitch can't even spell cheater right. Gotta use 2 T's. The fuck? You're wasting paint, lady. I mean, come on. What are you doing? Come on. Did I put? Yeah, I put this in there. And you got one more because we just have to. Okay. First things first, this is not a dig. This is not a dig. But just a lighthearted, you know, it's that whole projection thing. Oh, God.
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. Don't let them
stop going to mass. Don't let them use porn sites or smoke that old grass. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. They'll just get confused, become pawns of the Jews. They might even end up in hell. White boys ain't easy to love, just like most of their heroes. And it's not that they hate them, they just think they're better than Negroes. Well, that don't make sense unless you're a fan of Fred Nietzsche's, or you think the best book in the world's The Origin of Species. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. Don't let them get tattoos or stop going to mass. Don't let them use Pornhub or smoke that old grass. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. They'll just get confused, become pawns of the Jews. They might even end up in hell. White boys like smoking old skunk weed on clear mountain mornings. It makes them feel free and alive despite mountain clear warnings. That smoking kills brain cells, can even trigger psychosis. Makes you dumb but you're happy, I reckon Big Brother knows this. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. Don't let them get tattoos or stop going to mass. Don't let them use porn sites or smoke that old grass. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. They'll just get confused, become pawns of the Jews. They might even end up in hell. White boys are baptized, but they no longer think about Jesus. They think they can do what they like. They think he never sees us. One day he's gonna judge you. You can try, but you'll never outrun him. If you think he'll check your DNA, you got another thing coming. White boys don't like Michael Jones. They say he's obnoxious. They say we've got special genes. He says that's preposterous. If they only knew, he's just trying to do them a favor. He says God has a plan for your life. We all need a savior. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. Don't let them get tattoos or stop going to mass. Don't let them use Pornhub and smoke that old grass or snort that old cocaine. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be white boys. They'll just get confused, become pawns of the Jews. They might even end up in hell. Sending this one out especially to all my Irish brothers. Sure, the old country is going through some tough times. Sure, it's changed, and for the worst mostly. But that's because y'all turned your back on the Catholic Church, and God is punishing you. So don't look at all them foreigners as your enemy. Heck, most of them are more God-fearing than y'all anyway. So whatever you do, don't suddenly get notions that y'all are white guys. No siree. A white guy is a man who has no identity. Do you really think your ancestors were white? Heck, the Irishmen of old. The heroes of Ireland past and present would laugh in your face at the very idea. Nope, the reason y'all think you're white is you've lost the greatest gift you ever had. You've lost your faith. As E. Michael Jones says, a white guy is a Christian.
That's not Maya. Why they say don't grow up to be white boys? Remember, they're Irish. They're not white boys. You can't call the gingers white boys. They're gingers. They're a rare breed. It's fucking great. I mean, that's the whole Irish Catholic, and now when you it's like the whole because remember, they're big into the getting schnockered, right? The glowing red nose. I mean, I've dealt with enough Irishmen in the trade. Trying to find an Irishman that don't drink. Yeah, okay. It's like, okay. Ain't gonna happen, It's just part of they're just Irish, But that's their identity, that's their culture, that's their country, that's what they're proud of. You can't run around here and say you're proud to be Jew. There's no Jewland, like we said, Jewlander and all this shit. It's fake. It's all fake and gay. Every bit of it. Fake, gay, fake and gay. And I didn't want to post this. You know what though? I do have one more quick one. This one's actually pretty cute. This one's a boy Tony. It's a quickie, so. All right.
Oh, Tony being a savage again? What's this?
What's up, California? My name is Alex. What's up, Maiden? I'm Oliver. I'm Brian. And I'm Dylan. And together we are
gay as fuck. You guys are gay as fuck. Anyways, we've been making signage for more than 14 years. Any size can be customized with 3 years warranty. UONC. Turnover time is 20 days. Click the link in our bio for free quote.
Tony's at it again. What's this?
Hello. Goodbye. Anyways, if you want to start a business on a budget, make sure you go to the Source Factory. Reliable quality.
Oh, man.
This is the biggest I've ever seen in real life, but this is fine. It's completely fine.
Yes, I know. Because we've been making signage for more than 14 years. Anyway.
And what's this? Daily dose of Tony.
So I got served today at the pharmacy, and
Sir, here's how to tell if your LED sign is cheap, sir. If the light burns out quickly, it might be using cheap LED, sir. In order to reduce the cost with the warranty less than well roasted.
I'm gonna be real, I would assume somebody with facial hair was a sir. I'm sorry. We gonna go back to basics here?
No tricks, no
this
lies,
guy again,
just
yeah.
cost-effective.
Yeah, where he just goes and says it, man. I would look at this person and say this person's a cross-dresser. Because there are plenty of guys that like wearing women's clothes. I mean, that doesn't mean that you're a trans. That's totally different.
Hello. Goodbye. Anyway.
I mean, I would want to buy from him, even if I didn't need it. Just to support him, Just great. God, this is great. So, all right, guys. We are going to call it a close. 6:05. That's an 11. Haha. And we will see you guys all tomorrow on Time Is Now podcast. Tuesday, boom, Strackalicious over there. And then I called you Strackalicious. I don't know why the fuck I just did that. It sounded gay as fuck. I don't know why.
You're gay.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, all these videos, and it's just just ain't got much to do, but just pass the time. So, but yeah, so we want to thank you guys all for being here. We love each and every one of you, and we will see you again tomorrow. All right, bye, guys.